Coming up in the LCS preview show, Skara steps down, RNA leaves the LCS, and we break down the biggest games of the week. Plus, we reveal the top 5 pro plays that had you tweeting your fingers off. Don't touch that browser. The LCS preview show starts right now.
Alliance are just going to run on through the base and take down Gambit here, and will continue their victory streak.
Obviously, the big story here is 3 new players stepping in to cover for Snoopy, Yellow P, and Crepo.
It's another kill for Peke and another win for Fnatic. They go 2-0 this week.
Oh my God, Coast comes up with a huge play.
The quadra kill coming in for Shifter 6.
Absolutely phenomenal performance from Rocket.
They are going to break their bad run against SK.
The swag lord himself just trots out with his red pants on.
Help.
Oh. Afro with the Superman flash.
Yo, man, I got your back.
What's up, everyone? I'm Rivington Bism III, hanging here at the LCS studios with Joshua Jet Leesman. How you doing this morning, Jet?
I'm doing good. It's today for some, this morning for others. It is the morning for us, and I'm doing well. As this week in the LCS, people try to position themselves before that final Super League.
We're going to see if they can. Before we get to our top story, remember, if you want us to break down a champ, go next level on an outplay, or just want to say hi, be sure to hit us up at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Preview. Our top story today, however, is about the end of an era. On Tuesday, Dignitas announced that legendary mid laner Skara would be stepping down and possibly moving to a coaching role. He will be replaced in the starting lineup by former Complexity Red mid Golden Glue. After 78 regular season games, 4 playoff matches, and a trip to All-Stars, one of North America's most popular players now finds himself on the bench heading into the final weeks of the split.
Yeah, and this one hits a bit close to home for me because Skara and I started our League of Legends career together, really. You know, back in the summer of 2011, I was watching Rock Solid before we became Dignitas, and this relatively unknown player named Skara was always up on CS against whoever he was playing against. Then when I was on the team, when we started playing together, he was so good at mid lane, all we had to do was group for Dragon, and with his lane advantage, it would allow us to win team fights. But, you know, over the last 3 years, his long career in the league, other people have caught up to him, and they have now finally started to surpass him. This split in particular has actually been his worst split ever statistically. He has the second lowest KDA, least kills, and most deaths amongst mid laners in the entire LCS. But while he struggled this spring, Scar has had a distinguished career. He's been around the competitive scene from the start, and it's a big reason why Dignitas is as big as they are now. He was the most popular player in North America last year, as he received 50% of the North American All-Star votes on his way to representing the NALCS in Shanghai. And in the most deadly one-game performance ever, Scar actually racked up 19 kills against TSM in a game last year. He's also been a big influence on many of today's pros. Link tweeted on Tuesday that, quote, "I learned a lot from playing Scar in solo queue all the time and watching his stream." And you know, that sentiment was echoed by pros all across the league. Many players looked up to him as they were starting to become players. We will have to see if Scar stays on the bench of Dignitas, becomes a coach, retires, or even finds life with another team. But even if we've seen the last of Scar in the LCS, he's already had a Hall of Fame career.
And with that, let's take a look back at the games of Week 9 and what could be Scar's last time on the LCS stage in a Dignitas jersey. Starting off with these highlights, Curse versus Dignitas as they get ready to take on the 9-11 Curse here.
Yeah, this was a very interesting game to start. Bunny Fufu and Cop really showing how they can come up big in a 2v2.
Strong plays, Bunny Fufu with the initiations on threats over and over, and there's got to be always the pursuit from the Cops here, and obviously he's going to give
too
pursuit.
many minions. Some sneaky plays by Cop as he was able to finish him off, but Cutie Pie had to run because of the minions.
And everybody remembers the hashtag LCS big play. Quas looked like he was going down, but the savior from Void Boy's wild growth all the way from mid lane.
Yeah, nice counter pick by Quas there. He was big there.
Coming into this game, Curse just really had the number of Dignitas. This one going, just leveling out one after the other, it seemed, as Dig was seemingly only about to lose 2, but then it turns into 3 and 4.
Yeah, everybody on Dignitas decided to die. They were just like, maybe we can save it. Maybe. Oh, actually, no, that's a really bad idea if we all try to stick together, because Quas was collapsing down from the top lane. He took his domination from the top, brought it bot lane, gets the 4 kills.
All in all, Curse have dominated Dig this split, winning all 3 games. Our next highlight comes from Evil Geniuses versus Counter Logic Gaming, with EG fielding 3 subs in the place of Snoop 8, Crepo, and Yellow P.
Yeah, and it wasn't even one of the subs who ends up giving up first blood to EG at level 1 in a 2v1. Inox falls to Afromu and Double. If that cannot happen for EG if they want to stay in this league.
And somewhere Dexter was the entire time inside EG's jungle, but Robert actually had the fancy footwork and fingers to make it out of this one alive with the help of Ken.
He's got to use that Evol first, then he'd have enough burst damage to take down Robert X. Lee, but instead, it does take the entire EG team to take him down. Maybe that just made Dexter angry.
And it makes it inevitable. However, in the end, you see Double Lift going very hard. GA on the vein, tumbling in, kill after kill, as Double Lift does it best, and they're able to pick up the win over EG.
Yeah, COG real strong. They're really going to try and make a push for that number 2 seed, but they got a long way to go.
TSM versus Dig is our next highlight. Scar is back one last time, as he was to face his old rival in TSM.
Ooh, that's a huge solar flare right there from X Special, pretty much deciding the fight, but the rest of TSM was strong coming into this one as well. What could be an unfortunate last game for Scar, because they got destroyed in this one.
It really was just the same thing over and over again. X Special had marksmanship with his solar flares. Again now, Crumbs brought out the Kale for jungle this time, but he couldn't even use the intervention.
Can't use it when you're stunned up, and he actually has the only death for TSM in that fight, as I'm a Cutie Pie took him down with the Quinn pick, which was very unexpected, but an expected result from this one. TSM dominated.
Quick work there, victory in just 24 minutes with X Special's initiations. Coast versus CLG is our next highlight. Team Coast led by Shifter taking on CLG, led by Doubleth. But here, it was Link and Dexter to get it started.
Yeah, Link had some nice words for Shifter before the game, saying he was by far the best player on Coast, but that they were going to focus him. That's what they did there, and here's why.
Yeah, they tried to shut him down, but they really could not. Flashing face first into this fight to quickly pick up a quadra kill for himself as his team scatters to give him just enough time to get all that he needs.
Here's that big auto attack coming in. Shifter the God is what everyone was saying on Twitter right after this one. He was trying to single-handedly win the game for Coast.
And just when you thought Coast had that comeback, a quick step out of line gets Nintendo X caught by Afromu, and it was all that CLG needed to take it.
Everyone on COG could just collapse on a Shifter. Then once you kill him, there's not much left to kill on Coast, because he was doing all the damage for the team.
CLG continues to climb the ladder. Shifter continues to impress despite his team not playing well. And now with 9 weeks of the NALCS action in our rearview mirror, let's take a look at where the teams sit in the standings heading into the final 6 games. Thanks to their 2-0, Counter Logic Gaming has joined Team Solo Mid and Cloud9 as guaranteed participants in the postseason.
Yeah, Team Solomon is actually just 1 win away from locking in a first-round bye, while Cloud9 still needs 3 more wins. On the other end of the spectrum, however, XGG and Evil Geniuses are 1 game out of 6th and that final playoff spot with 6 games remaining.
And last week, Team Solo Mid fans celebrated the return of Bjerger King to the mid lane, and he did not disappoint. Bjergsen put up 20 kills over the 2 games and moved closer to cementing his place as the most deadly player in LCS history.
Yeah, and this is crazy. Despite missing 6 games, the equivalent of 3 normal weeks of LCS this split, Bjergsen's still a threat to overtake ManCloud's LCS kill record. Right now, Bjergsen has 121 kills. That puts him 45 kills behind ManCloud, who interestingly enough, actually broke the record that Bjergsen and Alex set during the Season 3 spring split. In order to get the 46 kills needed to dethrone ManCloud, Bjergsen needs 7.83 kills per game over the next 2 weeks. And based on his kills per game average so far this spring, that is not impossible. Bjergsen is averaging 7.56 kills per game, the highest of any player in LCS history with at least 16 games played. He's currently outpacing his own record of 6.91 kills per game that he set back in the EU spring split when he had Alex each tying the record for most kills in a split over there. And he did that in 5 fewer games. So he's looking to break ManCloud's mark in 6 fewer games, which would be even a bigger accomplishment. And what Bjergsen is on the brink of accomplishing is nothing less than amazing. If he averages 7.83 kills per game, he's going to do it.
Well, we'll see if Bjergsen can keep the kills coming as the teams take to the Rift twice this week. Up first on Saturday, Golden Glue makes his Dignitas debut and they take on Evil Geniuses, who definitely have Yellow P and Snoopy back, but might be without Crepo again this week. Then on Sunday, the day kicks off with CLG battling XDG Gaming. Then once the pros have finished their day, Vasily and LMQ try to take home their 2nd straight challenger title when they face off against Bishu and Cloud9 Tempest. And that brings us to the North American BF Game of the Week, the battle between Counter Logic Gaming and Team Solo Mid. Even though these 2 teams have locked in playoff spots, they're both fighting for first round buys. If Team Solo Mid can beat Counter Logic Gaming, they will lock in the first round bye and sweep the spring split series with Counter Logic Gaming. But plus, it would keep TSM's hopes of tying Cloud9's record for most wins in a split alive. And if you go by the numbers, this matchup looks pretty good for Team Solo Mid. Only Counter Logic Gaming's Doublelift has a KDA of more than 2 against Team Solo Mid, while everyone on Reggie's crew has a KDA of more than 4.8. And in a shock to no one, Bjergsen leads the way with a KDA of 11.7 against Counter Logic Gaming. But despite the lopsided results of this split, CLG did sweep Team Solo Mid last summer and have gone 10-3 since Dexter has started murdering jungle camps for them this spring. Plus, CLG is basically in a must-win situation if they want to keep their hopes of that first round bye alive. So Counter Logic Gaming will have even more motivation than usual to hand their longtime rivals their 4th loss of the split. Now for a look, more on the look on the 4.4 patch and the changes in store for the LCS. Let's send it across the studio to Jack.
Thanks, Rev. The 4.4 patch promises to affect the early game of the LCS pros more than any patch so far in the 2013 season. And here's why. First up is the change to trinkets. The big thing here is the fact that they now can only be placed 2 minutes into the game as opposed to 1:30, which before was allowing teams to put down very defensive wards, and now they kind of have to go on blind, amongst other changes like the swap cooldown being decreased as well for more versatility late game. Another thing that is changing here is the Lich Bane. This one was mainly a nerf that I think was targeted at Lulu, even though Lulu is still probably going to be seen. She still has a lot going for her, but she shouldn't be as devastating damage-wise late game. That'll be one that I really want to keep track of. I think we're still going to see Lulu. Then a change that might be surprising to some people is that Heimerdinger. I think he's going to see some LCS play this week. The big thing here is his turrets do scale with his ability power now as it gets later into the game, which means even the normal turrets, effective health because they have 80 armor at level 18, will have 1,539 effective health against like an 80 carry, someone who could take it down. But the big thing is the giant turret, that when he ults the big Q there, its effective health at level 18 is 5,130 if he has a lot of ability power. And that is something you have to make a concerted effort to kill down. Faker actually played Heimerdinger in a Masters match last night, even though it was kind of an All-Star Legends game. I think we might see it in the LCS now that Faker's taken its toll with it. And another big change here is Elise. She got hit pretty hard in the early game. Damage taken down on Q. She doesn't kill neutral monsters as much. The stun is only 1 second early on in the game. But with all that being said, she's been taken down a pretty heavy notch. I still think we're going to see her because she provides a lot of versatility to the teams. Aside from that, though, we don't have too much else going on in the LCS that is LCS impacting. And for one last look at the 4.3 patch, let's head back down to Riv.
Thank you very much, chat. Even though 4.3 has come and gone faster than Rammus powerballing through a J-skate, let's pause for a moment and look back at the most played champs during those few glorious weeks on 4.3. Let's start with the European LCS, who had only 1 week on the patch, but as you can see, a few new champs made an appearance at the top of the charts. Notably Kha'Zix, who evolved from a hardly ever pick to a ban pick priority. Then there's Karma, who was the only support to make the top tier of picks, and the North American picks, on the other hand, had 2 weeks to play around with the 4.3 patch, and their most played champs look a little bit different. Morgana shackled the most picks for supports in the NA over the last 2 weeks, thanks in part to the change in Spell Thief, while Renekton and Shyvana remain atop the top lane standings. Even though Lucian is tied with the Half-Dragon for most picks last week, he has yet to garner a single ban in the North American LCS this spring. It just proves that whether it's the prom or the bot lane, it's always good to have a backup plan. Now for a look at a champ who has an enormous laser shooting eye focused on becoming one of the most picked mid laners. Let's send it back over to Jat.
Yeah, while the players at home have been able to disintegrate enemy mid laners for a month now, Vel'Koz is finally making his way into the LCS champion pool. In fact, he has an entire tool bag of kill potential at his disposal. All 4 of his skills and even his passive deal a bunch of damage. At level 18, his passive alone does 205 true damage. Add that to the extremely long range of his kit, and he has the potential to bring a lot of pain to the mid lane. Look at those ranges. Everything can be used from a very far ways away. Basically, he's able to inflict that much damage because all of his skills are skill shots that are somewhat difficult to land. While that makes his kill potential high against slow champs, it does make him vulnerable to high mobility champions. And since we're in the LCS and mobility is super key in the current crop of mid laners, it's unlikely that we'll see Vel'Koz anytime soon. But hey, I never thought I'd see an Ohm Wrecker on Renekton either. Riv, back to you.
If we do see Vel'Koz floating down the mid lane this week, he'll join the ranks of 85 other champs who have seen playing time on the Rift this year. So let's take a look. Last week, QtPie hatched a plan to play Quinn against Team Solo Mid, but despite the fact that Demasia's wings got clipped by TSM, it did bring us just 6 champs short of last year's total. That was 91 champs played. Now, I'd like to take a moment and give some love to a player who correctly predicted that Quinn would be the next champ to make her LCS debut. Way to go, SG Pouliot39. Nice work for the prediction. If you think you've got the knowledge to drop on the next champ that will get picked, then hit us up at LOL Esports and hashtag it LCS Preview. Now let's shift our attention over to Europe, where earlier this week, former Millennium jungler Arnea announced via Facebook that he was stepping down from his starting role on the last place LCS squad Millennium. In that post, which he quoted both Muhammad Ali and Batman, Arnea made it clear that he's not retiring, but simply stepping down from Millennium. He also blames himself for his performance and apologizes for his role in former coach Ali's involvement with the team. And now for more on Arnea's departure from the LCS, I'd like to welcome Shox to the show. What's up, Shox?
What's up, Riv? Very excited for the games today.
Absolutely. So recently you spoke to Arnea about stepping down. What did he have to say about the situation?
Well, when I spoke to Arne, he basically reiterated the points that he made in his post, that he had lost his motivation and his ability to shot call, and that his attitude had shifted from wanting to win to not wanting to perform poorly. And as you pointed out, Riv, in the post he made it clear that he is not retiring, but so far there isn't a new team on the horizon. He told me that he will stay out of League for a week, take a trip with his family, support Millennium, and get back to university. He also hinted that he might be around during Super Week to close out this chapter in his LCS career.
All right, thank you very much for the info, Shox. We'll be sure to check back with you later in the show.
My pleasure, Riv. See you later.
All right, well, no one knows what the future holds for Arnea. There are a couple of things we do know. One is that Millennium will be starting Cotton X in the jungle this week. Interestingly enough, Arnea actually replaced him on Team Alternate last year. And the second we know for sure, the European LCS studio will be a little quieter without Arnea on the stage. So now let's take a trip away back last Thursday and check out the biggest moments from the European LCS Week 9. Kicking things off with our game of the week, it was Gambit versus Alliance. First Blood was not very long into the game as they were able to find what looked like Alexich's first blood, but it was a 2v1 he wasn't ready for.
Yeah, Froggen actually got going in this game. Hey Riff, how's it going? The big thing about this one is Froggen just got going on tail. It is crazy how powerful he got in this one.
Next up, it's only going to be at 15 minutes. Edward gets a little too close. Gets himself bubbled in there. You can see Froggen taking control of the game for his team. And what you usually think is a Gambit win Alliance comes out huge in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's because Alliance had the 14,000 gold advantage coming into this one. Froggen was absolutely massive. You saw he basically two-shot Genja in that fight, and then the rest of Alliance just had to chase down Gambit.
Alliance continues to pick up momentum, picking up a huge win there, coming off a perfect Super Week. Rawcat versus Fnatic is our next highlight to look at. Whenever these guys face off, you got to keep your eye on these two gentlemen.
Yeah, and Overpower had a pretty big advantage in this lane, and then messed up the turret dive a little bit on X-Peke. That gave Peke a lot of gold that Rocket's going to come to regret in a little bit.
You got to expect top play even in death. Coming up at the next one, 33 minutes in the flash body slam. You didn't even think it was in range, but Peke made it work.
Yeah, gets the big double. He ended up turning that one into a triple kill, and then Fnatic had an even bigger lead. They really just took the gold, continued to crescendo it up, and Peke finishes off Vander. Walk away.
Just walk away from the explosion. They make a big hit there, building on their momentum from IEM. Fnatic seem to be back on the rise for themselves. Rawcat versus SK, the next one to look at. They would try to stop their slide here against SK.
Yeah, Rawcat had a pretty nice turret dive here. The top lane Lulu definitely caught SK by surprise a little bit. Freddy was not ready for this on Jackson. He got tower dived and punished early.
Yeah, Rawcat made the double AP work early, and then we see a three-man crescendo from Vander. Haven't seen Sona in a little while, but he's making it work.
Yeah, Vander with some really good reaction time there. If he didn't get that ultimate off immediately, he would have been dead, and Rawcat would have been the ones getting 3 deaths, but Vander made it work. They get 3 kills.
Rawcat with a lot of momentum in this game. Jezz knew it, and he tries one last time, going for broke, but it was just too strong of a Rawcat team. They throw their hands up in victory.
Yeah, they're pretty happy they won that one. Rocket's been in the big slump lately.
Yep. 4-game losing streak broke there as we move on to Alliance versus the super hot crew. Selfie up against Froggen in his LCS start. Second LCS, I should say.
Yeah, it's a tough mid laner to be going up against, someone with as much experience as Froggen. And the mid lane rise worked for some, not so much for others. He does get one back at the start of the game here, though.
And great team play really coming from everybody on the team, helping to secure a double kill coming in here for Froggen. It was a bit back and forth, but they're able to get it.
Oh, poor Selfie. He gets bounced around right here. The turret would not give up. That gave Froggen a little bit too much gold as he continues this chase on.
Yeah, it goes a little bit longer than you would expect. Froggen missing most of his body slams here, but picks up a good amount of kills.
Oh, flashed away. Anyway, they were able to chase down Mr. Rawls, and they did not let this go.
It was a great play coming all around. There's not much you can do when Froggen's playing like that with the rest of the team. And this cast into the hook was amazing. Selfie, they had his number all game.
Yeah, Rise, a lot of times you think you're really tanky, but that doesn't mean you can take the hits from all 5 of the other team as you're standing at your turret. That ended the game.
It does not equal that for sure. 6 wins in a row for Alliance. Now they're in a tie for 3rd place.
They are on fire.
Looking pretty good. And with that, Week 9 of the EU LCS is sitting in our match history. So let's take a look at the table. Gambit and SK Gaming are sitting on top and getting ready for today's epic showdown, but more on that later.
Yeah, coming in a 3-way tie for 3rd place, it is Alliance who is so hot, and Fnatic who both went 2-0 last week, and then Rawcat who finished 1-1. While languishing underneath the table and on the brink of elimination from the postseason is Millennium, who went 0 for 2 in their matches last week.
All right, now let's shift our focus from the bottom of the table to the top, where the hottest team in the European LCS is looking to complete an epic comeback. And for more on Froggen and Alliance, I'd like to welcome Quick Shot to the show.
Hey, Riv, I'm actually looking forward to talking about Alliance in a positive light. I was one of their harshest critics at the beginning of the split.
I know we talked a little bit about Alliance last week, but after a pair of near-perfect performances on the Rift, I think they warrant another discussion.
Oh yeah, when we last talked about Alliance, I asked questions about their ability to perform consistently at a high level. And all of those questions were answered loud and clear last week as Froggen and the rest of Alliance went 2-0. They've now won 6 games in a row. I think Alliance started the spring split looking incredibly inconsistent. They lost all 4 games in their opening Super Week, then they proceeded to win all their games in Week 2 and lose all their games in Week 3 and win all their games in Week 4. It just seems, as a team, they only found some balance several weeks ago, and it was from that balance they were able to stabilize the overall gameplay. This then in turn allowed them to level up individually and their team-based play to earn that 6-game winning streak. I think if they beat Rocket today, they will tie Fnatic's 7-game winning streak from earlier this split, and they actually have a chance to break it tomorrow on Friday against SK Gaming.
What an incredible turnaround it's been for Alliance, a team that sat in the bottom 3, 6 out of the first 7 weeks of the split. And then they've gone from a major disappointment to a potential spring split champion now.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with you. And on a side note, these next 6 games for Alliance could actually be very interesting for that playoff race. Alliance are already 2-2 against the Super Hot crew. And based off the results of their next 6 games, their last 6 games of the split, Alliance could actually finish with a 2-2 record against every single team in the LCS. It does mean that we're realistically facing a tiebreaker situation, much like we had at the end of the summer split last year.
And of course, a lot of Alliance's recent success can be attributed to the guy who not only built the team, but carried them with his second straight MVP performance.
Yeah, back-to-back MVPs for Froggen based off his incredibly consistent gameplay across multiple champions. He's played and won with 6 different champions in his last 6 games. And last week in the pre-show, we also talked about Froggen. I brought up questions about his ability to roam the map and move away from that very heavy, farm-centric gameplay that's associated with old-school Season 2 mid laners. But in the 2 games that he played that weekend, he answered my questions. He played against Gambit and Super Hot Crew, and Froggen moved around the map, he supported his side lanes, he was helping his team get a lead, and it was early rotations with champions like Gragas last week that really stood out for me. I'd like to see this trend continue, especially if Alliance want to keep up this strong run of form that they've found.
All right, Quick Shot, thank you very much for the knowledge buff. We'll let you get ready for the European LCS broadcast.
Yeah, it really is my pleasure, and I'm looking forward to this week's games to see how much closer we are to those tiebreakers that we all know and love in Europe.
All right, we'll get a clearer picture of just how many tiebreakers we are facing in the European LCS after this week's 8 games. Warming up on the blue side of the LCS stage right now is Cotton X and Millennium, with the Copenhagen Wolves getting set up on the red side. That's followed by a battle for first place between SK Gaming and Gambit. Then Friday features a fight between SK Gaming and Alliance as they face off for one of the top spots in the league. And just a heads up, Friday's matches start 2 hours earlier, so we can bring you the best of the 3 challenger finals between the Ninjas and Pajamas and Departed live from the LCS stage. And that brings us to our BF game of the week, today's battle for first place between SK Gaming and Gambit. Both teams come into the game 13-9 record, but Gambit holds a lead in the head-to-head matches at 2-1. Edward and crew have been the most consistent team in Europe this year. They are the only squad to win a game in every week of the split, and if they can take out SK Gaming today, they'll not only have a 1-game lead in the race for first place, they will own the tiebreaker against second place SK. While a win for Candy Panda and squad would mean 1-game buffer between them and Gambit, and even up the season series just in case there's a tie, like that would ever happen. Now for an inside look at SK and Gambit's game as they plan to play and prepare for today's fight, I'd like to welcome Shox back to the show. Shox, what did the first 2 place teams have to say when you spoke to them?
Well, I recently spoke to Gambit's Edward, and he had a lot of nice things to say about SK's jungler Svenskeren and their bottom lane combo of Candy Panda and Enrated. He said that they have given Gambit problems since 2012, and now they finally have the complementary pieces to make SK a dominant team. He also respects Svenskeren's ability to smite away Barons and Dragons, and knows his team needs to avoid putting themselves in risky situations around those objectives. But Edward did have some criticism of SK's solo lanes. He pointed out that SK's mid laner Jessis will only play safe, non-aggressive champions, and that their top laner Freddy has a small champion pool. I would look at Gambit to focus what they see as weak spots in SK's lineup in picks and bans, and with some early game pressure out of the jungle. Now, on the other hand, SK's Jessis said that he's not scared of anything Gambit can bring out other than a couple of Alex's champions, but even then, he's confident he knows how to handle them. Now, Enrated pointed out that Gambit is very consistent in their picks and bans, but also said that Gambit's players are not top-notch anymore. He says that if they can defend against Diamond's early ganks, their lanes should pull ahead and snowball for the win. Now, Enrated is confident that early pressure by his team will lead to the win, while Jessis believes that they are the stronger team right now, and if they learn from their previous losses and prepare well, and I quote, it shouldn't be that hard to beat them.
All right, Shox, thank you very much for the info. We'll see you in a couple minutes for Game 1 of the European LCS.
Always a pleasure. Very much looking forward to those games.
And with the LCS Prime to go off in just about 3 minutes, it's time for the top 5 plays from last week's LCS action, also known as the Penta.
Yeah, coming in at number 5, Robert X. Lee sets the modified Yordle trap up for Dexter.
Oh, Robert X. Lee.
That's unlucky.
Left kick, right kick, hate spike, coming in with some more damage. Cupcake.
Trap.
A cupcake.
Friends on the trap.
Oh, no, he comes up big with the Yordle trap. It's not even a Yordle. He modified it to work, and he gets his own blue buff.
And then number 4, Borba comes out of nowhere for the
Huge to
save.
get out of that engagement, but Quas finds himself in a bad spot. He does have Dominate just on the backside. I don't know if it's going to help, though. They get down into Crumbs. He thinks he can do the damage. Crumbs gets the safeguard over, blocking some of the execute. Wild growth from over the wall. Quas is going to live. The lifesteal. Is it good enough? And it is.
What a support move by Boy.
Coming in at number 3, Selfie with the Selfie Juice.
Curb's going to get caught out. That's going to stun him up there. The finish should come through. Wow. There it is. And now on towards Aranea. Can he get a second one? He will not.
It's a clone.
It's a clone. It's the clone, though.
Oh, it's the clone. Coming in at number 2, X Special, just lights up Dignitas.
Oh my God! Oh, he almost hits the entire team with the stun, but he gets a 4-slow. Cruiser from the backside. Crumbs having to use his own intervention, saves himself for a bit, but it's a double kill coming in for the odd one. They start tearing apart Dignitas at the Dragon Pit, and Cruiser's going to be the last one to go down. A clean ace for Team Solo Mid.
This solar flare from X Special, my God, he just starts it up. By the time Crumbs gets out of stun lock, he's at 100 HP.
And topping our list at number 1, Shifter drops bombs on CLG.
The same help. Dexter goes in, gets the blast out of Wiz Fusion. A huge boomerang going to the team.
Shifter flashes
picks up the back line. Shifter going for the aggressive flash into the fight. And Nintendo's going to stay alive here with everybody else in the team.
Let's make six. Oh, God.
The boomerang misses. The triple for Shifter. The satchel to try to save his teammate. The quadra kill coming in for Shifter 6. And they take control of the game at Baron.
Yeah, Shifter the God was what people were saying on Twitter after that one, and it's going to be tricky for them as they move on. All those highlight plays still didn't grant them the victory. Coast, the team's got to step up.
Everybody's really trying to put their carry pants on at the end of the season. It's the time they need to. They better fit right. That does it for another exciting episode of the LCS Preview Show, but before we go, Gameronomist asked for it, and here it is. Balls chasing Shifter, set to a less expensive version of Yakety Sax, or as we like to call it, our last hit.
But it looks like Shifter's going to try to waddle his way to safety.
He's bouncing here. Once he runs into his own minion wave, though. Oh, no, Balls already uses his slice.
I don't know how much they're going to tunnel. They have a good push on mid lane, but they don't
Oh,
grab their
Dios, I
seats there.
saw that!
All right, Shifter's still on the chase. I want his shoes. What's he wearing? He is going for the long haul.
Oh, Shifter, no!
No, he finds him in the base!
Balls never gives up.
We're halfway through the dream, 6-0.
We want to end up being number 1. We were ahead in the first place. Now we are fighting for not being relegated.
The EU LCS is being very close as usual.
Every win counts even more.
Play good every single game.
Everyone can take first place.
The pressure is on us.
We're looking forward to getting 2-0.
It seems like we can't win.
YOLO, I don't know.
We have to win 70% of our games to finish on top 6.
We feel pretty confident.
We need to get a few more wins and secure our spot in top 2.
From now on, every match counts.
Everything can change in the matter of 1 week.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to week 10 of the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our studio in Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller alongside Martin Deficio Lunga, and we're heading into the final stretch of the spring split, and with only 6 games left to play for each team, every match is do or die.
And the stakes are high as the positions at the top of the table are hotly contested, while the bottom teams, they battle to avoid being sent to the relegation.
So let's take a closer look at those standings. Starting off at the very top, we have a tie between Gambit and SK Gaming, both teams on 13 wins and 9 losses. And then in third, another tie, this time between 3 teams, the Alliance, Fnatic and Roccat, all at 12 for 10. Alliance, it's worth mentioning, are on a 6-game winning streak.
Then we have the Copenhagen Wolves with 10 wins and 12 losses. And after them, we have Super Hot Crew in 7th place with 9 wins and 13 losses. And down in the bottom, we have Millennium with 7 wins and 15 losses.
So let's take a look at today's games that are going to shake that table up. First, it's Millennium versus the Copenhagen Wolves. And then SK Gaming and Gambit will clash in a battle for first.
After that, Rocket and Alliance will compete in another tiebreaker. And then Super Hot Crew will clash with Fnatic, where both teams are looking to land playoff spots. And right after the LCS, the battle for 3rd place in the second half of the European Challenger Spring Series will be fought in a best-of-3 between Never Give Up and Recent Gaming.
So we know what's at stake. So here's the 5 players that we expect to make an impact for their teams this week, starting off with Froggen. He's had back-to-back MVP performances and a hot streak for Alliance, and all eyes are going to be on their mid-lane captain in this one, from their fans and their opponents alike. But his eye-popping numbers aren't the only things enemies are going to have to keep tabs on. Froggen's played 6 different champions in his 6 MVP winning games over the last 2 weeks, bringing LeBlanc, Nidalee, Kassadin, Lulu, Gragas and Kayle into the mix. And for my second player, I'm sticking with Alliance. Their support player, Nif, has shown some real dominating performances in these last couple of weeks, landing immaculate thresh hooks to set up kills, as well as busting out the Nami last week versus Gambit. Nif's put up some astonishing numbers and looked fantastic while doing so. He went 6, 11 and 69 during the last 6 games.
Now my first player to watch is going to be Cotnex. He's the new jungler for Millennium, as Aranea he's decided to step down. And it's going to be a breath of fresh air, and I like what Cotnex can actually bring to the early game of Millennium. He's very aggressive with good mechanics which will favor them in the early fights. And he preferred champions like Lee Sin and Pantheon, and just like Aranea, so I don't actually expect to see any new faces in the jungle. However, Aranea he was very vocal member of Millennium, so we need to see if Cotnex he can fill the role, or another member is going to step up as the new shot caller. Now my next player to watch is going to be Edward. The tweaks to support items are absolutely perfect for him, letting the original carry support step up to his name. And despite a disappointing Karma vs Alliance, the Fresh Prince, he still lived up to his name while dominating Millennium. And much like Gambit, then Edward he's been very hit and miss. But if he can play more consistent, then Gambit looks very scary for the playoffs. And the last player to watch, it's Selfie. The new mid laner for Super Hot Crew, he really showed his skill on LeBlanc, but he also showed his lack of experience on a champion like Ryze. Because while his laning phase was good, the positioning in teamfights was very shaky, and he often forced Super Hot Crew to start some very bad fights. I expect to see Super Hot Crew put a lot of focus on getting Selfie on Assassins, but teams they might just ban him out and force him onto Ryze, so we need to see if he improves from last week.
Well, remember you guys can get all the stats for these pros and much more over on lolesports.com. You'll also find the schedules, VODs of past matches, articles and everything you need to make yourself an LCS expert. That's also where you can weigh in on today's games and tell us who you think is going to win.
Just click on the schedule link at the top of the page and then submit your choices. We'll check in before each match to see who came out on top in your votes. And be sure, of course, to check the tickets link as well to find out how you can join us here live in the studio to watch these games in person.
Now I'd like to hear what you guys have to say, so hop on Twitter and tell us which European LCS player would you be the most afraid to compete against and why?
I have to say Diamondprox. Playing against him, you just know every single time you want to do something, he's nearby, he's going to come in and he's just going to destroy you. But of course, we want to hear your answers, so send your answers, of course, to @LOLesports and use the hashtag LCS so we can read some of them later in the day.
And that brings us to our first match of Week 10 as Millennium take on the Copenhagen Wolves. Now, the head-to-head between these two teams is in clear favor of the Wolves at 3-0, and it'd be a gargantuan effort, beginning with a win here for Millennium to fight their way into 6th place and the playoffs.
On the other hand, the Copenhagen Wolves, they're fighting to stay out of the relegation zone, and if they can pull themselves closer to the traffic jam of teams in the middle of the table with a win here today.
Well, the last meeting between these two teams was back in Week 7, where we had, to be honest, a very close game.
Yeah, and we had Youngwork. He played Vladimir for the first time in the match as a counterpick to Trundle, and we also had Forgiven going huge once again with 4-0-3 and 438 CS on Caitlyn. Now, both teams, they kept up with each other in gold until the 35-minute mark, where Copenhagen Wolves, they killed Aranea and then instantly just rushed for the Baron. And with the lead, they just rolled over Millennium and they didn't lose a single member in the last team fights.
And for Millennium, last week couldn't have gone really much worse for them, I think.
Now, Super Hot Crew, they punished their weak early game with Selfie on LeBlanc and on Impaler on Kha'Zix. And Aranea, he was just caught out in the jungle again and again, which gave Super Hot Crew all the map pressure and also the win. And facing Gambit on day 2 was not ideal for Millennium. And honestly, they looked like a team who didn't believe they could actually win. Because the early game just went wrong. Alex, he picked up 2 early kills on Ryze, and Gambit was never in trouble in a very easy win for them.
They've also become the second team to make a roster change since RNA has stepped down. They've called in former Samurai Jeans and Navi jungler Cottonex, who incidentally had replaced RNA previously in Navi back in 2012.
And Cottonex, he's a very experienced player who's been in both the pro scene and also been in the high elo community for multiple seasons. And he has great mechanics, and he loves the early aggression with champions again like Lee Sin, Evelynn, and Pantheon. And in general, he just plays the meta-favorite champions, so while I'm not expecting any new flashy picks from him, then I do expect some more consistent early game ganks from the new Millennium jungler.
On the other side of this matchup, the Copenhagen Wolves also had a bad Week 9, losing to both SK Gaming and Fnatic.
Yeah, just like Millennium, the Wolves, they lost both their games, but they looked a lot better. Their early game was solid, and they were even in gold with both Fnatic and SK Gaming for a long time. However, team fights were an issue in their matches, and they simply had trouble killing the opponent's front line. And the Wolves, they need to work on this coordination in the fights, and they need to be careful. They don't rely too much on giving all the farm to Forgiven and hope he can carry late game.
One person that we rarely talk about is Coutard in the mid lane for the Copenhagen Wolves. We've really yet to see him settle down and find a consistent level of play that really the Wolves need to do well.
Yeah, Coutard, he's not a player who wins his lane without help from Amazing, and therefore he puts a lot of focus on farming, and we often see him play champions like Zex and Gragas. Coutard though, weird enough, he actually has the worst CS at 20 minutes of all the mid laners in Europe, and that's while playing champions like Zex, so that really shows he needs to step up. And in order for the Copenhagen Wolves in general to improve, I feel like both solo laners have to become better, because their play is not good enough. And while Coutard, he's having a fine enough champion pool, he's played 7 different champions, he's just not doing anything alone, and he relies simply too much on Amazing to help him in the laning phase. And yes, the synergy is good. Yes, he's been picking up first bloods for himself and the team, obviously 5 times for Coutard. He's the best one on the team at getting first blood. It's never alone.
Well, let's have a look at the starting lineups for this one. Starting out on the blue side with Millennium. They are, of course, Kevin in the top lane, new boy Cottonex in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, and the duo of Creatine and J-Ree.
And on the red side, we have Copenhagen Wolves with Youngbug in the top lane, we have Amazing in the jungle, Coutard is the mid laner, Forgiven on AD carry, and of course, Unlimited is the support.
So we're moving in towards champion select here. Let's lay out some things first of all. Of course, we are on 4.4 here, which means Kassadin's had his rework. He's therefore disabled, not able to be played here, which, or I should say, not able to be banned here today. So that frees up a ban for at least one of these teams. But we've also got some other different factors in there. Obviously, a lot of changes. We've got a new champion in the form of Vel'Koz. What are we expecting to see today?
Well, Vel'Koz itself, we heard Jet talk here in the pre-show about him as a mid laner. He's very strong, he has very long range, but he's very risky to play because you have no mobility. We could possibly see him in a different role than the mid lane. I could see him as a support actually, because he's having some CCs and having good early game damage, but Vel'Koz is not going to be the highlight. For me, more something like Elise. It's been a very popular jungler here in Europe. It's been nerfed, you know, the Q damage has gone down, the damage onto monsters has gone down, so her late game wave clear is weaker, and also her Dragon and Baron control is weaker, and also, of course, the Cocoon, which is now only 1 second at rank 1. Normally, you just gave it 1 skill and just left it there till the late game. I need to see if teams still want to ban her out, still want to pick her, take her over junglers like Evelynn or Lee Sin. Lee Sin, talking about him, by the way, he needs to be a ban against Amazing. Especially when you have your new jungler here, you want to make sure he's getting a good start. Don't want to risk him going against Amazing on Lee Sin.
Well, here we are then into bans and picks, and the first 2 coming out from Millennium, Lulu and Lee Sin. So, as we thought, that would be taken away from Amazing. And on the other side, we shouldn't forget Heimerdinger. He's been banned out by the Copenhagen Wolves, along with LeBlanc.
So I actually know for a fact that Kerp, he absolutely loves to play Heimerdinger and solo queue. I'm not sure if he's playing it to actually pull it out here in the LCS, but Copenhagen Wolves clearly don't want to risk anything, so they just banned away from him. And of course, 2 jungle bans actually at least banned away here, so they really want to target Amazing. But he's a person who's showed in the past. He's having a lot of different junglers here. Obviously Pantheon, he's played Wukong, Nocturne, and Evelynn as well, so there are a lot of options still for him. And the Lulu ban, Millennium as a team, their mid laner Kerp, he does not play it. So you have to ban away, otherwise you force Kevin to play it.
So final ban then for the Copenhagen Wolves. was Nidalee, and we heard in the pre-game show about Kha'Zix, the fact that with 4.3 became a almost non-existent pickle ban into one that's highly contested. Millennium locked that in instantly this time.
So they really knew what they wanted here. Again, that's why they banned out 2 of the junglers. It does, however, mean Evelynn, of course, is still open for Copenhagen Wolves, so I think actually they will be happy enough. They don't even have to pick their jungler here in the first rotation because Kha'Zix is already locked in and they expect it to be jungler for Cotnex, of course. I do like, however, that Millennium focused on getting him a comfort pick early because it's his first game in the LCS. They want to make sure he can perform, and Kha'Zix, of course, so strong with the ultimate now where you evolve it at level 6.
One of the Wolves going to lock in then, hovering over Gragas right from the very start. Another champion that fits the Cowtard mold very well, and actually locked in there with Yasuo as well.
So Yasuo locked in, could go to the top lane, of course, would be the most likely thing here. Unless, of course, Youngbuck has learned to play Gragas. We can't really say yet. I've seen Gragas jungle in the past too, so let's see actually what Copenhagen will decide to do here. But of course, they already have the synergy. Ultimate from Gragas, Yasuo can activate his ultimate onto it. So they have some synergy here. And of course, if it is going to be Cowtard on Gragas, we've seen him in the past. He loves to play this very safe champion, always able to get farm.
So while we talk about the mid lane and top lane, the bottom lane has been ignored completely, interestingly enough. Someone like Forgiven, who is pretty much split between Lucian and Caitlyn outside from a few games in there. Probably just wait to see what Millennium go for. Either way, he's going to have Lucian or Caitlyn left at the end of it.
Just like you said, there's no bans to AD carries here, so everything is open. They don't have to rush any of it. And it shows both teams here. They knew they had their plan coming in here, and they were just fine not actually just rushing a priority pick like Evelynn or like Caitlyn for Forgiven because they knew there were multiple options. So now Kraton with Caitlyn, fair enough. Forgiven can log in Lucian and he can be just happy with this. The Ziggs pick, however, for Curb can be an issue for Copenhagen Wolves because Curb has been playing it really, really well. And also it applies so much early pressure onto the likes of Gragas, for instance.
So on the other side then we see Evelynn, Elise obviously already banned, but another champion, as you mentioned, that Amazing likes to go to. If there's no Lee Sin, there's no Elise. It's pretty much Evelynn in there in the jungle, along with a couple of other little ones, you know, Pantheon, Wukong, and the occasional Nocturne in there as well. This time around though, Evelynn and the Lucian for Forgiven, a player who just farms every single game, it seems, upwards towards 500.
Every single game, and the Copenhagen Wolves bot lane, they always play full on aggression early. They want to make sure they can get the turret early. They want to deny CS from you. So I expect them to do the same here, be down in the lane at 155 and just start pushing it instantly. Now with Evelynn here, there's nothing worse than playing against Evelynn early game because you don't have vision of her. You need to just think it to yourself, oh, she's in my lane, I can't go aggressive. That's the issue with playing against her. Unless you get some deep wards in the enemy jungle onto the camp so you can see her clear them, or pink wards, of course.
So it looks like we're going to be seeing the Karma support locked in here for J-Ree. We'll be supporting Creaton's Caitlyn, and also the Shyvana for the top lane for Kevin.
So I actually really like the Millennium setup here because you have the Karma Caitlyn bot lane, very, very strong lane. We know the bot lane from Copenhagen Wolves, they love to play very aggressive, they love to play very lane-focused champions so they can win the early game, and it will be very hard against Karma Caitlyn. Ziggs in the mid lane, obviously very strong early on. Shyvana is good, can have a few issues against the Yasuo actually. This lane matchup should be fairly even, and then Shyvana going into the late game, we know what a beast she can become.
So what will the Copenhagen Wolves finish off with? Looking for a support choice this time around for them. And if you look down their previous games, Karma obviously is one that they really brought to the table first in that support role. Leona, Annie, another couple of champions that they've actually played quite a lot here, and it looks like it will be Leona for Unlimited.
So Unlimited falling back on his hard engaged supports. I always love to see him play them because he doesn't hesitate. If he sees an opening, he just goes straight for it, and the rest of Copenhagen Wolves will follow. Even though it's a bad decision, they will follow the entire team. We've seen it before, so I like him on these hard engaged supports. And laning wise, it can be an issue though. Against Karma with Leona, you're gonna be poked a lot, and if you do engage onto her, she's having the shield, it's gonna be very hard to burst down the Karma. So we're gonna see how Copenhagen Wolves wanna play this early game in the laning phase. And we also need to see if Cowtard and Youngbuck decides to swap, or actually it's gonna be Cowtard on Yasuo.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Youngbuck bringing a new champion, for him at least. We have seen a couple of Gragas's in the top lane. Kevin himself did run Gragas earlier on in the season, very early on actually in the season, in game number 4 against Fnatic, the first time we saw it up there. Coutard with the Yasuo in the mid lane. As you said, he's got that synergy with Gragas, but he's going to be relying on that to getting things going.
Yeah, he needs the knockback or the knock-up here from Gragas to activate his ultimate, unless he can do it himself, of course. And his laning phase against the Ziggs, early levels, actually very early on, he might be able to pick up something onto Ziggs, but then coming into around the level 6 mark, it's going to be very hard for him because Ziggs is just going to poke him all the time. And if Cotnex is nearby and he goes aggressive, he's going to die.
Well, now that the players have chosen their champions, let's see who you voted for in this game. According to LOL Esports, 69% of you picked the Copenhagen Wolves. Hard to argue, really, with that number if you look at the standings right now.
Yeah, we can't say too much to it. I mean, we need to see, obviously, what Cotnex can bring from Millennium here, but Copenhagen Wolves are the favorites. Millennium, they are the bottom team, so pretty spot on.
And I've been hearing some whispers, you know, a little bit of chatting with the players to get that inside information that Millennium have been playing well this week with Cotnex in scrims. Of course, it's all completely different when you get onto the big stage and having the pressure of this fantastic audience and the lights on you.
Well, often when you get a new player, it kind of makes everyone focus even more. Everyone want to try hard even more because you have this new player. You get some new hope saying, okay, there's a change, anything going better or worse than before. If things go better just from the start, everyone gets more hyped. And if Millennium can take this into this game now, all the good results in their scrims, they will actually, or could be, able to beat Copenhagen Wolves.
So we are going to be getting into game then here. Millennium versus the Copenhagen Wolves. For Millennium, I want to say a must-win game at this point of things. As we've heard before, only 6 games for each team left to go. They have to start picking up points.
Every single game for Millennium now is going to be a must-win game if they want to go to the playoffs. They cannot go there by other teams losing. They need to just win some games here. And a thing we can notice, Youngbuck, he is obviously playing the Gragas, so he decided to take a top lane. He's starting with some good AP here, and also teleport. In 4.4, if you teleport to your own turret, it's going to have 100 seconds less cooldown. So we need to see if he decides to teleport to the turrets or how he decides to play early on.
And speaking of early on, we've had changes to those warding trinkets now coming into play after 2 minutes rather than the 1.5 minutes. How does that affect the start to the game?
Well, it simply means that if you want to invade, you're going to do it blind. And at the same time, if you're starting your own buff, you don't know if someone is coming because you don't have any vision. So it opens up for these very risky or very, dangerous invades. But it can either go really well for you. But look at Copenhagen Wolves here. Waiting around, they're expecting Millennium to walk in. And again, there's no ward, no vision. The supports both started without wards, so Millennium will have to face check Copenhagen Wolves or the other way around.
Oh, the Wolves starting to move out here, and there's the damage coming down. Karma gonna put in a big blast. Amazing. Very, very low from this one. Will they chase him? There's a flash. Amazing. Flashes away, but the bomb bounces through. First blood coming in there for Millennium, and they might not be done just yet. Forgiven trying to escape. Jerry and Cotnex both moving in. They're gonna get first blood, and they're gonna take the red as well.
Absolutely perfect start here for Millennium. They were waiting for Copenhagen Wolves. They walked in there, amazing died, and also Millennium now, they wanted to make sure they got their dual lane against the Copenhagen Wolves one. They predicted the lane swap, so they have perfect lanes here. Karma Caitlyn against the Leona and Lucian, and down in the bottom lane, the teleport Gragas is gonna be against Shyvana, so we should see very good lanes here for Millennium.
Incredibly fun start, at least for Millennium and the fans here, because not the start that the Copenhagen Wolves were looking for. Coutard, though, going very aggressive here on towards Kerp in these early levels, but he's been knocked into tower range. Is he going to get away? Yes, he is. Good damage from Kerp coming back there, but close stuff. Coutard needs to be careful of that.
Yeah, just like we talked about here, Yasuo early game, he can dash towards you so often and get some good damage onto you. Also use the Ignite here, got the barrier from Kerp, but he needs to be careful now because Kerp, he can stay around his turret here and just poke away on Coutard. And also if the jungler should come in, it's very hard for Coutard to escape.
So this top lane then, the duos, as you rightly mentioned, being predicted properly, and 280 carries pretty level on farm right now. Here's the new man for Millennium, Cotnex, looking to get in on that mid lane, but he's going to be stood right on top of a ward. Coutard knows that's there, knows that he's there, of course, because of that. Does have flash as well if he really needs to be safe.
Yeah, but Coutard really wants to make sure he doesn't have to use the flash here. But Cotnex actually coming around. Let's see Coutard. His ward is now gone, and obviously Cotnex already moved around, so he didn't have vision on him. Decides to play it safe. He want to keep the flash up, because if the flash is gone, he can never move past the mid lane here in risk of getting ganked.
So this bottom lane, Youngblood, for the first time we see him here on that Gragas, and already doing a good job. Actually, he's a little bit behind in CS, did a lot of damage to Kevin on that last wave though, so we'll see how that one all develops.
And Kevin actually decided to ward all the way up here to see if Amazing walked in to do his golems. He didn't want to risk him staying at the golems and then walk down to dive him. Obviously the green ward wouldn't have spotted Amazing if he didn't start the golems, so he just wanted to see if someone was there and he could safely get all the farm here and not get dove on.
So this top lane then, once again, Jerry, a good poke that comes out of Karma. If you can land it, of course. If you don't land it, then it's not going to do any damage for you. That one remaining pretty level at 23 to 26 CS. So you see the Zenith blade coming out, just flying wide of Jerry.
But look what Jerry is doing. Instantly, as he saw the animation, he popped the shield onto himself, gets the extra mobility, and also, of course, the shield. So it's going to be very hard for Copenhagen Wolves to actually burst him down. And they're just poking away, making sure to keep them slightly away from the minions so Kraton can pick up all the CS.
You have to wonder how Millennium are coming into this one. Be interesting to hear from them in the near future, because of the fact they've had this roster change. It obviously affects different teams in different ways, can give you a whole new lease of life and hunger to win games.
Like Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, it can also put you behind though in terms of your practice that you've got together and the synergy levels that you've got. But it is worth mentioning that, you know, some teams, when they've had this replacement, will bring someone completely new in. Cortex is not a complete stranger to these guys. However, we do have Amazing coming up top.
And Unlimited going
in now towards Jerry. Unlimited is quite low, but they managed to burst down Jerry. Kraton has to net away, and that is a kill back for the Copenhagen Wolves. Amazing just sauntering on in, and that's always the danger with Evelyn. Doesn't matter if you've got the ward there, you're going to get see her when she actually starts doing the damage.
Exactly, and that's the annoying part again when you're playing against Evelyn, because you need deep wards in the enemy jungle, or you need pink wards, or you have absolutely no idea where she is. And we actually saw Unlimited, he just flashed on straight onto Karma here, took no chance of her dodging his E, so he made sure he could lock her down and get the very easy kill.
So this mid lane, Curve, doing good amounts of damage and also having a solid CS lead at this point. 43 to 31 CS, all because of the fact, of course, that Kautard has to get into melee range on those minions, and that's just free harassment from Kerp. Do see Amazing coming over towards this mid lane though, so we'll see if he can give Kautard any backup. In the end though, that wave is pushed completely up and it doesn't look like he'll be able to have the impact. However, down by the blue buff, Cortex has just been into the enemy jungle. He's already backing off though.
Yeah, he's slightly behind in CS here, but it shouldn't matter too much at this point. He wanted to try and set something up with Youngblood, but decides wisely enough to back off. And Amazing now, coming down there to this bot lane. Youngblood is level 6, and Kevin is not, so he can actually knock him into the face of Amazing.
Let's see if they can pull this one off. Youngblood making sure that he doesn't scare Kevin away by going too aggressive onto this minion wave. In the end, though, they realize there's probably nothing for the taking.
Yeah, I actually think Amazing was there more for counter gank, because they had Cortex being nearby beforehand, so they didn't know if he was waiting in the bush up in the try here to come in when Youngblood pushed up the lane. That's why he was waiting around. Look at the early magic resist onto Kevin. So with Evelyn and with Gragas, it's going to be hard to take him down.
And he's slightly ahead in farm in that bottom lane as well, in the solo lane after the switch. Obviously, top lane still remains even on CS. Both AD carries do have a assist, obviously one from earlier on and one from that kill just earlier on onto J-Ree. And as they start to come back in lane, we'll see if any more happens up on that top side of the map. Both AD carries are coming back in with a BF sword.
The difference here is actually for the supports, where we have the Sidestone already onto Unlimited because he picked up the first blood. So he also switched his trinket now to the sweeping lens, and also having a pink ward, so he can deny a lot of vision from Millennium, and also he's going to provide, of course, some good vision for himself and for Given here. So very good start for him, and I actually like when the support gets the first, or get the early kill, so he can get some good vision early.
And interestingly enough, these two teams have some of the longer games as well. They've, you know, maybe not, you can say struggled, or maybe you can on Millennium side, to finish out games that they've actually managed to win, that they were ahead in. The Wolves, generally, even when they're ahead, play things very, very safe and by the book. And we've got an extended laning phase coming out of this one. Both teams matching up duo versus duo, the solo lanes on their own as well. The junglers have come in a couple of times. We're going to see the blue buffs being passed over here for the first time as well. But very, very passive start, I think we can say. Aside from level 1, of course, which was just a big mess.
But the level 1 is what we're going to get now in the 4.4 when trinkets, of course, are at the 2-minute mark because people will invade in blind. And it can actually change the games a lot. Personally, getting the trinket ward down to 1 minute could then fix everything because you could put the ward, you could get some vision, we could see some tactical play here. But with the 2 minutes, we're going to see these level 1 invades more often. And for both teams here, of course, the fact that Millennium picked up the first spot and then Copenhagen Wolves now just trying to farm up despite actually doing really well in the lanes. It's going to be this passive early game, and in the mid game we need to see then the decision making, we need to see the new shot calling from Millennium, of course, come in action, because as you said yourself, Copenhagen Wolves in the past normally play very safe when it comes to the mid game, and that's actually one of the issues for them because they give the other team the chance to farm up and make a comeback.
Also, being one of their strong points as well, we have to say, on the other hand, the fact that they are so stable when it comes to that mid game. Sometimes it only takes one mistake though, and all that stability that you've had for sometimes 20 minutes, half an hour even with the Wolves, then it can go all down the pan very quickly. This bottom lane Youngbuck is still level with Kevin, doing, as he has been throughout this one, good damage, but now we see the junglers starting to head down to that lane.
Yeah, because Kevin is on 50% and it's a big wave from Youngbuck now going into Curb.
Yeah, but the damage not really there for him at this point. There is the bomb coming out, Coutard losing half of his HP, meanwhile down in the bottom lane we did see Amazing coming in, Cottonex was there as well, and not really too much damage going to be traded by those two. Meanwhile in the top lane we can see a wait off here, and there is a Solar Flare. They're going to go for Jerry once again. He loses half of his health. Now they focus towards Creaton, but can they turn this one around? They're going to stun Unlimited up. Have they got the damage to finish it off? It doesn't look like it.
So flash used here by Jerry, make sure he can survive this burst coming from Copenhagen Wolves. Down in the bottom lane, we saw both junglers having the same idea because there was a big wave from Coutard pushing on to the turret, and Kevin was 50%. So Amazing, he wanted to go down to either protect Youngbuck from Cottonex or actually even just dive onto Kevin here. And of course Cottonex, he had the same idea. The jungler's gonna be there, I need to be there.
Tense game. We've gone past the 10-minute mark now, just a killer piece, and we can see the gold hanging just a little bit in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. Have to give credit to Coutard. We said that he loves to play those safer, farm-heavy champions. That's not really what he's done this time around, going for a bit more of a risky lane matchup against Kerp's more safe farming champion.
Yeah, he's been actually doing a very good job. Only being the 10 CS behind is not too big of a deal for him, so as long as he can continue farming and not fall further behind the Kerp, he's going to be happy, going to get the static shift, get the Infinity Edge, the two key items for him on Yasuo, so he can really start doing some damage. And now Amazing, onto this top lane again. Jerry can actually face check him.
Jerry puts the ward down, but he's going to get jumped on here by Amazing. He speeds himself up, but the ulti comes down. Amazing's going to get locked up, but the Zenith Blade lands, and there is the kill for Forgiven.
Yeah, so no flash on Jerry, was popped before by Unlimited, and also a pink ward from Copenhagen Wolves in this bush, so they knew there was no vision, and as soon as Amazing moved in there, same did Jerry, and with no flash use is dead. But this means for Millennium's side, with the jungler being up top lane, with the dual lane being top lane, they can take the dragon.
We had questions about how their shot calling was going to be, that we know RNA are very vocal, or was a very vocal man in the team. That was a spot-on call though, knowing that the jungle's on the top side, go straight for dragon.
A very good call, and making sure actually that Copenhagen Wolves lose out on the trade, unless they can get something going here. Amazing, he's staying around the spot lane, and look at Coutard as well, moving up, but he was spotted.
Yeah, was spotted coming in. The ultimate was used from Kevin, but the flash came around as Amazing. Going to come to the back here towards Jerry. Actually, we have Kerp starting to move his way up as well. Coutard is there, but in the end, not able to put down as much damage as they may have hoped for. There's a bouncing bomb which catches the back end of Forgiven. Going to get a slow across him. Failed flash from Forgiven. Ace in the hole comes through. Blocked by Amazing. Have they got any more to throw at this one? No, I don't think so. The Wolves back away. Three of them in fact, all of them very low.
Yeah, the fact they could actually spot Coutard moving through the pink ward here in the river from Millennium's side meant they knew something was gonna happen. We had Kerp throwing his ultimate to clear the wave, and also both Jerry and Creason playing very passive because they knew someone was nearby here. So they actually turned around, and now Kerp getting some good CS here and can push the wave into the turret.
Kerp is 20 CS up over Coutard in that middle lane. The bot lane has switched in favor of Youngbuck. His barrel's starting to do a lot more damage now and can bully Kevin away from things. Kevin is coming back into this thing with that Spirit Visage back in there, so he should be feeling a little bit more comfortable what Youngbuck can throw at him.
Yeah, but as long as Youngbuck can stay 1v1 against Shyvana, he's going to constantly push her into the turret. He will be able to get it at some point, as long as the junglers do not interfere or the dual lanes switch around. So for Copenhagen Wolves, they're fine now with keeping these lanes. Also due to the pressure from Amazing and unlimited up here in the top lane, they're actually doing really well in this 2v2.
That 2v2, 1-2-3 versus 130 CS. Forgiven somehow, even if the Copenhagen Wolves fall behind in lane phase, still somehow manages to put up those record-breaking sometimes CS numbers, as we are going to see them diving on towards Creatine. Is he going to be able to get away? Barrier was used. Unlimited locked up, but they've definitely not got the damage to push back on this. Cottonex did come up through the Millennium jungle, but wasn't able to be in position to have an impact there.
And again, this is why I love to see Unlimited play Leona, because whenever they have a chance, he's going to engage. That's why Copenhagen Wolves use so much focus on getting a bot lane ahead, because they know they can take this advantage and just continue to push it, and maybe even get a kill onto Millennium, or at least the turret.
A lot of turret damage coming in there. Half of the turret's HP has been stripped off. Cottonex was just waiting around inside of that area. As we're going to see Kautok going in on towards Curb. That's a lot of damage. The bomb comes back. Now it's Kautok going low. There's the barrier used. A good wind wall. Amazing was in position for any follow-up. No kill.
And the wind wall actually saved the life of Kautok here. The bomb would have hit him and would have killed him. So very good use of the wind wall, making sure Curb couldn't trade back.
They're actually going aggressive here. They've got Cottonex moving up through the river, but will they get in position? I don't think so. The slow not landing, but he's Amazing. Dives in on towards Curb. Curb being a little bit too cocky there, maybe not knowing Amazing's position. And he comes in, simply catches him off guard. 3-1 to the Wolves.
Yeah, Amazing was just waiting around here, and as soon as Curb just moved out to throw his bouncing bomb to the minions, instantly went in, flashed and killed him. So very good play by Amazing. And this ward actually from Millennium, they actually saw him coming towards the mid lane, because this ward has been there for a long time already, but he just stayed around and Curb didn't expect it.
And now he's going straight towards that top lane. That turret definitely not healthy anymore. And his Solar Flare is off cooldown, and Unlimited has been landing those nicely, but there is a pink ward in this tri-bush. Will that stop them moving in? They've got minions moving in. They might not even care that pink ward's there. There is a Solar Flare coming down. Jerry going to be focused here by Amazing. The Culling comes through. That's 2 kills. 1 for Amazing, 1 for Forgiven. Tower's going to go down as well.
Absolutely perfect timing from Copenhagen Wolves. As soon as the minion wave got into the turret, Amazing was there. The pink ward didn't even matter, because they were in a position to just straight up engage. And now Curb, he wants to get something.
Oh, they manage it though. There's the bouncy bomb. Doesn't
no
land.
Flash,
Amazing
no flash.
Gonna be stuck here though. There's another bounce coming in. Curb gets it with lands that one. Takes the double buffs as well. Nice kill back from Millennium.
Yeah, and 2 kills on the Curb now. Double buff. He's having some very good farm. Once again, he's the guy Millennium needs to carry. They need him to carry them. Every single time he's playing Ziggs, he's doing so well. He's always getting farm, always getting kills. And let's see what he can actually do once the team fight starts.
Oh, they're going in on towards Kautok. He does put the wind wall up, just dashes out there towards the minions, but he's not going to get away. Cottonex is able to wrap that one up.
So again, very nice kill from Millennium. They're doing everything they can to make sure they can punish Copenhagen Wolves if they stay too far up in the lane, so if they play too aggressive. So very nice job. And now Youngbuck onto Kevin.
Oh, it's in the barrel there though, and Kevin's like, well, still kind of tanky at this point with that Spirit Visage in there. Youngbuck just going to drink up and probably take himself another wave.
And this can actually be a big issue for Copenhagen Wolves later in the game, because Shyvana is going to be so tanky that Youngbuck can do nothing to her, and she will actually be able to force him out of the lane. Yes, he can wave clear, but he won't be able to duel her 1v1. And that's where Millennium, with Ziggs, Caitlyn, and of course Karma, can do a 1-4, where you have 4 members in the mid lane and just Shyvana split pushing in one of the side lanes.
So Dragon, #1 of this game, went over to Millennium after they saw Amazing in the top lane there and knew that they could take that one without any jungle pressure. This time around it comes up in 20 seconds. There's already pink ones in, and there goes the Solar Flare. A little bit far out. Amazing had flanked around the side, and actually that costs Unlimited quite a lot of health.
And Copenhagen Wolves, they could actually have gone for this one, but they didn't have vision, and now Cottonex onto Youngbuck here in the bottom lane, but he's all alone.
He have the damage here to take down Youngbuck. He's going to have to go very deep if he wants to.
Missed.
There is the missed barrel, but the rest of the Wolves starting to close around. They think they don't have the damage, and they'd probably be right from it as well. They back off towards their own turret. Youngbuck's going to have to recall, and it looks like Millennium may have got themselves positioned on the Dragon.
And it's so hard to kill Kha'Zix when he's popping the ultimate with the involved now. And they're going again.
On towards Forgiven. There is the ace in the hole, going to come flying through. It hits Unlimited despite his flash. Cottonex picks up that one. That leaves them at a 3 versus 4, or really, sorry, a 5 versus 4, but really a 5 versus 3 because Youngbuck's nowhere to be seen after being forced back.
And I like this Cottonex guy. He's really setting up things. First, he 1v1s Youngbuck down in the bottom lane, and he just want to force him away, want to make sure he couldn't recall before the Dragon because he was low on mana. And then once the fight actually starts here, he's the one jumping in. He's the one setting it up. So very confident play by Cottonex, and very nice to see some early aggression.
Let's have a look down some of the items now that we're approaching that 20-minute mark. We see the Athene's Unholy Grail done for Kerp on Ziggs. Also for Gragas there on Youngbuck. We just got a brief split second of him. Also got a needlessly large rod in there as he may end up getting himself caught out. He has to flash away there knowing he's going to get stunned up, a little bit out of position.
And again, Copenhagen Wolves here, they're afraid to do anything, and that's also why he's flashing away, because they don't have enough vision. They don't know where the rest of Millennium's members are. So Youngbuck, he simply felt that if I get snared here, I will die. There's going to be multiple members jumping me, so I just have to flash, even though it was actually only Jerry.
Did survive, but they've lost their turret for that one. Oh, they've picked up a turret for that one as well, knowing that the support was on that top side of the map. So that leaves us 2-0 in towers in favour of the Copenhagen Wolves. But if we look at the gold, it's pretty much bang even once again. Cottonex just coming around to see that actually he's gone as the ultimate. He's going to come off here from Kauton. Amazing was caught sleeping there. He didn't really react to that one.
Amazing, he was waiting for something to happen from Millennium's side. I actually think he wanted Cottonex to not jump away, but try and fight against Kauton, because it would be 1 versus 1, and then he would join in, because he knew as soon as the jump was there from Cottonex, he wouldn't be able to catch him.
More pressure on the bottom lane here, possibly. Jungler along with the duo lane there, but actually they just steal those golems and they're going to back away. Meanwhile, Kevin, now that he's a little bit more tanky, feeling like he can go in between the inner and outer turrets on this top lane, gets himself a warding position. Actually, Kauton did start to come up on towards his top side, but actually won't bother with that one, wants to stick around and get the farm in middle. Kevin clearing out a pink ward as well. Not a bad little trip for Kevin overall.
And Millennium should be happy just trying to extend the game and getting all the farm, because again, with Caitlyn and Ziggs late game, and of course Kha'Zix who scales so well, you have a very, very strong late game set up. A lot of wave clear, a lot of siege potential of course, and then you have the front line with both Shyvana and Kha'Zix scaling well into late game. You have the ultimate from Kha'Zix making him very hard to kill. So Millennium's setup here, coming into late game teamfights, is very, very good. If they can keep extending the game, they should be in an advantage.
There onto Kauton from Kerp, landing a good combo onto him as the duo lanes are once again going to be facing off on the bottom side of the map. Cottonex is in fact there, was just spotted out, so he will start to back away from things. The Wolves know that Millennium have no turret behind them there, and as such Cottonex having to come across, and that's another good deep wall there from the Wolves that will spot out all three of them.
Yeah, if you look at the minimap at the moment, 5 minutes ago, they didn't have any deep wards. They had no idea where Millennium were. They played very careful. Now, they have some very good deep wards here and actually avoiding all the pink wards from Millennium side, so they know where people are. Cottonex, he wanted to go on amazing.
Use his ultimate to try and stealth in for that one.
A little bit too aggressive.
Might work out for him, yeah. I mean, Evelyn's pretty quick anyway.
Yep.
With those boots in there and able to pop the W, but the Wolves once again just turn around, go back towards this bottom lane. They know that the jungler's now backed away from that. They can put the pressure on, but Cottonex has come towards mid. Kauton with a very early flash there, didn't want any of that.
Not taking any chances here, didn't want to get slowed, and then all the damage from Kerp, of course, the satchel could knock him back towards them, so just flashing away instantly as he saw the jump from Cottonex.
So will we go back to a more slower pace here and wait for the next Dragon to be coming up into play? Millennium stay in this bottom side of the map with Creaton and JRE just happy to get the farm. If we look at the farm, Forgiven is ahead of this one. It's only 15 CS or so at this stage. If you look at the overall goal, it's 1,000 extra for Forgiven in that matchup.
Yeah, so some objective goals, of course. We have 2 turrets onto Copenhagen Wolves side, putting him ahead here, and also, of course, the 2 kills, 2 0 kills from Caitlyn. So if you look in general here at the way Copenhagen Wolves want to play the map, you see Youngbuck up in top lane, he's just holding. He just want to get farm, want to make sure Kevin cannot take the turret. Down in the bottom lane, that's why they push up. That's why you also see Amazing staying around this mid lane and bot lane area. If something should happen, he can join in. And also with the D-boards they had before, they had some good vision. They could always see Connex move around.
Top lane not exactly killable. Shyvana now moving up with a giant's belt on top of that Spirit Visage from earlier on. Cottonix also sticking around this bottom side of the map. Knows what Amazing's plan is. Not going to let his team get outnumbered there. Specifically on this bottom side where Forgiven has gone constantly and pushed this wave after wave towards the turret.
Yeah, we need to see if Copenhagen Wolves want to keep doing it, because Dragon is up in 1 minute. If Millennium can get a gank onto them, and Cottonix stealthing in here, can he get to Forgiven?
Ace in the hole goes through from this one. Takes him down to about 2/3 of his HP, and here comes Kerp as well. The damage, flashed away from, and he's turned it around. The culling comes out from Forgiven. Amazing play from Forgiven. And now Kerp got to be caught in this one. Good minefield to stop them chasing through on that one. Jayri was there as well to offer up the shield, but will they try and close in? Gragas is coming through the tri-bush, but I think that's all she wrote for the Wolves.
And Millennium here playing a little bit too aggressive. Cottonix used all 3 charges of his ultimate, just getting towards Forgiven. And they knew there's been no action for the last few minutes, so both summoners would be ready on Lucian. That's why he could barrier, of course, to the ultimate from Kerp, and then flash out of the Kerp ultimate and just turn it around. So Millennium want to try something, but it's just a little bit too aggressive here and was too easy for Forgiven to just counter.
There is the turret taken by the Copenhagen Wolves. All 3 outer turrets are now down. We'll see how they move in next. Dragon, of course, is live, and they are going to be moving into this one. Nothing that Millennium can do about this one. If you look at the minimap, nowhere there. And actually, that will be the first Dragon of the game for the Copenhagen Wolves. And you have to feel from Millennium's side, if they'd have not taken those last 2 Dragons, they'd be so far behind by now.
Yeah, credit to them for getting the first 2 Dragons. That's very good play and very good shot calling for them, because once Amazing showed up top lane, they took the first one, and after, of course, the fight, they took the second one. So Millennium have been doing a good job when it comes to Dragons. And I actually think Cottonix went aggressive onto Forgiven here because the Dragon was about to spawn. He wanted to get him low, force him to recall, and they could then go and take the Dragon. Instead, though, Forgiven just turned it around, flashed the ultimate from Kerp, and very nice play by him, but also a little bit too aggressive by the new guy.
3-0-2 now for Forgiven. He's got his Trinity Force on top of the Bloodthirster and the workings of that last Whisper as well. And if you look at the clock, 25 minutes in, he's got 255 CS. Doesn't seem to skip a beat when it comes to that front of things. And we'll see if he can carry his team through to victory. Generally, when the Copenhagen Wolves do win games, Forgiven has always got an impressive score.
Always. Like, Forgiven, he's the late game carrier of Copenhagen Wolves. It's not Kautot, it's not Youngbuck, it's not Amazing. Late game, it's all about Forgiven. They run these combos as well, where they make sure they can shield him, they have me kills for him, everything to make sure he doesn't die, and then he builds the 6 damage item build, and he just goes completely ham when it comes to the last team fights.
Pushing and pulling in that mid lane with those minion waves as Kevin is going to look to try and get in on top of the red buff, but he was stood on top of a ward. Amazing had his smite available, not really a problem there. The Wolves just stripping out their entire jungle, getting as much money as they possibly can from that one. Let's have a look down some of the items once again. Shyvana now with that Sunfire Cape, and Kevin just going to be feeling more and more comfortable. If you look at Amazing, he's actually picked himself up a Sunfire Cape as well. Youngbuck might be caught out of position here. No, he's got the body slam to get him off to safety.
Yeah, so Amazing, he wants to be in the face of Kreton with the Sunfire. Now going on to Kevin here.
Yeah, but you don't do any damage to Kevin. I don't think Kautot even will be able to get through Kevin's defenses at this stage of things. Look for that knockup, but didn't quite have the range on it. However, if they get Amazing in there as well, they possibly do have enough damage to work themselves through that one. You've always got to be wary, though, of Kerp just stepping off from that mid lane and throwing his ultimate into the mix as well.
But look here what Copenhagen Wolves are doing. They put Yasuo in one lane, they have obviously Youngbuck in the other lane just to hold it, not to push it, and then Kautot here, as soon as he pushed up, Amazing moved from the mid lane to back him up if something should happen here. They want to force these 1v1s or 2v2s and then try and win them. And meanwhile, obviously the dual lane just standing in mid lane, just wave clearing. So we have Copenhagen Wolves doing a 1-3-1, and we have Millennium with the setup to do a 1-4. Let's see actually if one of the teams can punish the other team if they try and go for the split push and then turn around.
The other thing we have to consider, 30 minutes into this game, will we start seeing the teams posturing around that Baron area? We've seen time and time again the Wolves, now, you can't even call it a dance, it's more of some kind of marathon that they dance, that they do around there. They'll hang around it for 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes. They'll camp around the Baron constantly until you make the mistake. Funnily enough, that's how they beat Millennium last time, as we are going to see Talisman pop. They're going for Kurt, but he gets away from the Solar Flare. J-Ring getting hammered here, though, by the Culling Cotonex, just blocking out the last couple of hits from that one, and actually that will save J-Ring's life.
And 3 ultimates were used from Copenhagen Wolves. On Millennium side, they still have everything ready. If a fight should break out now, Millennium will be able to control it.
Can they take this turret? Kurt hanging off to the side. Youngblood got that poke with the barrels to maybe force them away. You see that Cotonex just hanging off towards the side of things as well. That's something that we've seen these Kazakhs doing. They like to come in from the side, from the back sometimes as well, and just be a general nuisance when it comes to these team fights. Actually, Youngblood going to get warded on top of there. That will give Cotonex's position away, or someone's position away. In fact, Cotonex going to jump on through. He wants to get rid of that pink ward. Doesn't even take damage from Youngblood in the process.
But we need to see how Cotonex want to play the team fights here. He's picked up the Giant's build, so he's having some tankiness now. And if he jumps into the backline of Copenhagen Wolves, we can see him kite around with his ultimate. But we have seen him earlier in this game popping the ultimates actually to engage. And if he does that, he will be squishy once the 3 charges are gone, and he will be a focus for Copenhagen Wolves. So let's see how he actually decides to play them.
Have to hit the items here again, because we see the Infinity Edge done now for Yasuo. We just saw the Last Whisper being picked up for Forgiven as well. That's 2 items that's going to allow them to fight a lot better against this Millennium setup.
Yeah, big power spike items for both of them. Of course, with Infinity Edge now onto Yasuo, you're going to crit every time you get onto someone, and it's so much burst, that was just so much damage in general you can put onto targets if you actually get to them. That's where, of course, they need to time the ultimate for Youngblood or the knock-up from Kautar himself.
More farm for Forgiven. 320 after less than 30 minutes. As Kautar here going to get chased down by Kevin. Going to stick to him here, but how much damage can he do? It's a lot of damage coming through. There's the Culling Ace in the hole. Will go and be blocked out there actually in the end by that wind wall.
It's a very good wind wall again. But Kautar, he's often the focus for Millennium. When they go for a target to poke them down, they find Kautar here, making it hard for him to engage. The bomb back in, now they engage from Unlimited.
Solar Flare went down only onto Kevin though. We saw the Talisman being popped. Are they going to come in? There's a great barrel from Youngblood, completely splitting everyone up. And Kautar's running amok. Double kill for him already. Cotonex will try and jump away. It was a triple actually in the end there for Kautar. He did go down, but he's shut down by Kevin. But now Amazing, he's chasing on towards Kurt. He's got vision of him. There's the speed up, but actually he's decided to leave him. They might as well go pushing these turrets now.
An absolutely perfect team fight for Copenhagen Wolves. As soon as the bomb from Curb was used onto them, they just engaged. Look at this here. The bomb from Curb is used, only hitting 1 member, and then instantly engage from Unlimited. They go in and out here. Amazing coming in, taking some damage, and then Youngblood from the backside. 4-man ultimate. Yasuo jumps onto it, picks up 3 kills for himself, and Curb, he's on the wrong side of the wall here, so he's not able to join in again.
And they tried to track him down, but actually in the end, the Copenhagen Wolves were able to take the Dragon from that and the middle inner turret as well. So 2 big objectives picked up from them there. That's 4-1 now in turrets and a good, healthy gold lead.
Very good gold lead for them, and this is the time for him now to keep up the pressure. We see some armor now onto Yasuo, so he's going to go in for the Guardian Angel to make sure once he's jumping into the face of Millennium, even if he should get bursted down, like in the last team fight, he will still be able to join in afterwards. So I like this pickup for him, and also I like the fact he actually doesn't want to go Last Whisper early on, because he's already getting armor penetration from his ultimate, so he doesn't think he needs the Last Whisper yet.
Kevin got himself the Cutlass now and a Giant's Belt added in as well. We did see how much damage he can do chasing down a couple of members just a little bit earlier on, and now again he hangs around by that red buff, keeping the vision up, will spot Amazing, and Millennium are making a move for their 2nd turret of the game. You're not going to stop that one from going down. The Culling coming in a little bit too late. He'll get the minions, but won't keep the turret up.
Very good pushing power here from Millennium with, of course, Caitlyn and Ziggs and Karma, just making sure constantly pushing the wave up, and as soon as Copenhagen Wolves were out of position, they could take the turret, and everything counts at this point because there's 6,000 gold behind. Every time they can get a turret for free, it's gonna help them get back in this game, because again, the late game combo from Millennium is very, very strong, so as long as they don't fall further behind, they're still in this game.
42 minutes into this one. Kevin once again going to be chasing off towards Amazing, who himself is decently tanky. We continue working himself up towards that random. He's got a Sunfire Hex Drinker in there already. There's a pink ward for J-Ree, and Amazing's actually going to come through, stops him taking the pink ward, at least for now, and clears out the ward of his own.
Yeah, so again, as you just talked about with the tank items onto Evelynn here, very tanky already, and with the shield also from his ultimate, whenever Amazing goes into the face of Millennium, he's not gonna die. He's gonna be able to jump back out, and that's where the rest of Copenhagen Wolves can join in as soon as Amazing is having all the focus onto him.
Well, we don't see that Baron dance started off here by the Copenhagen Wolves. They've got full vision control of that area. A couple of pink wards being used to solidify the views that they've got of that one. Amazing, just throwing a cheeky hate spike off towards Cottonex. But Millennium, they're not messing around, making sure that this mid lane keeps on push through. They've got actually to deal sometime soon with Kaltard. Is Youngbuck going to get knocked against the wall? They're going to dive in. There is the ace in the hole. It goes on towards Unlimited. There was Kurp's ultimate as well. But look at Amazing coming from behind. He's spotted by the pink ward. The Cullen stops them pushing too much onto the turret. But look at Kaltard in the bottom left there. He's going to take down that inner top turret.
Yeah, okay, Youngbuck was actually caught out here, but it's still fine for Copenhagen Wolves. It's too easy for them to defend when all 5 members from Millennium are just pushing up the mid lane. The whole minion wave was gone, they couldn't hit the turret, and now Kaltard in the bottom lane onto the next one. So too easy for Copenhagen Wolves because Millennium just grew up as 5.
He's going down towards Baron. Youngbuck and Unlimited are fairly low, but they're going to start this one off. Will Millennium be able to come back through? We do have Kaltard, who's the last man to join this party with that Guardian Angel on. They're going to keep going. He's going down very, very low. And there is the pickup for the Wolves. They managed to get it on towards Kevin, but he's not really the target they're looking for. They have lost Unlimited, but look at Forgiven hammering his way through there. Managed to get one out of the fight. He'll finish off the second one. And now the Culling coming in on towards Kevin as well. Amazing having to run ace in the hole. He gets out of vision of that one. In fact, no, he didn't. It's because Caitlyn died. The triple kill comes in the end there for Kaltard. A double kill for Forgiven as well. The Copenhagen Wolves can push everything down here.
Yeah, so Baron for Copenhagen Wolves. They had 2 members dying early in the fight, but Forgiven, Kaltard and Amazing are all so strong. They just stayed in there. We saw actually Forgiving dashing down 1v2 against both Creton and Jerry, forcing Creton to back out of the fight here, and then he could join in with the rest of the team and finish up all of Millennium. And they might actually try and finish this game.
It looks like they're going to here. Let's have a look at the countdowns. Jerry's up in 5 seconds, but everyone else at least 10 seconds later. This is going to be the game for the Copenhagen Wolves. A valiant start for Millennium, but the Wolves proving too strong once again.
So 2 very good team fights for Copenhagen Wolves. The game was very even. Then we had the mid fight. Copenhagen Wolves won it. They pulled ahead, and then now they start the Baron. Instantly after they force Millennium to back off, take it, and turn around the next fight and win it. It's a very smooth play by Copenhagen Wolves.
And you have to say it wasn't all bad here for Millennium. Definitely stronger performance than we've seen from them recently. I mean, their loss to Gambit last week, you have to say they almost didn't turn up whatsoever to play in that match. This time they did give the Copenhagen Wolves a tough time, but I also have to point out that the Wolves have had a tough time against a lot of teams, and even the wins that they have picked up, they've had struggles. They've had very early to even mid games in those ones as well.
Well, Millennium did fine early on, but then once we actually got to the team fighting point, we had the one big team fight in mid lane again. Copenhagen Wolves won it, and from there on, they didn't feel like there was anything they could actually do. Normally you would send Shyvana to a side lane, but because Yasuo was so strong, they didn't feel Kevin could actually 1v1 him. So they sent him mid lane instead, pushed up with 5 members, Copenhagen Wolves responded, pushed them back again, killed the minion wave, and Kaltard, he was just pushing up in the top lane, getting 2 turrets here, and from this point on, there's really nothing Millennium can do, because if they can't 1v1 someone with Shyvana, they force her to be with the team, and then it's too easy for Copenhagen Wolves to just dictate the map. So after the lost team fight in mid, the game was actually over for them.
I have to point out, and I feel like I'm singing his praises maybe a little bit too often during this game, but Forgiven, we saw him there once again. 5-0-5 he ended this one. 35-minute game, 390 CS. Above average CS again for Forgiven.
Credit to Forgiven. Credit to his support, Unlimited. In the laning phase, as soon as they got ahead from Amazing, helping them up in the top lane, he just engaged every single time. And whenever he engaged, Forgiven followed up. They just won the lane from there on. And then getting into the team fights again, it's always Unlimited who starts it. He's the one setting things up. So we have to give credit to the dual lane. Both of them playing so well.
A good start to the week for the Wolves as well. If you look at their last 5 games, they only picked up 1 win, which was against the Super Hot crew, losing the other 4. And At this stage of the season, you want to have kind of the 5 previous games to that, which were all wins for the Copenhagen Wolves. It'll be nice for them to get back to winning ways as we start to close out the split.
Of course, but you can also turn around and say now they've seen some of the issues, because that's why they lost the game, so they can fix them before the Super Week, before the playoffs coming here. So for them, I guess it goes both ways. Imagine if they had won 5 games now in a row, and then once they got to Super Week or playoffs, they started to do some mistakes. They didn't see them because they were winning games, and just started losing, and you would actually get nothing. So I think for Copenhagen Wolves, they prefer having fixed the issues now, coming into Super Week and playoffs looking stronger, and if they play like they did in this game, yes, it was against the bottom team, but still, the fast decisions, the very good team fights for them, if they can manage to do that, coming into Super Week, I actually see them going to playoffs, and they can be an underdog.
And the fact is that a win's a win as well. It doesn't matter if it's against the top team or the bottom team, although it's the teams that are around your area and the teams that you could be tiebreakered with. That I don't think that's an actual word, but you get my point from that one. Those are the teams that you really need to win against. From Millennium's side, roster change coming into this week. Cottonex, for me, showing up in this one. I mean, 4-2-1 by the end of it. Showed good pressure throughout, but honestly, they were just a little bit too far behind in that last fight. That what you're going to do? I mean, you can get right into the middle of them, but if you're going to be controlled anyway.
He did a good job early on. We have to give him the credit. Yeah. And then a little bit too aggressive. I think he just really wanted, he got a good start, he got some confidence, he really wanted to keep it going, want to try and just win the game almost by himself. And Copenhagen Wolves, they managed to punish it, but the very last team fight, he actually picked up a double kill. So he did his job. He actually showed, as you said yourself, good early game pressure here. And while he did 1 or 2 mistakes, it's his first game. It's normal. Let's see him actually coming in tomorrow, what he can do.
Well, a great win for the Copenhagen Wolves. So let's turn things over to Shox and Demon, who are standing by with the Wolves as forgiven.
Yes, thank you very much, Joe. And hello, everyone. I'm Eva Shox supporter, joined by Lee Demon Smith. And we have Forgiven here with us from the Copenhagen Wolves to talk about that win. Forgiven, first off, the Heimerdinger ban. Tell us why you chose to ban him this time.
Our coach predicted that actually Kevin or Kerp would have some practice in Heimerdinger, because after the changes it seemed at least like to me that he's a pretty bit unbalanced. So he can pretty much actually counter everything in almost every single lane. Like, if we think properly, we used to say that Renekton has no counters at all, and then after the rework, Heimer shows up and he just destroys Renekton single-handedly. So we thought like it would be a wise ban. We had nothing else to ban against Millennium.
And then, of course, you chose to go with Yasuo and Gragas, with Gragas on Youngbuck. Youngbuck we've not really seen. Obviously, we've seen him on Vlad, but you can't really count that as a true AP champion. What is it that's made this shift for him?
We were practicing Yasuo for actually a long time, and we had some thought of, instead of running the ability power in mid lane, run the ability power in top lane, and Gragas is one of the champions of Youngbuck that he is pretty actually good at. So we took advantage of this, and we sent Gragas to top lane to Youngbuck, and then practiced Yasuo and other stuff, which I won't reveal. And we saw some synergy because Gragas offers the ultimate for the knockups and stuff, and here we are.
There we are indeed, and then you guys got into the game. You guys were top lane, the 2 versus 2, going very well for you. Tell me a little bit about the exchanges you had in that lane.
Well, Kaedo and Jerry are pretty good bot lane, but they are not like us. Like, we managed to pull out Leona throughout the lane phase without me being behind in CS. Actually, I was ahead. So we were just waiting for level 6 when Leona just immediately power spikes hard. And the moment that they actually overextend or do a single mistake, we just punish it.
And what about that mid lane fight? Obviously, that's really was the turning point for the game. The solar flare went down, and then Youngbuck's ultimate came out and literally separated them, gave you a triple kill. What was going through the team's minds? Because it was a pretty close game at that point.
Yeah, it was actually. We did many mistakes, and we shouldn't do that, at least in LCS level. We are still a bit reminded of the challenger scene. But Derp was actually derping in the mid lane, and we managed to have him like 300, 400 HP. Actually, he was almost out of the fight, and then we initiated, and Leona and Gragas are, especially Unlimited, is one of the best initiators that plays in the league at the moment. We caught people, we just destroyed them, nobody died, and then our game was like just a road for us. Like, we just knew that with people having absolutely no flashes and Baron being completely uncontested, it was our game.
And speaking of the Baron, who made the call? I mean, it was a pretty risky call. It looked like at the time, but you took it so fast.
Again, people from Millennium got caught, and they actually went to the bot side of the map, and this was very unfavorable for them. And so we took a decision that we had like so many damage that we should rush the Baron, even if we were there. We just put out all the spells, and even if they go on us, the casualties will be for them, not for us.
As a final question about the team right now, how are you feeling within the team? Because last week, you guys went 0-2, but you had a really good performance even versus Fnatic being up in CS. Do you feel like you should step it up, or what was kind of the focus point in the practice this week?
I feel more that us Forgive and us Copenhagen Rules, we let ourselves down. That's all we do. Like, if people see our actually matches in the LCS, it's mostly like, let's say we played 23 games. Almost half of the losses we did, it was our mistakes and only ours, and people are letting down themselves. So the moment that they start to pick up from this, and they just get some psychology boost or mechanically practicing more on the servers and stuff, they will just go on and win the other lanes. That's our players.
And of course, you're chasing down the top 4 now. The battle at the top is the next match, SK versus Gambit. Which way do you have this one going?
I think SK. Gambit don't give a crap, actually, about the normal period of LCS. If SK played 100%, they will win. That's how SK are performing at the moment. They're not the best individual players team, but their team synergy is probably the best in Europe at the moment.
All right, so very much focusing on your own performance to be the best you can be. Thank you very much for giving.
Can I say something else? Not in Greek this time.
Nothing Greek? Sure, go ahead.
I want to address to Riot and say, please buff Graves.
Buff Graves, you love Graves. All right, we want to see that pool party skin, of course, a very nice skin. Thank you very much for giving. We'll take a very short break, but keep it right here because the battle for first place between SK Gaming and Gambit is just moments away. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the European LCS, and right now it's time for SK Gaming to take on Gambit in a battle for first place. Now, this is the final final time that these teams will meet this split, with a head-to-head currently 2-1 in favor of the Russians. And with both teams at the top end of the table, it's going to be an important clash for both sides. Not only does the winner take command of first place, but they will also further the distance between that three-way tie in third. Additionally, if SK can win here, it ties a head-to-head with Gambit, which will force a tiebreaker game if they're still in a dead heat at the end of the split. And we know that we love tiebreakers here in Europe.
However, a win for Gambit would give them the edge in the head-to-head and would avoid the need for a tiebreaker, actually. And the last time these two teams met each other, we had Jesses on Z for the first time, and we had Diamond Brox playing an absolutely perfect game as Lee Sin. Everything SK did in the early game was countered by Diamond, and Gambit didn't manage to keep this slight lead in gold the entire time. Jesses, he did pick up a few kills in the game onto Edward, but I was honestly not impressed by his Kha'Zix last week against Rocket, and it was the first time in a long time where Svensken, he didn't really have any impact on the early game, and it really seemed to hurt SK Gaming. So we need to see if teams now will focus on shutting down Svensken, and how SK Gaming then will react, and if someone else can step up in the early game.
Last week, Gambit picked up a win over last place Millennium, but lost to a Lions who are on a bit of a rampage, we have to say as well. This week definitely needs to be more stable for Gambit.
Yeah, last week is actually something I would call a standard week for Gambit, because they played a poor game against the Lions, but then they completely destroyed Millennium the next day. And in general, Gambit has been very inconsistent. But as long as they remain in the top of the table, then Gambit, they can be confident and still try out new things, because we can always expect them to become more consistent once the playoff actually hits and really start to show how strong they are as a team. And Gambit, talking about them as a team, they really focus on objectives. They are the second best team in Europe when it comes to Dragons with a total of 57. And they are the best team on blue side when it comes to Dragons with 38. But for some reason, they're actually the worst team on red side with only 19. However, the laning phase, it can be weak, which really shows when looking at first bloods giving up. They are the worst team in Europe with 17 first bloods given to the other team in only 22 games, and it's one of the things they really need to fix before the playoffs.
Well, one thing's for sure there, that Edward is looking good today, just checking on his phone, making sure that he is in fact looking absolutely brilliant for that one.
I agree. He's a beautiful man.
And we all know that Deficio does in fact do that as well.
No.
Pretty much before every time we do... Come on, F.
I wake up like this.
You wake up like that. That's exactly what I thought. But before we get into this matchup, let's take a look at what both teams are thinking before we get into the game.
We have trouble playing against Gambit for some reason, but not really against any other team.
SK is like a really strong team. It's like hard to understand what they want to do or what they're just doing in the game normally.
The games we lost against Gambit before were when we did really bad picks, I feel.
In every LCS we lose so much game for really stupid play with victory in our hands.
Gambit are like probably the most experienced team, and it's part of their strength, I think, that they're smart in champ select.
I know Freddy play Renekton, but it's not so much difficult for me. I'm really afraid not too much tanky champion, I'm afraid AP champion who can scale late more than my champion.
I think it makes more of a difference if you're like prepared and you predict what they're gonna pick and you get what you want, then it's almost a win in champ select already.
Some interesting discussions there. Darian in particular saying he's not scared of those tanky champions. It's the AP champions that he's actually scared of.
Potential Rice ban?
Maybe. We'll have to see about that one. First of all, though, before we get to Champions Select, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side for SK Gaming, they are Freddy in the top lane, Svensken in the jungle, Jesus in the mid lane, Candy Panda the AD carry, and then Rated the support.
On the red side, we have Gambit Gaming. Of course, we have the Swag Lord Darren in the top lane. We have Diamond in the jungle. Alex is the mid laner. Genji on AD carry. And of course, the good-looking Edward on support.
And two players that are going to be a key to victory for their respective teams are SK's Jesus and Gambit's Alex H in the mid lane.
Yeah, Jesus and Alex are two very different mid laners when it comes to playstyle and champion pool. We have Jesus, who prefers to play the long-range poke champions like Ziggs and Nidalee, while Alex, he loves to play assassins like Kha'Zix and LeBlanc. And the only champion they actually share is Lulu, which could be a ban or maybe even the first pick in the game. And Jessis, he needs to make sure he can stop Alex from roaming around the map. And Alex, on the other hand, he needs to make sure Jessis is not getting all the needed for him to become a big threat in teamfights with his poke champions. Svenskar normally puts a lot of focus on the top lane and the bot lane, so we might actually see Jessis being all alone in this mid lane against both Alex and Diamond.
So as we move towards champion select there, we've heard from the two top laners in this one. Darian's not scared of tanks, he's scared of AP champions. Freddy, on the other hand, you know, he is a player that loves to play those tanky champions. Yes. But will he have changed in these weeks where, you know, the likes of Ryze are more viable in that top lane?
I could definitely see him pick up Ryze as a champion for him. I mean, Ryze itself is not a hard champion to play. You need to learn the matchups, of course, but as long as you have him ready, you have this threat of this big AP scaling into late game champion, like Darian said he didn't want to play against. So I could see Ryze being a potential ban. Of course, Lee Sin for me, now with the changes to Elise, he's one of the absolute top junglers, if not the top jungler, so I can see it being banned away against the likes of Diamond. And then of course Evelynn, Svenskar played it, K6, both junglers have played it before, could also be banned towards it. I actually feel like it's worth banning out junglers now, because you have these top three with Evelynn, K6 and Lee Sin that you can take away. Depending of course of how people feel about Elise. There's a lot of different opinions. I've asked a lot of players here. We have some people or some players saying she's still good, and we have a lot of players saying she's completely awful at the moment.
Which is really, really interesting that there's no set kind of standard right now for Elise and how strong she is. And I'm sure that brings a little bit of inner turmoil to some teams as well, who say, okay, they've got a good Elise player, but we don't think Elise is strong anymore. Do we leave her open because we're not going to pick her because we don't think she's strong anymore? And if you lose that game, well, you're not going to leave Elise open again.
It's just the whole balance. Pro players in general have a tendency to overreact a little bit when it comes to changes and nerfs. We had people saying, we had some people saying that Kayle would be useless after the nerfs to her Q. The ratio got down to 0.6. Yet people still play her. She's still very strong. So it's just about someone continue to play her, show how good the champion still is, maybe show a new item build or new route if it's a jungler, and then it actually works again. So we just need to see here who's going to bring out the Elise and what can it actually do with it.
Who, if anyone, will do that one. And we mentioned it a little bit in game number 1, but we could probably say it a little bit more for this one. Kassadin is, of course, disabled this week, so that doesn't need to be banned away. Something that you might definitely think about banning against someone like LCS or even against Jessis, I think we could say as well.
Yeah, Kassadin would have been a ban this game, of course, but I actually love the fact that Evelynn is the first ban for SK. Don't want to deal with the early pressure from Diamond. We saw amazing in the last game. It is so annoying playing against Evelynn in the early game.
So more bans coming through. Ziggs was taken away by Gambit. That means that Jessis not going to be on that one. And Lulu taken out as well. LCS was one of the first to be playing that Lulu here in the European LCS. Certainly loves the champion at this stage.
And there's a good reason to love it, because Lulu brings everything to the table. High mobility, disengage, you have good damage, and of course you are a lane bully. So I like the ban. And also with Ziggs being banned away from Jessis, he knew if Alex would have picked the Lulu, he would have been in issues, because Ziggs would have been the pick for him to try and counter it.
Interesting second ban here though by Gambit, actually taking Annie out of the mix, stopping Enrated, going in for that one. What do we think to that ban?
Well, Enrated have been very good on Annie. He's been very good at doing engages. He's obviously one of the shot callers from SK, but Annie did have a few changes. Here in the 4.4 now you have less damage early on, like your base damage on both Q and W have been reduced. The AP scaling though has been increased, so mid lane Annie is actually better, but support wise you have a little bit less damage, skill better into the late game if you do build some AP though. And
the funny thing is that Enrater's not been playing that much Annie recently. In fact, the last time that he played it, we finished 3-3-3 against Gambit in the game that they lost. However, back onto the bans, because we have Kha'Zix taken away, another very solid ban here, along with Lee Sin. So a lot of jungle bans coming out.
And in 4.3 you would see an instant lock Elise now, with pretty much all the top junglers being banned away. We have of course Pantheon, we have Wukong still open if SK Gaming wants to play them. Svenskar played them in the past, but let's see if he wants this Elise or if they have something else in mind. Of course Renekton is open as an option, and LeBlanc gone to Jessis. I'm not sure how I feel about it, because in the past when he's been playing LeBlanc, he's not been doing too well. Actually I believe he's having 2 losses on it already.
Yeah, played 2 games with LeBlanc. Lost both of those games, actually. The last one against Rockout 0-3-0 and against Super Hot Crew earlier on in the season. So we'll see if Jessis can break out of that mold and the 100% win-loss that he has so far with LeBlanc. The question now is, what are Gambit going to be going for? Thresh, a champion which we did see last week for Gambit, for Edward against Millennium. 4-18 he finished with that one, pulled off some spectacular hooks.
And let's see here if Gambit actually wants to lock in Renekton for Darien up in the top lane. With the potential counterpick in Ryze by SK, once again, it's the thing Darien was talking about. He doesn't want to deal with these AP, very strong scaling into a late game like Ryze, so we can actually see him delay the top lane pick, try and see if Freddy wants to lock in the Renekton instead, and they know there's no Ryze onto him. And with both Thresh and of course Lucian locked in, we have a very strong early bot lane here for Gambit.
So what will SK be picking up on their second round of picks? Jinx, a champion that they're currently hovering over, and it's hard to tell with Candy Panda really, because he is a player that really doesn't, it seems like he doesn't really mind where he goes. He's played your standards, your Lucian, your Caitlyn, he's brought out Ezreal, he's played games with Vayne, so really could end up going anywhere. There is the Vel'Koz coming in. Most likely, well, it is going to be LeBlanc in there. So support Vel'Koz the first time. I was actually talking to Enrated earlier, and he kind of told me that he was going to go this path. And I'm always wary when players say that before the game that they're going to play. But this is going to be real interesting. Talk us through Vel'Koz and why you think, you said it earlier, that he fits better into a support role.
I wouldn't say he fits just better than mid lane, but at least there's an option for him to be a good support, because he's having some very good poke early on. The base damage is good. The mana costs are fairly low, so you don't actually need these heavy mana items to be able to just spam away your abilities. Of course, you provide slow, you have your knock up on your E as well, so you provide some CC. The only issue with him for me is the fact you don't have any engage on him. People aren't going to stand and wait for your stun or your knock up to hit onto them, so it's going to be hard for you to start fights, but the disengage potential you have. Popping your ultimate when someone engages onto your team, you have a big laser in their face, and of course with the slows you have and everything you can put down, it's hard to engage onto Vel'Koz.
The problem is they're going to be squishy if Edward is on form landing those hooks.
Yeah,
and
then he's going to die.
And Lucian's got the dash away to get out of your knockup. Very interested to see how this one all works out, but Gambit are picking further on here as they take Orianna for Alex Ich in the mid lane and Aatrox for Darien up top.
So they have Aatrox jumping in, getting the ball from Alex, and then they can start the fights, and that's actually where both Jinx and Vel'Koz could be in trouble, because they don't have any mobility. So if Aatrox jumps into the face with the ball from Alex, they have to flash away, otherwise the shockwave can land, knock them together, and Gambit can just instantly blow them up.
And the Aatrox was played last by Darien against Alliance, but just before that against SK actually in the top lane. 2-2-13 he ended with that one. We're seeing some more interesting picks coming out here. Fiddlesticks for the jungle for Svenskeren, and the Renekton for Freddy up top.
So I actually like this Fiddlestick here for Svenskeren. Yes, there were fear changes, so now targets run away from you instead of just running randomly around. So with Fiddlesticks here, if you can manage to get to level 6 without anything happening, your ganks are so strong. However, if you get shot down early on, you will be in trouble, and also your ultimate is having a very long cooldown. So if you miss your first gank, if you fail it by any chance at level 6, there's quite a while before you can do it again. So he's having some issues, but as a champion he's very, very strong if he gets the farm, if he gets good early game going. And once he's having the Sonias, pop into the middle of a team fight, pop your Sonias, so much damage you can do to everyone around you.
So it's about the jungle now here for Gambit, and actually locking in the Xin Zhao here for Diamond.
So clear indication that none of these teams like Elise. She was open, nobody picks her here. Fiddlesticks against Xin Zhao. If Xin Zhao catches out Fiddlestick early on, he will destroy him. Also because he's having the knock up to interrupt the drain from Svenskeren, and it's going to be very hard for Svenskeren to do anything in these fights if Diamond is there. So that's obviously the idea behind this pick. And then also, he can do the same as Aatrox. Get the ball from Alex onto him and let him jump into the face of Jinx and Vel'Koz, pop the ultimate from Alex, pull them together and just instantly blow them up. So Gambit's setup here is really meant to just destroy SK Gaming's backline if they get the chance, and then Genji just staying in the backline against Freddy 1v1. But again, the SK side is actually somewhat the same. You have Jesse's, Fiddlesticks and Renekton who can dash towards or jump in towards your backline and just instantly destroy either Alex or Genji here. So we have two teams who just want to, as soon as the fight starts, blow each other up.
And Vel'Koz, who can stand all the way at the back and just laser all the way through the team themselves. So let's check in and see who you guys think have the advantage in this game. With 71% of the vote, you believe that Gambit are going to break the tie here and take first place for themselves. That is a big number, if you ask me, considering where these two teams are right now.
And we always have to remember with Gambit, we're not really sure which team is showing up. This is against SK Gaming, however,
True.
so this is the time for them to really show up and prove they are the best team in Europe. So, but with the votings, I want to be boring and say 50-50 because both teams are so good, so I'm going to keep it at 50-50.
50-50. Pretty much as boring as you can get when it comes to a vote like that. Sitting on the fence like a boss. But we have some interesting picks coming out from this one. I have to talk about Level 1 because we've only really seen Millennium being a team up until now in the LCS doing anything at Level 1. We saw it in that last game with the changes that we're getting here on 4.4. Do you think we're going to see anything here as we go live with SK versus Gambit?
Well, Alex can check now with his ball, of course, and you have some blind hooks from Edward to start something. I wouldn't be surprised to see Gambit as a team go in, try a hook from Edward into whatever bush they decide to pick, and then see if they can catch someone out from SK, because on their side, they don't really have anything to check with, except for maybe the ball or the Q from Velcos shooting in to see if they hit someone.
So here we go then, teams.
And of course, Jinx can all shoot a sap in if she starts with it.
Oh, Q actually landing there for Unrated. Nice little start for him. Interesting to note there. You know, if you actually, we said it already, he's all about skill shots.
Yeah.
The fact is that if you land your skill shots properly, you've actually got two skills that can get you gold, really, there from that spell Feast Edge right at the start.
And most important, you have a lot of damage. So if you manage to land these things together with Jinx at level 6, your ultimate, a big laser in their face, and then the rocket from Jinx, that is so much damage you can pile onto someone like Edward or Genja if they can manage to catch them first with the knock-up, and then the traps coming in from Jinx. You can lock them down for quite some time and just burst them down. So I like this combo here with both Jinx and Velcos, and we need to see if they can get to level 6 where they can really burst out all the damage.
So excited to see how this one all works out. Right now we've got the line defense from both teams. Svenskeren has already backed away towards his blue buff for the start, running that pirate fiddlesticks. Diamond doing similar thing here, all the way back on his red buff here from the start. Looks like we're going to be getting a more tame start than what we saw in the first game of the week.
And a little thing to note, we actually have cleanse on to Alex. So if he gets feared by Svenskeren, he can pop the cleanse. Chains, of course, from Jessis. Stun from Freddy here, he can cleanse out of them. And I like the pickup. It's a bit of an issue for him though, because it's going to make him weaker in lane, but he needs to take it to avoid all the CC from SK, because they want to engage onto someone like him, lock him up and just explode.
And you have to say his kill potential onto someone like LeBlanc is not going to be massively high anyway, so would that ignite be a better choice? Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? We'll see how Alex Ich does in this one. We are going to see, though, down on the bottom that these duos face up. Velcos Jinx against Lucian Thresh. Who's got the advantage in this lane?
Well, we need to, of course, see if Enready can land his skill shots. As soon as his Q goes to max range here, it's going to split up into two, and that's where if he can hit multiple members, or at least one member every time, he's getting some good poke, and his mana is not an issue, because Q, very low mana cost early on here. So look at him, actually almost hitting both Edward and Genja. And with Candy Panda putting a lot of damage onto Genja, SK is starting out really well.
Very interested in this one again. Edward taking some of that poke, and there is level 2 coming in for SK Gaming, getting that one just before Gambit, who have just hit that point themselves here. So actually no push through, as we see the W being thrown out there in the end by Enrated. So interesting bottom lane. Interesting to see how these junglers do as well. Physics and Xin Shao too, that we've not seen for a while.
And Enrated needs to be careful here. He actually moved out to more or less bait a ward in this river, because Diamond actually pinged it. He wanted to go down there, so Enrated, he moved out and then he moved backwards, because Diamond, he actually expected him to ward, even though the ward is on cooldown. That's why he backed away from the bot lane. But he's still staying around here. Let's see if he wants to try something. There is no ward from SK Gaming.
No ward this top lane. Darian openly saying in that video, I'm not scared of these tanky champions. He knows that Freddy likes to play his Renekton, and that's exactly what Freddy's got his hands on in this game as well. We can see that Darian already taking a lot of bully from, well, probably the best early lane bully you have in that top lane.
Yeah, Freddy is going to have all the control in the lane, constantly push him down. He needs to be careful though. If Diamond comes up with Xin Zhao, they have a lot of CC to lock him down and a lot of damage, so he needs to be careful when pushing up here. Also because Svenskeren, he needs level 6 before he can actually help.
Oh, a little bit of a pause there as Svenskeren was just in there, and it looks to be something with Freddy at this point, and certainly everything needs to be fine in this one. This is a top of the table clash, let's not forget. Probably the reason why as well the start to it was so timid. If you make a mistake here, it can cost you a game even at this early stage.
And that's the whole thing, when you don't have any vision early on, it's just a gamble if you want to invade in. We saw in the last game, Millennium were just waiting, Copenhagen Wolves said we want to go towards their blue buff, and boom, there's Millennium. We give up first blood. So it's always a gamble now when you have no vision, unless the support decides to start a ward early on, but we haven't seen it yet.
So we have our admins in there, and our Gambit fans as well, getting the chance to
I like
go
the
in
sign
here in the
here,
studio.
Genjan is pointing in the Gambit logo.
Absolutely awesome stuff to see. Don't forget, you guys can get involved as well. If you head over to lolesports.com, click the tickets link. If you want to come down to the studio and watch these games live. Right now, Freddy just talking to the admins there, so hopefully this pause shall be remedied here in just a few moments and we can get things back underway. But if you take a look, we're only 4 minutes in, very, very early doors in this. It's even, surprisingly enough, after 4 minutes.
One thing we do see, however, is actually Alex doing a very good job early on against this LeBlanc with Jessis, and generally picking Orianna into LeBlanc, I like it because you can have a few ranks in your shield if you want to play very passive, and then you can just focus on farming away. If LeBlanc jumps towards you, you shield yourself, of course. He's having the cleanse if he should be chained or feared by Svensson in a gank. So he's just going to farm away, focus on not trying to kill Jessis, but just force him out of the lane, or at least lose on CS.
And again, we saw in the last time that these two teams met, LeBlanc versus Zed was actually the first time that we've seen Jesus really go in the assassin route. He's going to do it again here against Alex Hitch, who played a 9-3-5 LeBlanc in that last encounter between these two teams. I'm interested to see how Jesus does.
And the thing I actually dislike about Jesus when it comes to playing assassins is not his laning phase. His early game and laning phase is good. It's when it comes to team fights. His LeBlancs in the past, the 2 games he played, he would actually get a few kills early on, but then in team fights, he would just try and kill either the support or he would try and kill the tank. He would never actually really find the right targets. It meant that teamfight-wise, SK would be weaker because he didn't pick the right targets. That's what we need to see in this game. If he's been fixing it, is he going to go towards someone like Genji or someone like Alex and just try and destroy them instantly?
Well, here we are, back in game, SK versus Gambit. Svensson did manage to steal himself the big Wraith there, I do believe, with his smite, and he's now headed towards the top lane. There is a ward in that tri-bush, so Darian shouldn't be getting caught out.
And they need to be careful if Diamond gets onto Svensson here.
Oh, dive in there, but Svensson using the flash. He saw Diamond coming out of the Gambit jungle, and Diamond sticks a ward down in that river there and says, you better be careful, because I'm going to be in the right place at the right time here today.
And with the flash gone, Svensson, he has more or less to run in your face and just fear you. That's his ganking potential before level 6. Let's see Diamond here if you want to fight or if you want to back off. The red buff is gone for him. Svensson still having his red buff.
Chasing down onto him there. Diamond actually going to be chased out of the Baron pit here. Is he going to be forced to flash? Yes, he is.
Yeah, and look at the movement from Freddy. That's why Diamond didn't want to fight, because Freddy, he had already pushed Darren all the way up to the turret, so he would be able to come down and help Svensson. So Diamond simply felt, I have to just back off.
Oh, bit of damage being exchanged down bottom. The knock-up not quite landing there out of N-rated, but let's manage to land his Q, getting that slow off on towards Edward. Candy Pine, they're going to face off 1 versus 1 as Edward flashes in. He's landed though, goes through for the play as well, but Candy Pine throws down the jumpers. That locks them up, but Edward picks up first blood. Can N-rated turn this one around? He gets the slow and the knock-up onto Genja, but he's not got the damage to finish off.
Fantastic flash hook from Edward here. So Candy Pine actually tried to flash away, but still, he just got caught by the hook from Edward, pulled him in, first blood Gambit. Beautiful play by him, and his fresh against Millennium last week was fantastic. If he can do the same thing here, SK Gaming are in trouble.
And we mentioned in the pre-game, something that Gambit have done or have had a bad time with is giving up first blood, specifically down in that bottom lane. Be a refreshing change for them almost to be doing that themselves this time around. That puts them close to 1,000 gold in the lead of this one. If you look in the top lane, Darian is taking a bit of damage from this. Obviously has his blood well, even if things really go badly for him. Crucially, he's keeping up in terms of farm.
Yeah, fantastic play by Darren, actually going even in farm against Renekton. Renekton is supposed to bullet his lane, win it early on. Of course, the fact that Diamond spotted out, or the ward spotted out Svensson before, meant there was no pressure onto Darren. He could just farm away onto the turret. He's been doing a fantastic job so far. Getting level 6 now, so he's gonna be able to at least respond if Freddy tries to dive him here. So we need to see if Freddy just want to farm away or he really want to try and push the advantage he should be having as for next time.
Oh, this mid lane, we see that command protect being used often by Alex, who has a solid lead at this stage with this last minion. If Jesus lands it, which he does, it's a 10 CS lead exactly.
And again, with early chalice from Alex, he's having some magic resistance, and then of course the shield. Jesse is not having the damage to kill him. He's also going for chalice, so he want to go with Fiends, not DFG as the first item. So he simply is not having the damage to deal with Alex, and that's why he can just farm away.
Very interesting game down on this bottom side as well. Level 5 for Candy Panda as the hook comes out, does land, but onto a minion. Not really the target that they were looking for from that, but some good damage back nonetheless. Meanwhile, the mid laners here, or at least Alex Hitch hitting level 7, and Jesus going pretty deep with that one. Did use his ultimate, didn't quite get the damage in there that he was looking for though.
And Alex is just going to stay in the lane, popping his health potion, so he's going to sustain some of the health back and just continue farming. Jesse's going to get this blue buff here. You could give it to the Fiddlestick, of course, for the earlier level 6, but Svenskern have to give it over to Jesse. He needs it for this lane. And down in the bot lane, we need to see again if SK, once they push up the lane actually to Gambit side, how much poke they can put onto them. We saw it before, but for now, Enred is only level 4 till level 5 of Edward here, so they are having some issues.
Actually backing away, and we saw the pings coming down there for Gambit. Nothing that they can really do about this one to stop it happening. In fact, you can see that Diamond is on the top side, or on the bottom side, but on the top side of the bottom side of Gambit's jungle, doing his wolves, and then we'll be doing his blue, which will of course go over to Alex Hitch on Orianna in this mid lane.
And Svenskern got his level 6 now. His flash is almost ready, so he's gonna be at the point where warding against Fiddlesticks is becoming so hard because he can just jump over the walls here from a long distance away. So let's see if you want to set anything up. He could potentially dive onto the top lane or try kill onto Alex, even though there's a cleanse.
Here is Svenskern waiting. He's level 6 now. Will he dive on towards Alex from this one? Actually, Diamond is not too far away. He's currently doing his Wraith camp as a hook comes out. Actually will land on towards Enrated. Box goes down. Enrated taking a lot of damage from the cliff. Genji's going to go under the tower. Flashes away as well. Candy Panda not level 6, so he's not got the execute here. And Gambit pick up a second kill in the bottom lane.
And the big issue for Vel'Koz, lack of mobility. As soon as Edward lands the hook, he's just forced to flash away, but he got so low that Genji could actually pick up the kill. And I love the way they're playing this bottom lane for Gambit here. Really punishing SK for this Vel'Koz pick.
That's part of the problem that I guess a lot of people saw in this one. Yes, you've got some good points and some reasons why you would use Vel'Koz, but risky. He's not mobile whatsoever, and as soon as your flash is down, you're open, especially against someone like Thresh. If you land that hook and everything goes following into it, you're in some real trouble. Svenskern's actually come into this bottom lane to try and turn things around.
They need to turn this one around. They need to get a kill onto Candy Panda. They need to get a kill onto someone like Enrated as well, because he's also falling behind. Edward should be able to get the sidestone when he goes back here. So issues for SK Gaming, and teamfight-wise, we really need to see perfect positioning for both Candy Panda and Enrated. Otherwise, this Xing Zhao and this Aatrox is going to be right in their face.
There's Alex, he's done this constantly here. Head back towards the Wraith camp. Make sure he can pick those up just to add to his CS total and try and keep that domination up over Jesus. 109 to 78 CS on that front. However, bottom lane has gone back here for Gambit. Looks like SK are moving towards it.
But the remaining members of Gambit are close by. Diamond already showing in the mid lane here, so SK wisely backing off from the dragon. They know he's nearby. Jess is actually going in.
A lot of damage as well, and Svenskern goes on top of him. Shockwave can't pull Svenskern up as the drain comes in as well. Svenskern didn't quite get over towards Alex Hitch, but that's the first kill of the game back for SK.
And that's the power of Fiddlestick, and of course Jess is setting everything up here. They spotted Diamond in the mid lane, got the chains onto him, jumped him, got him very, very low, and then Svenskern just popped him with his ultimate, and they even got the ultimate away from Alex here.
No, Svenskern's headed towards top now. Will he be able to finish off Darian? He's got Bloodwell. Your immediate answer to that one would probably be no, especially with the fact that his ultimate is down. In fact, Darian is coming around here. He's going to have good damage as he does get feared. What's his next move? It's a flash over the top. Bloodwell is going to be popped. Can they actually lock him up from this one? Darian going very low. Jumps over though into the Baron pit. He's on a run once again. How many times have we seen Darian on the run? How far is he going to go? He's drawing SK in. Gambit are moving towards the Dragon, and Darian continues. But here comes Jesus. Is he going to be able to get away? No, he's not. Jesus gets the kill. Diamond and the rest of Gambit get the Dragon.
Time and time again we see this. Darian, they go into him, and now onto Candy Panda.
On towards Edward here as well. Can they take him down? Lifeform Disintegration Ray coming out, but he's at close range. It's hard to hit. Well, they've got the damage. Candy Panda gets the kill.
So Edward, he landed the hook, but he didn't land on back towards the Dragon Pit, so nobody followed over with him, and he just ended up giving a free kill to SK. And with Darian, the fact he pulled up 3 members towards the top side meant there was a Dragon for Gambit. It meant it was worth it for Gambit to pick up the Dragon, even though they lost Darian here. So good move by him. And SK, just look here, early aggression onto this Fiddlestick. Triple Doran's ring, and also Magic Pen boots already. So Svensson, he wants to make sure in the early fights, he can do a lot. And it's going to delay his Sonya's though. That's one thing we need to remember. And Sonya's for him in teamfights is going to be a key item.
Speaking of items, let's look at the AD carries here, because Candy Panda been pretty much forced into a pickaxe at this point, falling in there behind, needs some damage right now, can't afford to wait for the BF sword that we already see with Genja. How's that going to set him back in that lane?
Well, again, it's going to mean for him at least, when it comes to the early fights with pickaxe, yes, he's going to have the extra damage. The whole laning setup is meant to be, we catch someone out with our knock-up, and then we just burst them down with both Jinx and Vel'Koz ultimate. That's why he wanted the early pickaxe. It's going to delay though. If he decides to go for something like a Bloodthirster, it's going to be delayed. He can save this pickaxe for when he actually wants the last Whisper, or he can build it into something like an Infinity Edge.
Well, we see blue buff going over to Jesus, and Alexic using that time here to put the damage down. Alexic getting caught a little bit there by Jesus, but not really anything to be afraid of for him with that command protect on as Edward starts to move in. Actually, he's going to take all the poke that Candy Panda and Enrated can throw at him, and actually he's going to go through again. This time he gets caught with the jumpers. Have they got enough damage to finish him off? There is a super mega death rocket finisher for Candy Panda. A second kill pretty much just given over there. As Svenskon's going to be caught out by Diamond. There's a shockwave. Diamond goes low to Jesus, but they're going to force him off. He's got the blue buff, so he's got the cooldown. Gambit, are they going to pick the right target? The dash away. Jesus just about escapes.
So we see the combo in mid lane we talked about. Diamond jumping onto Svensson with the ball from Alex, popping the ultimate. No flash onto Svensson here, so it was an easy target for him to kill. Down in the bottom lane, again, we see the reason for the early pickaxe here for Candy Panda, because they know they have enough damage to burst someone down. As soon as they get them low, he pops the ultimate. It's an execute, of course, doing more and more damage the lower they are, so he picks up the kill. And that was without the ultimate from Vel'Koz.
Yeah, they didn't even need it at that point, as this turret now going to be shredded by Candy Panda. They decide to back off, but a W&Q combo there coming out from Enrated is going to do a fair amount of damage to Genja. Let's have a look at that lane a little bit closer once again. The farm still in the advantage of Genja. Gone for the BF sword, and I hate to say it, we're going to talk about Genji builds now, Deficio, something
Not
you
yet.
don't like
We don't know what he's building
We
yet.
have a BF sword in there at least for now.
Yeah, good start. I like this Genja. I agree with you so far. Let's keep it at that.
Oh, Freddy here going to be diving in on towards Darian. That's a lot of turret damage, and Darian managing to get one back for himself there.
So Freddy actually decided to dive onto Darian without his ultimate, so that's why he couldn't tank up the turret, and of course Darian didn't have his passive himself. So just trading 1-for-1. Definitely in favor of Darian here. He wants to make sure he can get early kills on early farm as much as possible against Renekton.
Ravenous Hydra is in there for Freddy at this point, so certainly can put quite a lot of damage down as Jesus starts to move in. He's actually going to scan here inside of that Tribush and see if he can get rid of that ward. In fact, they're going to go towards Edward. There's 3 men down there. Genja trying to force them in. That is a brilliant hook. Jesus now in a lot of trouble. Tank turret is doing a lot of damage to him as they dive over. They kill Enrated. They're going to kill Candy Panda as well. That kill will be given over to Diamond. Jesus' clown will be focused. Jesus does escape, but disastrous for SK.
Edward is he's a boss. That hook, he predicted the jump from Jesus, lands it, sets up the entire fight. Ultimate from Enrated was used early to try and make them back off, but Gambit just chased for it, picked up the kills, can take the turret down here in the bot lane as well. Beautiful play set up by Edward.
Set up by Edward, finished off by the rest of them. If you look down the score, that leaves Genja at 2-0-2. You see Diamond at 2-1-1 now as well. 2 assists for Alexic at this point in the game, he's just focused on getting that farm going and not giving any kills over towards LeBlanc at this time.
Yeah, again, the whole focus for Alex is just continue farming, getting strong. You want the Fiends, you want your Death Cap, you want your Void Staff, and then once we get to the team fights, with both Aatrox and Sings out to get his ball in a good position, he can really land some shockwaves that can simply win the game for Gambit. If he gets it onto Vel'Koz and Jinx in a team fight, they're gonna die instantly.
And in a 1v1 scenario, who actually gets the turret there. Freddy's going in on towards Darien, but he's not thought about Genja, who's coming across here. Dominus is running. Can Freddy get away from it? He actually flashes the slow, and that will make him escape to freedom, as Edward was actually coming down there. Couldn't get in, though.
But Gambit needs to start moving down towards this dragon. It's gonna spawn in 30 seconds, and SK Gaming not in a position yet, but they can get there faster. We actually see Genja now running away from the top lane, want to get to this bot lane, which is left open until Diamond come here to defend it.
Oh, this is a lot of damage going on to Diamond. Are they going to dive this one? Where's the Super Mega Death Rocket? Diamond just simply steps off to the side. No ultimate for Enrated to keep that one going. And now look at Eddie. He fancies himself for hook. He's going to come towards Candy Panda, who is going to get the slow. There's the knock-up as well. Is he going to land the hook on this one? Alex misses the ball, but there is the hook. Alex picks it up, and now Enrated in no man's land. He's trying to damage Edward, throws down the left, and anyway they get the kill. He's got such a long name that we don't need it. The rest of SK tried to come down there, but it was just too late.
Just too late, and Edward coming down behind him. We actually had Genja ganking the top lane first as the AD carry, then he decided to jungle at the Wraith camp. It meant that SK thought they could take the turret down bot, but due to both Alex and Diamond being there, stopping them, and then Edward rotating all the way down to bot lane, they simply got caught out of position. 2 kills and a dragon for Gambit Gaming. They're looking very, very strong.
I have to ask you a question here. I will avoid that for a second. Darian just jumping away. The build that we see there for Svenska, needlessly large rod, triple Doran's ring, straight out Hydra for Freddy in the top lane. Neither of them going down a tanky route from this one. Could this cost them as Gambit start to get stronger?
Well, the tanky route for Fiddlestick's jungle is going to be the Sonias, and that's you jumping into the face, people turn around to try and kill you, you pop it, and you delay dying and do a lot of damage to them. But yeah, we talked about the triple Dorans earlier. It's simply for the early game power. Also, if he should find out someone like Diamond, he wants the triple Dorans to be stronger in these 1v1s or 2v2s. The Hydra for Freddy is actually something a little bit weird for me. It's something we see a lot of people do here in Europe, but normally, if you go to Korea, for instance, people just build a Tiamat and then they go full tank from there. So they have the Tiamat for the extra damage and also the pushing power. Freddy, though, decided to just upgrade complete, and now Shockwave here from Alex.
Yeah, trying to get rid of a bit of that damage. Edward throws out the hook as well. Meanwhile, Svenska and Freddy did come around. This is a 5-man stack for SK Gaming in this mid lane. The turret is down to less than half health. Will they be able to force Gambit away from it, though? Alex Hitch can pretty much zone them there using that ball.
No shockwave.
Will he have... Yeah, he's not got any shockwave, so he's just trying to get rid of the minions as fast as he possibly can. SK will have to tank it from here. Gambit hold them off for another wave.
Yeah, very nice wave clear from Alex. Genja was not nearby, he was in the base, and now we see SK continue to run as 5. With the combo SK is having, they need vision control. They need to control the river here if they want to catch someone out, because LeBlanc, of course, want to find a target. Fiddlesticks want to make sure he can start his ultimate without being interrupted. Now, and ready to be caught out.
Being caught out, has to use the flash, and that's your mobility as Vel'Koz. You've got to flash away if you get caught like that. We'll see how that one all goes. Actually, he's gone magic pen boots in there, obviously trying to get more damage out of it.
Look at the damage onto Freddy.
Yeah.
When you finish your Hydras, instead of just going Tiamat into tankiness, you're going to be very squishy for a while. Even if he goes back now, buys a Giant's Belt or buys a Warden's Mail or goes into Spirit Visage, he's still going to be a very squishy target for Gambit to actually kill in these fights. And with all the damage on their side at the moment, he's going to die very fast.
Well, he actually went in there and did pick himself up that Giant's Belt. Also, the cloth armor as well. And a few more men actually going back for some item pickups. Candy Panda getting himself the Bloodthirster there. He's compared that off to a Infinity Edge. First item on the other side for Genja. And a Vamp Scepter that he's got in there.
Yeah, so let's see if Genja this time around decides to build some crit items to supply his Infinity Edge, so he's gonna benefit more from it. But we will see actually what he decides to build. He's having the lifesteal now, so of course he wants to be able to sustain both in the fights and of course also if he should be poked down, go to the main sustain. And now Darien going on to Freddy here. The rest of Gambit are coming in.
Going very, very aggressive. Darien taking a lot of damage from this one, and Freddy knows he's going to have to stick around. There is the Bloodwell pop. What will Darien do? They get the slowdown onto him. The Flay will keep him away from Darien. Super Mega Death Rocket came in, but it hit Edward at the back. But here come the rest of SK trying to get in position. It's Svenskeren that goes in first. He threw down the fear, but there's the shockwave. Diamond is now on Svenskeren. Svenskeren has to flash away. The ray comes through. It doesn't quite finish off Alex Ich. Command Protect is enough. 2 kills for for Gambit. SK run away.
Yeah, Svenskeren actually ran into the face of Gambit. He wanted to catch someone out with his spear, but it simply means as Fiddlestick, you can never start your ultimate when people have vision on you, when they're right in front of you. They can stop it. So Gambit just turned around and just went on to him. The rest of SK spotted out Alex here, but with both Cleanse and Flash, he managed to survive, even though he almost went down. So once again, big win for Gambit. The mid lane turret here, Diamond will be able to defend it. And they're doing so well in their decisions. And again, we just need to see SK. Dragon coming up here in 1 minute and 50 seconds. Can they get some good vision control down so we can actually get an ultimate from Svenskeren into the team fight, into the face of Gambit, and just instant kill someone like Alex or someone like Genja?
They could really do with a good fight at this point. And a Dragon as well. If you look at the goal, it's approaching a 6,000 gold lead for Gambit. One thing on the other hand, you know, even if Svenskeren does jump in there, you've got Alex Ich who can pull him back with his shockwave, you've got Diamond who can knock him straight away with his ultimate, you've got Edward who can flay him back as well away from the team, so Svenskeren has to pick the perfect moment to get involved.
Yeah, and also once there's going to be a mid kills onto Edward's side, he can cleanse the fear, of course, from Svenskeren. If he does decide to fear Genji, we can see Genji even go for a Quicksilver Sash to simply avoid this CC Svenskeren brings, and then they can just try and turn around and just instantly kill him when he's actually jumping in.
Once again, we saw that the kills coming in for Gambit in that one were all started off by Darien. Even though it was a 1v1 at the start, SK came up and got involved with things. This is, we've said it before, a perfect champion for him with that built-in safety of the Bloodwell. Something that Darien he's going to rely on, let's be honest about that one. But Olsen does so well with it. This time they saw that SK were coming in, he wisely just jumps away. It's going to be a red buff nonetheless for Candy Panda stolen away.
And this time SK actually tried to do the same as Gambit did before. Svenskeren was running with Freddy up in the top lane, so they wanted Gambit to fight him or go, or have Darien jump towards him, and then Svenskeren would join in. But they need to be careful now because they're at the turret up here, but the rest of Gambit are coming in close.
So Jez is forced to move away. There is the jump in by Svenskeren. Darien is going to go down, but look at the damage from the shockwave. The culling comes through as well. Right now it's 2 for 1, but there is Diamond on a rampage. Freddy gets hooked in by Edward. He won't survive this one. A double kill for Genja. Alex Ich has been chased by Enrayton and Candy Panda. We'll see if he can turn this back. There's the slow, another slow, and the Super Mega Death Rocket. The hook just flies by Candy Panda. They start to flash in. They want to finish him off. Good slow out of Enrayton. Candy Panda's still running from this one. The chompers go down. Candy Panda's going to have to keep going for it. I think Gambit give up the chase here as they realize they get a blue buff.
So there was no passive onto Darien, but he still got the ball from Alex, popped the shockwave, hit 2 people, and Svenskeren without the Sonias instantly just died. He actually got in here. Notice the fight. Darien here, no passive, and he's the target. Svenskeren charges up the ultimate, pops spear onto Alex, the ball onto Darien, pops it. The thing we talked about in Champions, like the ball delivery system, instantly kills them. And then the rest of Gambit here, Freddy, he's no issue for them to kill at this point. Genji just hammering away on him all the time. And while Alex will actually go down to the very beautiful rocket from Candy Panda here, it's still a 1-team fight for Gambit.
Down by Dragon, actually. That one now coming up live. Svenskeren going to get blown to pieces once again. The Dragon did go the way of Gambit, and now they're going to keep pushing. Darien here does get locked up as the Cullen doing tons of damage. The jump over the top. Candy Panda falls, and now Enrayton, he's got no mana. He's been slowed down. There's no flash available. Actually, there was a flash available. He used it. He didn't really need to use it. He went down anyway, and that's another 3 for 1 and a Dragon for Gambit.
Gambit doing everything correct in this fight, and Svenskeren once again caught out here before the fight even starts. He didn't even have the ultimate, instantly just died. Yes, they managed to pick up a kill themselves with all the damage, but then when Alex joined in for the fight, they could just chase on, get the kills, and now they're starting this Baron. Only Freddy's nearby to try and stop it.
Decisive from Gambit, as we've come to expect them. When they say Baron, they go in there and they'll throw everything that they've got at it. Actually, we see Alex is trying to keep Jesus zoned away from that one. Freddy here going to get pulled onto by Diamond and Alex. He popped his ultimate, but it will force him away, meaning that he can't challenge whatsoever. Edward is coming back in after dying in that last team fight, and it's going to be picked up by Gambit. Super Mega Death Rocket was thrown in. Svenskren does do some damage, but he falls very, very quickly afterwards. There's Jesus going down. Now the laser coming in. It's strong, but it's just not strong enough, and that will be a double for Alex. Another 3 kills going over to Gambit. This time it's not the Dragon, but the Baron that they pick up with it.
Just like the last team fight here, Gambit picking up the kills, doing everything so well. Edward, he tanked up the rocket, then he tanked the rest of SK and died, but then remaining members just picked up the kills. Svenskren got in there, he didn't get to pop his Sonias, didn't actually see if he had it before the fight started, but he's once again for Gambit, he's always the target. Now he's having the Sonias, so let's see, once he pops into the face of Gambit, if he pops it, what Gambit decides to do. Will they back off, wait for it to run off, or will they just ignore it and go towards the rest of SK?
Yep, 26.53 that one picked up, so not available in that last fight, but he certainly needs it at this stage as Genja and Candy Panda here are battling over the red buff. This time Svenskren is hanging around. Genja needs to be careful as they flash in. The fear is going to lock him up. There's the drain. Genja dodges away. Command protect. Sidesteps one. He's going to have to try and escape it. He surely can't. The shutdown comes in for Svenskren, but Diamond is right in the middle of the pack. Alex picks up 1 kill. Svenskren going to be the next target. He's draining. He does go down without using that Zhonya's hourglass, and now they just wreck through the rest of the team. Candy Panda falls. Another 3 kills for Gambit.
And the mobility for Gambit's lineup, every single team fight we see the same thing. They jump into the face, get the first kill, continue chasing, get the next kill. Sing Zhao for Diamond have been absolutely fantastic. He's been doing everything correct in fights. He's always in the face. They can't kill him. He's too tanky. And at the same time, he's having so much damage. Combine that with the ball from Alex. Every single team fight is the same. He joins in, picks up the first kill, continue chasing, and the low mobility of Jinx, Vel'Koz, Fiddlesticks, they can do anything to get away from him.
And despite Genji going down in that last fight, I'm pleased to announce that he has in fact picked up the Zephyr as his second item here.
So
alongside the Infinity Edge.
This time around, it actually makes sense in the case he's getting tenacity against the CC from SK, and at the same time, the extra movement speed for him means he can play more safe in the team fights. Still, I would like to see just a Quicksilver Sash and then standard route of either Phantom Dancer or the Static Shift just to provide the extra crit for his Infinity Edge to make it do the maximum amount of damage.
Once again, Gambit keep up the pressure here inside of the SK jungle. Diamond getting slowed but taking that Lantern off to safety. Genja here is ripping through the top lane and actually will take the 3rd turret of the game here for Gambit. We're half an hour in and actually quite low in terms of turret kills. There's been a lot of fighting, but not much in terms of pushing down. I don't want to say objectives because we've seen multiple dragons and the Baron going down, but the towers at least from that one. Right now, we are seeing Genja being pressured a little bit by Freddy, but honestly don't think he's too scared of him.
Yeah, what we have seen is a team from SK side who were thinking to themselves, we need to fight early on. Our combo here, it shines in the mid game, so that's where we want to pick the fights. And then Gambit with that combo scaling so well into the late game, and just because they've been ahead pretty much the entire game, and because they've been playing these team fights so well, they just said, you know what, we're ready to fight, and just turned them around every single time SK tried. There's a lot of times they were actually fighting in the jungle of Gambit, where it's SK who starts it, and then Gambit just turns it around and win.
Once again backing away, they're going to have another blue buff to steal. This time it goes over to Genja. Alex Itch there just having a peek around by the base and see what they can get. They've got the top and the bottom inner turret still to take down. Actually, bottom is pushed very heavily, so they're going to have to get down there and deal with that one. Diamond just not really caring that he's taking those turret hits right now. He hardly loses any health whatsoever.
He's so strong. 8 kills, 1 death only, and 8 assists, of course. Already with the Randuin Zone, when he should have a lot of gold now when he backs off to buy. So he's gonna be close to impossible for SK to actually kill in these fights, because he will always jump to the backline with the ball from Alex, and if they stay close to try and kill him, Shockwave, you're dead.
And Alex himself, 6-1-8. Got a bit of protection now with that Banshee's Veil on as well. 270 to the 195 CS. So overall, just excelling himself. And we've actually, as we were talking about the tankiness of Diamond, he picked himself up a Warmog's armor as well. So he's sat on about 4,000 HP.
Yeah, have fun.
3,600. and 29, if we're going to be very precise about that one. And again, he's just stalking through that SK Gaming jungle, and why not, really? I mean, who's he got to be scared of on SK's team?
Well, nobody. He's even having tenacity in case he should be locked up, but he will be able to get out of the fear and just start running away because, again, he is so tanky. And the rest of Gambit, they were nearby to join in, and we have seen in these fights how mobile they are. So whenever they're actually close by, they can join in. Even though one member is dead from Gambit, they just still join the fight and just jump into the face of SK.
4 out of 4 Dragons and 1 out of 1 Barons. It's a massive gold lead here for Gambit. They're about to hit 60,000 gold to the 43.5 that SK have with them. This is going to take a massive, I don't even want to say massive mistake, probably a lot of massive mistakes for SK to get back in this game.
SK needs to try and catch out Gambit either in their own jungle or when Gambit is trying to push up on a turret. If someone like Darren is in the top lane and the 4 members from Gambit are in the mid lane, that's where they need to try to engage with 5 members onto them. Lock up someone like Genji who's not having the Quicksilver Sash yet. Yes, okay, there's a Mikhails onto Edward, but then they just need to try and lock him up for a second or two and then blow him up instantly and then try and win the fight. But still, they have to deal with this front line of Gambit, which is the big issue.
And in typical Gambit fashion, we start to see those Guardian Angels appearing, and that's where, well, it becomes a lot harder. Even if you win one team fight, you still got to kill multiple members multiple times. They've stopped Gambit actually pushing through onto that inner turret there in the bottom lane, and we see that they're actually just going to go home, spend up a little bit more money, actually 3,000 gold for Genji to spend. We'll see what he actually ends up finishing off from this one.
Yeah, so Gambit decided to take it a little bit slow for the last few minutes because they had some key items they wanted on multiple members. We actually see the static shift now onto Genji here, so he's going to have some crit now to supply the Infinity Edge, but he's going to have a lot of attack speed as well, and very low amount of attack damage. So when it comes to the straight up hits, if he gets towards the squishy targets from SK, he's just going to do a lot of damage. But onto someone like Freddy with the Randuins, it's going to take some time for him to kill him, but Freddy's not really been the issue for Gambit, so he doesn't actually care.
A couple more items coming through as well. Void Staff for Alex H. The Spirit Visage was finished off just a minute ago there by Darien as well. So more damage coming out, more tankiness in there for the Aatrox, who's not only got his Bloodwell passive, he's got a Guardian Angel, he's got the Giant Spell in there on top of things as well.
Yeah, so with these key items, Void Staff, of course, as you said, the Guardian Angel, and now the Baron buff, this is the time for Gambit to just start pushing down and forcing a team fight. They don't even have to care about the turret, they can just engage. Yeah. If they have vision of Svenskeren when they start the fight, they can just jump onto him, force him to Sonya's before he's even using the ultimate, and he will be a non-factor in the fight.
Yeah, and as you rightly pointed out, is he going to be, I mean, Darien can tank the turret, he's got 3 lives essentially. On the other side, you've got Diamond, who's super tanky, and look at this, they've caught SK completely out of position. One single ball in there, big shockwave onto 3 of them, will completely control the SK's position. They do go towards Alex H, but the damage is just not there from there. Is Svenskeren jumping over, but he's not doing any damage to them whatsoever. Svenskeren does get popped, the rest of the team start to dive in. Darien getting a big knockup across the entire team. Jesus is going to dive to the Ignite. Candy Panda uses his barrier, but falls in the end to Genji, and now it's just Vel'Koz running away. Darien is going to chase him. There's another knockup. Darien will probably chase him down, but you know, at what point, it doesn't matter. Enrated needs to get home to try and defend with the laser, but Gambit are just pushing through. Darien's not going to let him recall. Gambit are going to go for the win.
And Gambit was simply too far ahead. We saw the ultimate from Svenskeren do no damage, so Gambit will take this game.
Big win here for Gambit. That puts them top of the table. As we said, top of the table clash, and certainly proved to be exactly the game we were looking for. Lots and lots of action. You see the smile there on Alex Hitch's face. The Russians, they had a even week last week, but it was the easier of the 2 games that they won. This is by far the harder of the 2 games that they have this week against SK Gaming. They've done it. First day, good performance.
And SK played a combo where they had to win the early game in order to actually have enough damage to shut down these tanky members from Gambit's side. So as soon as Gambit went even in the early game and started winning the team fights, it simply meant for SK they had no chance of a comeback. And every single team fight here for Gambit was just spot on. And with Diamond going huge on things out, and of course also Darren doing well on Aatrox, the front line combined with the shield from Alex. What are you actually going to do?
Well, nothing. That was pretty much the answer to that one. Interesting. The first time that we've seen things out, at least this split for Diamond. We did see him running it a few times last year, of course. 9-1-10 by the end of it. Absolute tanky beast, and you can see happy faces all around. And that's the thing with Diamond, you take away one champion and he just comes in, picks up another
more.
one.
We couldn't even see Skarner maybe if he would pull it up. I'm not sure if he likes it now, but it really showed to me that Elise, for both Svenskeren and Diamond, is definitely not a top pick anymore.
And I have to ask you, Velkos support. You pointed out the weaknesses before we really did see the weaknesses in action. You know, you can't run around even your own jungle there and clear out wards being safe, and especially, you know, if you don't have mobility boots, which maybe give you a bit more time and freedom to do that one, but once you're caught, you don't get away.
What we saw in this game was the reason I don't expect to see it mid lane, at least not more than maybe once, simply because, again, your mobility, you don't have any. It's the same issue for someone like Syndra. She's a very good champion, so much damage, but no mobility, too easy to shut down here. So we saw the same thing for Unrated. Did have a okay laning phase. They died at first to the first blood, but then actually managed to, I think, got 2 kills onto Edward, onto Candy Panda. So they had a lot of damage. They showed what the combo can do. But outside of the laning phase, they were just too easy to simply lock them down. Both of them, we talked about in champs like how Xingzhao, Aatrox can jump towards your no mobility backline and just blow them up together with Alex.
And that's, you know, something that we focused on as well, the fact that the Gambit bottom lane has been a little bit dodgy when it comes to early game. The fact they've given up a lot of first bloods, but this time around they really controlled that bottom lane. Again, we saw flash hook flays from Edward, and I think he's to that point as well. The last 2 performances that we've seen him at least is where you got to think, okay, we either first pick Thresh away from them or we ban Thresh out completely.
Yeah, he's been spot on with it 2 games in a row now, and we talked in the pre-game how he was a player to watch for this match, of course, and in general, because Edward has been so up and down when he's been playing other champions than Thresh. He had his Karma performance last week was not good at all. But then, whenever he's picking up this Thresh, he's playing so well, and if he can be consistent with it, we see the bot lane from Gambit actually doing really well. Yes, they had some over-aggressive moves, but then again, they were already ahead at this point, and that's what we know from Gambit. They like to push it to the limit.
And speaking of over-aggressive, Darian again in the top lane, drawing multiple members up to him. Actually, 1v1 at the start of things when Freddy got involved, then the rest of SK and the rest of Gambit were there. I think they came out with 3 or 2 kills by the end of that, and I seem to have said it over and over again. 3 kills for Gambit, 3 kills for Gambit, 3 kills for Gambit. It happened 3 or 4 times in a row, and you just can't come back when you're losing every team fight by 2 or 3 men each time.
When you have a combo that needs to win the early game to be able to set up these kills, be able to get the vision control you need with LeBlanc, with Fiddlestick, of course, to catch out targets, once you lose the first team fight, next one is going to be even harder. Lose this one, even harder than next one, again against a combo that's simply better than you in straight-up team fights. And that's why whenever Darian was setting something up in the top lane, the rest of Gambit just ran up there instantly because they knew there would be a fight and they wanted to fight. And as we said during the game, every single team fight from Gambit was just spot on.
Spot on indeed. Great win for them. Let's hear from Gambit's Diamond after that win, which propels his team into first place. He's standing by, so over to Shox and Demon.
Thank you very much, Joe. Demon and I have Gambit's Diamond here with us, as said, after a fantastic game for securing first place for Gambit versus SK. Tell me a little bit about picks and bans, because first time we saw Velkos. How are you guys prepared for that pick?
Velkos support was not really expected to see in a pro scene, but I've seen him before in solo queue from Unrated, I think. He was doing great, but in this game, our bot lane just stopped him, just shut him down, and won a lot of stuff from him.
And sticking with the picks and bans, obviously we saw Svenskeren pulling out Fiddlesticks. You went for Xingzhao. Elise was open, nobody went with it. How do you find the jungle in 4.4?
I was expecting that Svenskeren will play Fiddlesticks because he played like 20 games in a row with him in solo queue. I predicted it, but then I was thinking about what should I pick if 3 most imbalanced junglers at this moment are going to be banned. It's Evelynn, Lee Sin, and Kha'Zix. And I thought maybe I should ask someone else. I asked the Co from Cloud9. He said that Xingzhao is great. I tried him out, and he was really not that bad. But there was a couple of other champions which I wanted to pick, but I decided to play Xingzhao, and it was wise.
Didn't fancy the Skarner then?
He is not that great after rework.
So what we heard in the pre-show was that both you guys and SK were very focused on the early game, and then they had some champions that could do very well if they got ahead early game. Did you focus to shut all lanes down at that early game with that Xin Zhao?
I think Xin Zhao is the best late game jungler. Like, no one can't have a chance as a jungler against him. He has insane amount of crowd control, tankiness, and so on. So you either want to win early game by his perfect ganks, either you wait for late game and then you shine. So after we didn't do anything in the early game, I thought that, okay, let's wait for the late game and then they will lose.
And now we're coming towards the end of the season. Are we starting to see a more focused Gambit coming out here? Edward's hooks were landing every time. Everybody seemed on point. You got every Dragon, every Baron in the game. Is Gambit as a team stepping up now towards the end of the season?
Yeah, now we're starting to focus more in games because they matter more than before. Like only 6 games left and then playoffs. We have no chance to come back, so we're playing like every game like our last game and try harding as hard as we can. So yeah, you will probably see the better Gambit than we was before.
Okay, and how realistic do you think the chances are that you end the season here before playoffs at the top of the table? What do you think of the teams that are trailing behind you, just behind you in the standings right now?
I think it's going to be really close stats at the end of the season. Like, but I see us as the first place. Maybe Fnatic will get close to us as SK, or even guys from Poland will do it as well. I don't like to do such predictions, but I think Gambit is going to be in the top.
And speaking of the top, I know you're a team that pride yourself on international competition, performing. That All-Stars place is out there. Is that a nugget that's really driven you guys forward? Are you starting to boot camp maybe towards the playoffs?
We're already bootcamped. Sometimes we have not enough time, I think. Just 3-4 days on bootcamp. But after this week and the next one, when playoffs will come close, we will go to the bootcamp for 10 days, and then we will show real results.
All right, thank you very much, Diamond. It's always very nice to hear from you. It's also always very nice to hear from you guys at home. And at the top of today's show, we asked you to get on Twitter and tell us which European LCS player would you be the most afraid of to compete against and why. And here are some of the players that would have you quaking in your Moby boots. The first tweet is from @LolYamazuya. Should I ever find myself in mid lane versus Froggen, I'd weep quietly and try to learn as much as I can while he dismantles me. Diamond, you guys have been up against Froggen for forever, it seems.
Huh?
You have been up against Froggen a lot. It seems like 3 years already you've been up against them.
Froggen is a great mid laner, one of the best in the Europe at least. And it's really hard to play against him in solo queue, but I think that Vizik is better.
The second one is from @xjohnson20. Expeke, his experience and clutch plays over the years are one of a kind. I definitely stay under my turret and probably still die. Ha.
Yeah, I mean, Peke's definitely been one of those stronger champions, stronger players. If he's on an assassin, if he's not on an assassin, I'd actually fancy myself against him. Oh, I'd obviously lose, but yeah.
Your Ziggs is pretty mean.
It's still not as good as his.
Then the last tweet is from @BunnyDefender. Gotta defend those bunnies. I'd hate to play against Edward, not just because of his Thresh plays, but because of the surprise picks he brings to the bottom lane.
Maybe I would say. For me personally, I'd have gone with this man. This is the man I'd be afraid of. And Aranea said it himself. He's like, please, Gambit, don't kill me. And you never know where Diamond's going to come out of the bushes.
That's true. I would have nightmares if I had to play against that Xin Zhao for sure. Thank you for all of your terrific answers. And remember to keep tweeting throughout the day to @LOLesports and use that hashtag LCS. It's time for us to take a quick trip back to base and restock some items. But when we return, the action continues as Roccat and Alliance battle it out in our next match. We'll be back in 3.5.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series live in our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee Dearman-Smith, and alongside me is Trevor Quickshot Henry. It is time to get our next match underway as Rocket face off against Alliance. This is the final time that these teams will meet in the spring split, and their head-to-head sits at 2-1 in favor of Rocket. The winning team here will advance to second place, but right now, Alliance is one of the teams that could force ties with the entire European LCS. A win for them here ties their head-to-head with Rocket and sets up a possible tiebreaker.
Yeah, however, if Rocket does take this match, that will actually put them in control of the head-to-head over Alliance, meaning they wouldn't need to play that tiebreaker game, considering they're one of the three teams.
0-5 on Elise, and his early ganks and map presence were flawless. And while rotating, pushing the map, Selavar was able to finish 4-0-3 on Jinx.
Yeah, now starting with Jankos, he started the game incredibly well with a well-coordinated tower dive in the top lane. It was against Freddy on Jax, and it allowed him to secure first blood for himself and for his team. A little later in the game, he managed to get behind Candy Panda and Enrated to secure 2 kills, along with the help of Selavar. Now, we've actually got a clip of that gank to highlight the strength of Rocket in the early game. Let's pull that clip up onto your screens right now. Before we go into this one, I want to highlight how close this game is. It's 10 minutes on the button. 1-1 in kills, there's 200 goals that separates these teams, and no towers yet. Let's start the clip right now, and you'll notice that Vander is not in the lane. He had actually just been killed by SK not 30 seconds prior to this. Selavar does a good job of sort of pulling Candy Pan and Rated towards him, and as Jankos comes in from the back, this is actually a pretty easy 2-on-2. They can't get damage on Selavar. Candy Pan and Enrated on full retreat, low mana, low HP, so 2 quick kills. We're about to fast forward to the big turning point and something that Rocket's not been able to do for the last 4 weeks. Those double kills led to a dragon a minute later, and if you look at the gold, it goes just shy of 2,000 gold at the 11-minute mark. Kills on the key champions and players, and that is a brilliant, brilliant example of what Rocket have failed to do previously. When they pull it off, they win games, and that's what they need to do now against Alliance.
Well, we'll see if they do. Let's talk about Alliance, because they are coming into this game after winning 6 games in a row. If they are victorious here against Rocket, they will equal Fnatic's 7-game win streak for the most consecutive wins in a row in the European LCS this split. Alliance, well, they look mediocre at the beginning of the year, but have drastically improved since winning 8 out of the last 10 games overall. It is a fantastic turnaround for this super team.
Yeah, it has been an incredibly strong turnaround for this supposed super team. They came into the split, but among all the hype that they started, there was very little positive to talk about it. I know, because I called them out about it. And, you know, Alliance lost all 4 games in the opening week. Yes, they did bounce back. They won games in week 2, lost them all week 3. We all remember the curse. But I'm happy to see they found consistency in the individual play. Just to highlight some of the big stats from specific players, let's actually start with Wicked in the top lane. In the last 6 games, he's managed to go 11, 5, and 44. You contrast that with the 16 other maps they played, 19, 43, 80. That is a very big difference in just overall game impacting play. Next up, Shook. You're going to see a massive contrast between their last 16 games and their most recent wins. Same story, 23, 11, 51. He has 2/3 of the kills and 2/3 of the assists with 10 less games. Next up, Froggen. He's always been pretty solid this split, but it's not been a big team-winning mid lane. I mean, think about his Yasuo split pushing, his Kayle tower pushing from early in the split. It didn't really work. But recently, he's playing more team-oriented for his squad, and it's allowed him to get those MVPs as well as the second highest number of assists. Next up, we want to talk about tabs. Once again, poor positioning. Beginning of the split, it allowed him to have that sort of 5 KDA overall. He got caught out often. Now he's sitting at 11.5. Those numbers have gotten even better in recent weeks because he's had a number of games where he just hasn't died. Finally, let's talk about Nif. Just another player that's just gotten better and better with more practice and more games in the LCS stage. To highlight it, look at the assist he secured. In recent 6 wins, contrast that to the last 16 games. 69-6 as opposed to 98-16. Long story short, these guys are hot now, and they need to keep that pressure up.
Well, both of these teams know the importance of a win here to break the tie they're in. And while Rocket, well, they're going to be looking to shut down Froggen and Nif, he claims that Alliance will stick to their same strategy that has carried them on their winning streak.
I think Rocket is a team that tries to go for very unusual picks. It's very hard to predict what they're going to do, but I don't think individually they are like flawless players. They tend to make mistakes.
Lately they are doing really good. They are like 5-0 or 4-0 winning streak right now. Stopping them seems really tough right now.
It's important to beat them because they're tied with us at the moment. They have exactly the same score.
To beat Alliance, we need to shut down Froggen. He's usually roaming around the map and killing everyone. So we just need to shut him down, not make him farm that much, not make him roam. Wicked is usually just farming top lane as well as Shook the jungle. And Taps and Nif aren't doing that much of a place as well.
I think we have a good plan against Rocket. Like what we did in the last 6 games, we banned Lucian and we picked the other AD pretty much. And that's probably what we're going to do against Rocket again.
They're not afraid to bring out new things, and you just have to improvise if they do, and like learn how to play against it on the fly.
Well, the pressure is certainly on these two teams. We'll see how they deal with it. Of course, both have different ideas about how they're going to win this game.
I actually think what Alliance were talking about in terms of the AD carry picks against Salva and removing his comfort zone is actually very smart. It's worked against many, it's worked for many other teams earlier this split.
It has been what we focused on as well when we were figuring the picks and bans. Let's check out those starting lineups though. On the blue side, it is Roccat. That means, of course, Zazas in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid, Selliver as AD carry, and Vander as support. Zazas, he's performing as a slightly multicolored variance today.
Yeah, I think so. It's just the diversity that he brings to that top lane. Of course, for the red side, it is Alliance, Wicked, Shook, Froggen, Tabs, and Nif.
So we are about to get underway in just a moment. Big game. We've already seen Gambit taking down SK Gaming. Both these teams were waiting to take to the stage. That have been watching that game. Maybe seeing the first 2 games of the day, we've seen some interesting picks and bans. This could be a different game.
So the first thing I really want to highlight for this particular game is how much importance both of these junglers place on Elise. They are both phenomenal players, and yes, Elise has taken some hits in terms of her numbers, and especially in terms of her jungle clear time, but I feel like both Jankos and Shook may still be willing to pick her because of how much utility and how many things and how many roles she can fill for any team. Well, so that's what I look at.
We just heard from Diamond, of course. The reason he didn't go with it, went with that Xin Zhao, was purely because he knew what his opponent was going to pick. Knew that Svenskeren was going to go for that Fiddlesticks.
Yeah.
Maybe, obviously, these teams do a lot of research. It's not simply he bypassed Elise because of the changes.
One of the other big questions is who's going to get their hands on Lulu, or is she going to be banned? We have seen, even with the Lichbane nerfs in this particular patch, Lulu is still somewhat of a priority pick. She's still being played in multiple regions. She's been playing in Masters, being played in OGN. We've seen bans here today, 2 bans actually. So I'm almost expecting it to get banned away once more. And because Alliance are on the red side, they don't have to force that ban on Castellan, which is what we have been seeing many teams do in the past. So I really want to see what their strategy is going to be coming to this. Maybe we'll see another Heimerdinger ban.
Maybe, and that was an interesting one for us straight away. And actually, listening to the players, they did say, and forgive and mention, that Heimerdinger is strong everywhere on the map. It's not just in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a really interesting discussion. I'd like to see how this picks and bans plays out, because if there's any team that is going to throw some more interesting choices your way, it's going to be Roccat. I feel they're very brave with their champion picks. They've got a lot of diversity in their play style. Double AP took them 3 weeks to pick up a win with. It was not the most successful decisions, but they made it work last week with Zazas running that Lulu top lane. He had a very good game against SK, and it is a possibility if they get that.
Well, we are just waiting to get things underway in a moment. If you've just tuned in, we've missed 2 great games already. Interesting starts as well, and SK just demolished by Gambit in the previous match.
Yeah, SK, that's 2 games back-to-back now that they have been crushed. They were destroyed last week by Roccat, and they were destroyed by Gambit. I think their laning phase was okay, but at the end of the day, they still got melted. Gambit, when there is the first place title or bragging rights on the line, that was the game that determined who. The time being, at least.
Yeah, for the time being. Alliance have been charging up the table. We talked about this. Obviously, Roccat now, seeing that SK will have lost. It's the team they beat last week. Do you think they're going to be confident coming into this one against Alliance? I mean, Alliance are on a tear right now.
Completely. I think for Roccat, the win was the sort of dam-breaking moment, because they got their confidence back. Roccat, Alliance, and Fnatic are all sitting at the middle of the table. They've got 12 wins and 10 losses. So very interestingly, for this exact moment in time, this game will determine who's 1, 2, and 3 in terms of that little small head-to-head. But the scary thing for Alliance is if Alliance do not win this game, they will be 3-1 down against Roccat. So if they are tied at the end of next week, those tiebreakers could force Alliance lower down the seeding, potentially closer to that relegation spot. So this is a must-win for Alliance to force tiebreakers, and a must-win for Roccat to guarantee a head-to-head lead.
And after seeing the Vel'Koz support up against the traditional Thresh, who is still the top pick champion in the LCS, what are we thinking? I don't think we're going to see Vel'Koz this time around.
I don't know. I'm not expecting it. I don't think Vel'Koz is really a champion that... I don't think it's a champion that either of these support players would pick. And Nif and Vander, I don't get the vibe that they're a Vel'Koz support. And I actually think we may have been a little overly harsh on Vel'Koz in the previous game. Yes, it didn't work out for the obvious reasons. Mobility, if you don't land your skill shots, etc., etc. But had Candy Panda not been caught by that very early hook in the initial 2v2, I almost wonder if that lane could have gone a little differently, because once Vel'Koz got some levels and hit level 8, he was actually trading fairly evenly with that Lucian Thresh lane, which is the quasi-safest, strongest lane at the moment.
Well, the teams are getting ready. Champ Select about to get underway. Let's see what they go with. Here we go. Picks and bans underway. LeBlanc being taken out. Gragas removed. And there is that Lulu ban we mentioned.
Yeah, so all of these are heavy AP-focused mid-lane picks and bans. The Lulu, of course, goes for both Xaxus as well as Overpower from Alliance. So as it stands, Alliance have got a little bit more out of this pick-ban phase. What we do know, or what we do see right now, no targeted bans towards junglers, no targeted bans towards any of those supports either. So very heavy focus on those solo lane picks right now.
So Renekton has been taken away. Sivir removed. We haven't seen Sivir for a while, actually. Was banned out from Alliance. It is a champion that they have used. They like that high mobility teams. Yasuo, the final ban there. That leaves many options open for Roccat. Will they go with that jungler as the first pick? Will they go with the mid lane? Will they go with the top lane? Or do they focus on the fact that Caitlyn is open for Celeber?
It's such a difficult question. The thing is, Caitlyn and Lucian are available. Now, as far as the play times go, 10 games on Caitlyn, 4 Celeber, 7 games on Lucian. So I think either of those are first pick worthy for a team like Roccat, who wants Celeber to be comfortable. You've also got the likes of Trundle, which is something that Roccat have also first picked in at least 2 of their last 7 or 8 games. So there's a lot of options. I wonder if Elise isn't the talking point right now.
And this is the first time in picks and bans for the last few weeks that I can remember that I haven't actually focused on Wicked. They normally go for either Aurelia or Ryze or something like that, try and limit his champion pool, but they are all available for Wicked if he wants them.
I'm so happy you mentioned the Ryze, because Wicked has actually been playing a lot of Ryze in solo queue. He's been quite outspoken about how he enjoys playing that champion. And you mentioned the Aurelia as well. He's played that 6 times. He's got 5 wins and a 7 KDA. That is a very good high level of ability on that individual pick.
So the Kha'Zix coming out here has got a good win rate so far in the European LCS. Will that be the mid laner? We're expecting it to be the jungler. Generally, if you look at Roccat, the last pick tends to be the mid laner. That's what they leave for Overpower, so I'm expecting that to be a Jankos pick. Meanwhile, Alliance, they're looking towards a Thresh. Could it be the Lucian?
Yeah, Thresh Lucian, Thresh Kate might be the lock-in here for Alliance, unless they want to get that jungler off the table. Maybe locking in Evelynn. It is a possibility. We've seen Jankos playing even in the past. I particularly like Shook's Evelynn. He ran it last week as well. Has been doing very well on that particular champion. Now, something we've seen Roccat doing a lot in the past is running Ziggs in that mid lane. It is still up and available. LeBlanc is banned away, Gragas is banned away, so it could be a fairly safe pick if they wanted to go that route, and maybe allow some counter picking with the support of the top laner a little later down.
Well, the Lucian Thresh was the first 2 picks for Gambit in the previous game. Worked very well for them in that bottom lane. Will Roccat have anything fancy to respond to? Of course, we just saw the Jinx and Vel'Koz bottom lane support. Not your traditional lane, that's for sure, but there is potentially the Jinx. This time around, it's going to be paired with Karma.
That was a very quick lock-in on that Karma. Now, Vander has been playing the Karma and has been picking him up just a little bit more. I think what I like about Roccat so far is they've got an immense amount of damage. Karma's very good in the very early stages of the game. Her poke is long-ranged and high base value, so it allows them to at least poke back Lucian and Thresh somewhat, but they've got to be very careful not to stay too deep or get caught up by a hook. What Roccat needs to finish up their composition is a little bit stronger of a front line. Kha'Zix likes to initiate, pull aggro, and peel. And right now, they don't have anyone that's going to stand there and stick, like a Trundle or a Shyvana, which is what I'm sort of expecting from Roccat.
The Evelynn is a strong pick for Shook. Shook's been playing Evelynn a number of times, helping out, getting himself some kills in that mid and top lane. This would be an interesting one for me though, Wicked. If that Shyvana gets locked in,
Would this be the first time we've seen him on Shyvana?
No, it won't be the first time because we've actually seen him play Shyvana a couple of times very early in the split. And I distinctly remember him doing pretty well with Shyvana. So it's one that he can play. It was when he was running around with Trundle and Shyvana somewhat and for the first sort of 3 or 4 weeks. The thing that I like about the pick is if anybody from Roccat jumps in, say Kha'Zix or Karma, they come into you, and immediately Shyvana is just going to be able to use Dragon's Descent and push them all away by space and by breathing room for the team of Alliance. I want to just touch on the fact that Alliance is very well-rounded. They've got a strong front line with Evelynn and Shyvana. They can set up picks with Thresh, and they've got one of the safest AD carries in Lucian. The only question is, do they want more magic damage from Froggen in the mid lane? The answer has to be yes. Vanda, I think, trolling a little bit with the Karthus because Froggen, he loves Karthus immensely.
Well, maybe he's not. Maybe he's thinking this is what Overpower wants. You can see the discussions going on quietly. It's always Jankos that seems the most animated in these picks and bans to me. You can see he's obviously being quite vocal at the moment. There is a potential Rise switch. Will this be the Rise in the mid lane? We saw last week Alex Ich played it. Of course, we also saw Faker playing it over in the OGN. And it will be the Trundle in the top lane.
Now, I'm very, very happy to see this. We talked about how there's a lot of damage for Roccat with the Kha'Zix, Jinx, Karma picks. Now you've got a lot of mobility that's somewhat unseen. You're going to get speed boost from Karma. You're going to have Trundle throwing down his W. The Frozen Domain gets a very big speed boost while on it. Rise, he throws down his ultimate. He's got a big move speed as well. So if the Lions get a little bit caught out, there's an immense amount of surround and catch potential here for Roccat. They can run at you effectively. They can lock you down with a Rune Prism, with a Root from Karma, and somebody can get focused out to die. I almost wonder if a Karthus wouldn't be a terrible pick here for Alliance, because if Roccat are running at you, you've got very short ranges on Rise, Trundle, Kha'Zix. They want to be tightly clumped up. The Karthus would do well. The alternative, hovering over the Nidalee or maybe a Ziggs, long range poke, as they're running at you, hurt them, and let Evelynn and Shyvana clean up after the team fight.
Nidalee is being the final choice, the final thoughts. Froggen with a big grin on his face, looking like it's going to get locked in for him. So will be the Nidalee in the mid lane for a farm heavy player.
Yeah, so that's quite a nice pick. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Froggen to land those Nidalee spears. You know, when you look at the Alliance composition, there's not a lot of natural synergy when you look at the champions. Shyvana wants to be diving headlong into you, ideally with some support. Evelynn doesn't want to be diving headlong. She wants to flank, come in from the side, put her ultimate down. Nidalee never wants to be in the middle. She only wants to be hiding on the back line. So what Alliance needs to make sure they do is get the right damage down onto the targets from Roccat, because if they do not, and Roccat is able to chase them down with their move speed and swarm and get good pillars, I think Rockat's team fighting power is significantly better than that of Alliance's. It will take a little bit of time to get there. Rise and Trundle need some time to scale up, as does Jinx, in fact.
And it's something you mentioned, it might take them a while to get there. Roccat have not been strong in the early lane phase, and it may well be an important factor coming into this game, whereas Alliance, they are on a charge right now. The players have selected their champions, so let's see who you picked in this matchup. With 52% of you, the vote seems to be for Roccat as the victor here. That is a close vote.
That is a close vote. It's actually unexpected. I mean, 6-0 coming into this game. Yes, Roccat had a good game against SK, but you would think the faith would be with the Lions. You know? And with the spring split, we'll soon be coming to a close. We've got a lot of LCS action still to come this year. So if you guys at home would actually like to join us in the studio, head to the tickets link at the top of lolesports.com. Find out how you can come join the guys in the crowd and sing some ole, ole, ole yourselves. Because it is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, so I thought, are we in a football stadium here? What's going on? I'm not too sure.
It's not until the vuvuzelas are brought out. As, you know, the host of the 2010 World Cup, I think a vuvuzela would be greatly appreciated for any potential fans out there.
Potentially the worst thing to ever come out of South Africa. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the game underway. Roccat starting out as the blue team, up against Alliance on the red team, playing from top to bottom. What do we expect? Do we expect to see any early aggression? We saw it in the Millennium Copenhagen Wolves game earlier off in the day. The first blood coming out in just 2 minutes.
Yeah, so you've got to remember that this is patch 4.4, so the trinkets have been moved back to the 2 minute mark, meaning that early free vision is not available. If you look at the itemization choices, nobody's bought early wards, which tells you that we're not expecting an invade. You don't tend to go for those blind face checks unless you can put a ward down at max range out of your vision. It's something that the Copenhagen Wolves did not do earlier, and it's why they got killed, why they gave up that first blood very early on.
Well, Froggen is in standard defensive position, making sure Jankos does not go for the invade on that red buff. You can see just down the bottom area of the map, Vander doing exactly the same alongside Nif. And Overpower and Shook, well, Shook of course going to be invisible to Overpower, but keeping themselves well within vision of one another.
Yeah, so nothing fancy here coming out of either team. I do want to highlight that there are 2 teleports on the side of Rocket. You've got Zazus and Overpower running teleports. The reason I highlight that in this particular patch, your teleport has a reduced cooldown if you teleport to towers. So it goes from a base value of 300 seconds to 200 seconds. If you actually go into the utility tree, get some cooldown reduction, and go distortion boots, you have the possibility of dropping that all the way down to 135 seconds. The only reason I go all into the numbers now is because I'm expecting Roccat to play the tower defense game, throwing Trundle and Rise to towers that are being pressured by Alliance and trying to hold them as long as possible.
Well, it's a 3-man late invade for Roccat. They're coming in towards that red buff. Wicked is just off at the side again. There's wards are now available. There's Wicked, puts his ward down, gets the vision on that red buff. But, well, you can see on your map, Shook has backed away. This red buff is going to Roccat.
Yeah, complete advantage in favor of Roccat. Alliance did not want to contest because their low-level damage simply did not match that of Roccat. Nidalee and Evelyn are not going to offer a whole lot in those small confined spaces, whereas Karma with her mantra is going to melt people. So Rocket's early advantage, buff steal, and they started the lane swap as well.
Well, Nif went to harass Zazus, but Zazus took away his own red buff as well, so both reds have gone across the Roccat. Good start in the early game for Roccat. Overpowering that mid lane. Did start off with boots, by the way, so he's going to be fairly mobile, of course. Hasn't gone for that mana crystal just yet. Expect that Tear of the Goddess to be that first item he goes back and buys.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the first item. He then obviously wants to go for the Catalyst, the Protector, working towards the Rod of Ages. Part of the reason you see these Rises go for a boot start is to avoid the ranged poke that comes down from the likes of Nidalee, or, in the past we've seen it against Gragas's. But one of the things I like, because Rise has got that additional range on his Overload, his Q, it allows him to move up, Q, W, back away Q, and actually not take reply harass. So as long as Overpower plays it correctly, he can get an early lane dominance against Frog.
Don't think he was expecting Frogger to thread the needle with that spear, though. Caught Frog in a little off guard. You could almost see him stand back and cast. It's like, what just hit me? How did that happen? In this top lane, well, it's a 3-man pile on. Of course, we did have the lane swaps. Wicked is in there. Shook just hanging off in the distance, but Jankos is ready to come in. He's going to pass the ward. He's going to get spotted out here. Shook will suddenly show himself. Will they try and go for the kill? Oh, Vander managed to flash away. He took a lot of turret damage. The Ignite was on, but they didn't get the damage down in time.
That was actually very good counterplay from Shook. One of the things that you can do against Evelyn is force the lane swap so that you as the team initiating lane swap know where Evelyn's going to be. Shook had only 2 options. Either go to defend Wicked against the tower dive, or go bottom lane and try to tower dive Zazus himself. He opted for the defensive, it worked out, they got Vander's flash.
Cast your mind back though to when Roccat were trying to do a similar thing to the Super Hot Crew. It's down the bottom lane, but they were pushing, pressuring on towards that turret, and they are losing out right now because Alliance in this bottom lane with Tabs and Nif are putting a lot of pressure on Zazus.
Yeah, and I think at this point in time, whoever's going to get the first tower is going to be in a nice, strong position. Vander and Salavaz Jankos, oh, they're going in. Shook's forced away. The tower's going, but they don't have the minions, so they can't go for the tower dive just yet.
Vander has to step away from there. The minion line is being farmed out between just in these bushes area. Shook does not want to back away. We do see Wicked. He's teleporting back, but he does not have teleport to get back here quick enough. This tower may well go down.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that they should be trading towers. Now remember, the top tower does have that additional damage reduction from champions, so it's taken a little bit longer to melt than Rocket were hoping. In fact, look in the bottom lane. Tabs and Nif, they haven't pushed. They have not pushed that tower down. So Zazus still has 50% of it up. This means it's an advantage for Rocket. They've got the early global gold, and I'm expecting a lane swap to try and defend that bottom tower. It's what most of the LCS teams do when in this position.
Well, as you mentioned, they didn't decide to push on now on. Will it be a problem? Because at the moment, Roccat have not backed away. They're sticking around in that top lane, and now I feel actually the fact that they haven't backed off, I expect Alliance to maybe try and keep them there. You can see Zazus has returned back to the lane, getting that wave clear down there, keeping them away. Tabs continuing to put the pressure on towards that turret, slowly but surely knocking it down. The minions are not with him though, and Roccat so far have defended it. You can see the top lane pairing are backing away. They may manage to return in time.
It's too late, I think. This next wave, Tabs and Nif look to be pushing it pretty hard. They're going to balance the tower out. I feel like if Roccat had backed away from that top lane 20 or 30 seconds earlier, they could have been in position to defend this, and they would have avoided giving up that objective gold. They didn't even touch that top inner turret. So there was nothing gained, and they lost an objective. Small misplay from Roccat in the early game.
Yeah, again, a little bit greedy maybe, trying to force the issue. But of course, the fact that Wicked had gone back very early on, came back full hit points, so we're never really going to be able to get back on towards that second turret. Jankos looking to try and create plays here, but at the moment, Froggen, well, on Nidalee, we've already all seen how mobile Nidalee is. He has hit level 6, and he has got that Cougar form that he can just pounce away.
Now, if you go back to Super Week 2 weeks ago, Froggen did play Nidalee. And I think it was against Fnatic, if I recall. So this is the first time we've seen him play the same champion in the last 7 games. So he's got 2 Nidalee games. And his spears are on point. He's forcing Overpower away because Overpower's got no mana. You touched on the fact that he starts with the boots. Without that mana crystal, gets himself up to level 6, spams all of his mana just pushing the wave and farming. And he's going to have a slightly delayed power spike because usually we see those tiers coming in around the 5-6 minute mark.
You know, you talked about how the Roccat have made him a misplay in that top lane. Wicked is freezing that lane in the top. He's going to make Xaxus come towards him, come really deep without any ward coverage. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, they're happy to just take the dragon.
Now, had the tower been there, had Roccat backed away from top early and Sullivan Vander been defending a bottom lane tower, this dragon would have been much more difficult to do. Because look at how deep Sullivan Vander are in their lane, in their side of the jungle. Alliance played that perfectly. They got map presence, they had vision on all of members of Roccat, and that was the safest, cleanest dragon that we've seen very early on today.
So Red Buffs have spawned. Jankos will try and take his own away. It seems that he will get it, although Tams and Nif are close by. They're going to take away the golems. Meanwhile, top lane, the pressure is on. Wicked actually putting pressure on towards Xaxus now in that top lane. Has got himself a CS advantage, of course, but Xaxus has that wave pushing into the tower. This is the first time the 2 top laners have actually met.
Yeah, so you see Wicked, he hasn't picked up anything telling regarding a build right now. Just a Doran Shield and Boots. So Xaxus with a Vamp Scepter, and his passive should sustain well, but I'm still expecting Shyvana to bully him a little bit in those straight-up head-to-heads. The one thing that Xaxus can do, because he's against a Shyvana, is he can afford to build damage early, wait for Wicked to go Dragon's Descent, get all that additional armor and magic resist, and then just steal it with his Subjugate. So it's quite smart play for Xaxus going a little bit of damage early on.
We're into 8 minutes, and Overpower hasn't gone for the tier. Went for the Catalyst first instead. That's going to take a long time to build if he wants tier now.
So I think, you know, there's an argument that can be made. If you go tier first, you get more damage, but you're somewhat squishier. Because of the Catalyst, and if he's going to go for a Rod of Ages as quickly as possible, you get more HP, mana, and ability power. So it's a slightly more rounded item for Rise. But what it does mean is exactly like you said, it's going to take a little bit longer to get that Seraph's Embrace build up and stacked up if he goes for that tier of the Goddess. I mean, we're assuming this Mana Crystal is going to become a tier. It is a core item, but Overpower is one of those mid laners that doesn't necessarily follow the rulebook on all of your item builds. So we'll see when he actually goes back to buy. He's still got a lot of minions to farm up and a lot of gold to earn.
Well, that's a long time away. I mean, by my standings, it generally takes about 25 minutes to stack out that tier. Looking at it now, we're looking into well into the 30-minute radius now if he wants to get that one. We'll see how long this game goes on, though. As of yet, so far today, the games have been relatively short. So far, though, Jankos and Celevo, we highlighted them at the start of this game. They were a fantastic pairing in basically what took down SK Gaming. They may well have to be relied upon because they have good farm. They have 71 CS to 79.
Oh, sure, like Xaxus is in trouble.
Xaxus is in trouble. He's not going to be able to get away. He's going to flash away. Will the slow come down? Dragon Descent does catch him. Just tweaked him in towards that bushes, and that will be first blood for Wicked.
Very well played. Wicked and Shook just landing everything that they needed to. Xaxus did the right thing. He waited on that Subjugate until the Dragon's Descent came out, but it was just too late. And with red buff, as well as the slow from Bilgewater Cutlass, Wicked and Shook just stuck to him so easily. So it is going to allow them to get a lot of damage on this tower. It's past the 8-minute mark, so that very early damage reduction is not there. And it does look like they're going to back away just a moment. Ah, there's the teleport we talked about. So 200 seconds from now, Xaxus will be able to reuse that on any of the towers he wants.
Well, we'll see whether that's just in time for the Dragon. We'll find out. 10 minutes into the game, and so far, Alliance have themselves a slight advantage, all equal in towers, but of course that first Dragon did go to Alliance, and now that first blood, along with, honestly, all of the lanes are going Alliance's way so far. And this is what we've talked about with Roccat before.
It all stems from that very, very early play. Roccat put so much emphasis on the jungle buffs, and then forgot about defending their towers. Had Sullivan Vander recalled from that top lane push to defend their bottom lane tower, they could have been a little bit closer in CS, but they were in that limbo state. Do we push? Do we fall back? When do we recall? They lost minions to the tower, they lost minions to the lane, and they lost a dragon. If the next dragon goes the way of Alliance, I think they're going to have a big enough gold lead to start punishing Rocket under towers. And there's a lot of poke potential and siege potential. If you have Shyvana and Eve sitting near the tower while Nidalee and Lucian are hitting it, the moment Rocket engage, you're just going to peel away, use that Dragon's Descent, use Agony's Embrace, and just back away from Rocket.
Well, we'll see how much they get punished by this one. 2 minutes till our dragon and potentially a target in the mid lane. Oh, Pink Ward will spot out that ward he just put down, which gives Overpower a big warning that somebody is nearby, which is why he stepped straight back and he's going to try and clear that ward out.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to get the ward. You've seen that Nif was waiting in the wings, trying to set up a death sentence. I don't think they would have directly engaged, but it would have made landing a javelin toss from Nidalee significantly easier. We've just seen the poke coming out from Vander. He actually started with that Spell Thief's Edge. He has upgraded it to a Frost Fang. I think that may have been a small mistake as well, because he was in a 2v1, so you're not going to get the most optimal poke from that passive. In addition, he's been roaming around the map quite significantly, not getting the biggest advantage. It's only managed to accrue 200 gold from the passive, and his tribute only 95, which is actually hitting a champion. Had that been a coin, that gold would have been a little bit higher.
Yeah, because he's not been in lane with a champion for probably around about the last 6 minutes until that top tower went down. So, how are things panning out? Well, Wicked so far is having a pretty good game up against Xaxus in his top lane, and I've said it many times and I'll say it again, if Wicked has a good game, Alliance tend to play very well.
Yeah, especially when he's got a champion that can disrupt the front line so importantly. The one thing that you can't discount is that the moment a fight breaks out or a dragon engage in this next 20 seconds, teleport's not just up yet for Xaxus, but it won't be long. It's actually 10 seconds longer than the dragon will spawn. Wicked needs to make the map plays. He needs to get that tower the moment that TP comes away. You can see that Shook is trying to engage an Overpower, but Vander's there as well, so nothing comes of it. They're just trying to get vision, and the dragon game's about to start.
The dragon game is underway because the pink wards are down. You can already see Tabs getting caught out there, getting the poke. Vander trying to create something, but Alliance have started the dragon off, and, well, teleport is available for Xaxus if he wants it. And Rocket, are they going to try and contest with this one? Dragon already down to half health. Froggen is going to pounce away. They are going to contest. They're coming in. Are they going to go for this one? Overpower manages to come around the side with his teleport, but again, it has been reset. Rockat's still unsure on this one, though.
Yeah, Wicked is made his way down as well. Jankos was forced to use his ultimate. I have no idea what that leap was for, if he was trying to get in the pit. Nevertheless, he does back away. And at this point in time, Alliance are not confident in forcing that big 5v5 or in that situation a 4v4. I still feel like the combination of abilities from Roccat is pretty good. They can't afford to take poke. So if any spears land, all of a sudden Rocket are less likely to engage. They're caught Wicked.
Wicked's going to get caught out. Dragon Descent having to be used defensively. Alliance have started off the Dragon though. Have Rocket pushed too far though. They're going to see Wicked come around the side. Nif does manage to flash. Hook on towards the Overpower. The culling comes out, but Nif's taking a lot of damage. Shook comes around the side, does not get himself the kill. Nif goes down. Wicked, that ultimate is about to wear out. He can't go too deep with this one. The spear does come through. And Alliance, well, they managed to force Rocket away, but they lost Nif in the process.
Advantage to Alliance. They get the net global gold gain. By taking the Dragon down, they actually come out ahead. Yes, they lost their support, but none of their carries went down, which is the reason they're actually pushing this lane just a little bit in the mid lane. Froggen with blue buff and those heals is spamming out those javelin tosses, gets a couple auto attacks down, and I think Rocket a little bit hesitant to engage. Jankos used his ultimate so early on, before the fight had even started, he didn't have it to dive in, and now all of a sudden, Shook is stealing the blue buff.
Well, Sullivan's trying to play defensive duties in that mid lane up against Frog, and we do see the blue buff. That goes across to Shook, and down the bottom lane, well, Tabs has got complete free farm right now. He's got about 3 waves he's taken out. He's freezing the lane as well. He is farming up a treat.
Yeah, doing very, very well. That Bloodthirster is already very nicely stacked up for him. He's going to most likely get some... well, he's got a lot of options to go for with Lucian as his next item build, but I think the way Alliance played that Dragon was very smart. Wicked roamed early enough that he was a presence. Rocket couldn't simply start a fight because Wicked was nearby. What it also meant is the zoning from Jankos, because he couldn't get in to steal a dragon with a smite, just meant Alliance secured a fairly safe objective, and now Jankos could get jumped on again. Blade of the Rune King's up, they're going in.
Zazas might get caught out. Shook's hanging around the side there. Wicked trying to bait him in, but he doesn't want to go for that one. He knows there's a pink ward, it seems, in that river, and Overpower was heading up there, but this is all bought time for Froggen in that mid lane. He's going to keep on pushing. You can see Jankos is going to have to come across, do defensive duties. Froggen may get caught out in the mid lane here. Overpower is heading down.
Yeah, it does look like they want to go in on him, but you've seen the ultimate from Jankos came out. He didn't manage to get any slows. The mobility in Cougar form from Nidalee just meant she got away. There was no rune prison, no slow. Gets out nice and clean. Got a nice CS lead as well, 30 at this point, which is very strong. But again, early laning rise, you do expect to be down in CS.
Up against the Nidalee though, that's not a bad deal, but we know that Froggen does manage to hit that farm very well. Tier was picked up by Overpower along with that Rod of Ages. We'll see how long that takes to stack out. We are at 16.5 minutes already. Bot lane pairings, well, they're still going at it. Froggen, we're going to see defensive duties up against Overpower. Does use that Cougar form to keep everything away from that turret. And that turret really has not taken any damage. Considering they tried to focus it before the dragon fight, it is untouched.
I almost feel like that was part of the reason Alliance were able to get the dragon. Because Roccat actually focused on that mid turret to try to get some damage onto it, they were a little bit split up. Wicked was able to come around the long way through the jungle and get into the middle of the Roccat squad. So Jankos wasn't actually sitting, didn't have the front line of Rise and Trundle early enough in the pit. Nevertheless, Alliance have got themselves a 3,000 gold lead, even on towers. They've got both dragons that have been secured. And I think it is just a matter of time until Alliance start getting some deep wards down, looking for some roams from Evelyn. The moment Shook gets some form of advantage, some kill somewhere, it's going to open up that area of the map to be pushed and the tower to go down.
Rabadon's death cap is underway for Froggen. He just went and got an easily large rod. Meanwhile, Zazas is going to get pounced on towards that turret. Took half his hit points off there as he pushes him in there. And Shook, well, he didn't show himself, so he may be trying to bait that one out. The rest of Alliance, meanwhile, are pushing the mid lane.
Yeah, so much damage there from Wicked. Just one combo of his ultimate Q plus Blade of the Rune King. Zazas subjugates up, the tower's going to go down.
They're going to go for him. He does have to flash away from this one. Has he got enough to get away? No, he's not, because Shook flashes back on towards it. They get themselves a kill.
Yeah, they just chased him down, and Jankos is trying to find Froggen.
But this may well be the wrong target. Wicked's going to come around the side. He hasn't got that Dragon Descent available, but they can't chase Nidalee down. And while that was all happening, the top turret goes down to Alliance.
The moment Shook is able to find a kill, there is enough damage with whoever the solo laner is to take the tower down. If you look at that top lane, Zazas is 1.5 miles behind Shook right now. Behind Wicked, rather. 60 CS, he's lost his tower, he's given up 2 deaths. Now Overpower's caught.
Overpower getting a lot of pressure. Turn tries to turn it back on towards Wicked. Remember, Wicked, no magic resist at the moment, so will take a lot of poke from Overpower, but trying to play defensive duties while this is all happening again. Tabs all on his own in that bottom lane, pushing them towers, constantly pushing the waves into that tower. Somebody has to deal with him.
At this point in time, if anybody can get to him, he will go down. There is a lot of damage with Rise, Kha'Zix, and Trundle if they can get to him, but the problem is there's a lot that they've got to break through. And because of the vision that Alliance had in terms of their jungle entries for Roccat, and because Alliance were pushing Roccat to defend towers, it means that Tabs is pushing safely. There was no risk of him being caught out because you knew at every point where members of Roccat were.
As of yet, we haven't really seen any presence at all from Jankos on this Kha'Zix, but he is building aggressively, gone for that Hex Shrinker now. We'll see how that transfers. If he can, as he mentioned, jump onto Tabs, jump onto Froggen maybe even. He could put a lot of damage down if he gets that unseen threat proc in there. Froggen, he's going to be getting that blue buff, or that's the plan at least, I believe. He will take it with that pounce and the claws. So, of course, that's going to be vital for his spears as we start stepping up. That Rabadon's Death Cap will be the next item. Those spears will begin to hurt.
Yeah, especially when you consider there's not a lot of magic resist on the side of Roccat. Or Jankos, if he gets caught by a hook, he could go down, and he's hooked.
Death Sentence comes in, Shook manages to follow through. He does have to pounce away from that one. That's going to be a big cooldown. Has hit level 11, so did manage to evolve those wings just in time.
Yeah, no Agony's Embrace from Shook, and also Froggen was a little too far away. I thought maybe he could get a max range Q. Didn't manage to happen. So, you see Jankos gets pushed backwards. Now, with attack speed increase, Froggen is just melting this tower.
Yeah, Overpower might have to use Overload to try and keep him away here. Spear does land on towards Overpower. You can see it's already chunking him. He will probably be the tankiest member of the team at the moment. Zazas really hasn't built that way. Some fight cape's going to be coming out, but again, it's another dragon started off for Alliance.
There are 2 teleports up for Roccat. If they want to go, they've got to go now. It's too late.
Oh,
That was close.
Super Mega Death Rocket almost caught it out there. Splash damage could have been enough. Instead, smited out by Shook.
3 for 3 as far as Dragons are concerned, and Alliance are just slowly pulling themselves into the lead. The problem is now, I'm even going to grab a tower here, uncontested. The problem for Roccat, yes, their team is going to scale incredibly well. Trundle, Rise, Jinx are going to get better and better and better. The problem is they're so far down that if they make one misplay in a team fight, Alliance is going to be so far ahead that it doesn't matter how far they're going to scale because it'll take too long to hit that power spike or power level that they can fight Alliance.
Signal of aggression, I feel, coming out from Frog in there. Death Cap completed, but Brilliance Potion also picked up. Is the siege going to start from Alliance here? Let's check out where they decide to focus their power at the moment. All the lanes are pretty much pushed in Alliance's favor. They could go anywhere they please. And honestly, Xaxus has got to be careful he doesn't get caught out in this top lane.
So because Alliance have got all 3 outer towers down for Roccat, they need to get deep vision before they can start doing a very effective siege. So we'll see how they place their wards. There's a number of pink wards sitting on the side of Alliance. What they can also do is try to play the Baron bait, deny vision from Roccat, force Roccat to sort of blind check any of those bushes towards Baron, and then try to jump on them. Land a good spear, pounce in with Evelyn. Roccat is just waiting for a member of Alliance to overstep so they can go in, but no mistakes yet from Alliance.
A lot of ping wards having to be used by Roccat as well, trying to clear out that coverage, as you mentioned. That deep coverage that Roccat are trying to fight for. They are trying to sweep out anything they can. Only 2 sweeping lenses so far for them, 3 of course for Alliance. And again, just off and down the bottom lane is Tabs, all on his own, keeping that farm going. But honestly, Salivar's doing a good job at keeping up with him.
Yeah, he's been keeping up, but the problem is we haven't seen it do anything. You know, Salivar hasn't been present for those dragon fights. He hasn't really made an impact on this Jinx. We've seen one Super Mega Death Rocket trying to steal. It didn't work out. So what Rocket needs to do is find a way to actually jump on Alliance, find a way to use their team fight power to catch Alliance up. But Alliance, they're not grouping. Tabs continues to side push the bottom lane. Wicked continues to side push the top lane. The strength of Rocket is in 5v5s. Alliance is not giving them that chance.
There's 4 members in this top area at the moment. Vander comes around. Every time one of those wards gets cleared, he manages to get another down. He's doing a good job at trying to keep some vision up for Roccat. Xaxus has been playing very tentatively in that top lane, making sure he doesn't get caught out by Shook once again. Has been caught out twice already and just keeps on making sure he's got full vision. You can see his positioning on the map as well. He's making sure he keeps well away from Wicked in that top lane.
Yeah, there's nothing that he can do. With that big disparity and even the item difference, Wicked's just going to melt him. I mean,
and Wicked's freezing the lane. He's been holding that wave up in that top lane for a very long time. He's keeping it well away from Xaxus, and you can see, as you mentioned, the CS farm difference, it is huge right now.
Yeah, at this point in time, Alliance can just keep playing this sort of patient game. The problem is they need to get deep. They need to go past those outer turrets and get in on Roccat. Tabs is probably going to get caught out. Here comes Jankos from the side.
The stealth comes out from Jankos. Is it going to be enough? They're trying to flash for it. They do manage to catch him. That could be enough with the Root Prison down. The barrier comes out. The Culling is on him, but he will get taken down by the claws, and Overpower manages to finish the job. But look what it has created for Alliance. They're going for Baron. The rest of Roccat know about it, though.
There are teleports on the side of Roccat. Alliance did the right call to back away. If Xaxus and Overpower were able to teleport to a ward, there was a very real possibility of a good team fight for them. Vander is caught out just a little.
Froggen going aggressive. He has got that Brilliance pot used. The spear is not going to find his target on Vander. And now we do see Salivar putting pressure on towards that mid tower. Vander's going to try and keep them at bay here. He gets pounced on. The damage comes through, but the spear does not. Shook instead flashes for it. He gets himself a kill. Salivar's the next focused target. Roccat did get themselves the mid turret. Can they get a bottom turret as well? The spear lands on towards Salivar. He has going to try and run away from this one. Froggen, he's going to chase the gap. He does manage to get another spear down. Barrier was enough to keep it away. Meanwhile, Roccat, they take down that bottom turret. Jankos is now caught out. Death Sentence did not land, and Jankos does manage to pounce away.
So they managed to get the box out of there. Now trading 1 kill for what was actually 2 towers in total, mid and bottom, is a very good play for Roccat. They start clawing back that 6,000 gold lead, evening it up now to 4,000 gold. What we do see is we're starting to get to the point where that Rod of Ages is about halfway through getting fully stacked. Overpower is still scaling, is still getting stronger and stronger. To give you an update on his tier, it's 463 out of 750 mana. So you're probably right. The next 5 minutes is when it's going to cap out. There is the makings of what could be a Seraph's Embrace, which would actually make it scale even quicker. So if Alliance do not find a way to press their 5,000 gold advantage now, Rocket could start closing that back further and further, especially with this next Dragon.
Well, you saw them trying that Baron out and really didn't have the damage for it, let alone the fact that there were teleports available, as you mentioned. They didn't seem to be making too much of a dent on it while they were taking a hell of a lot of damage. Overpower, he's setting himself up once again in this bottom lane, but this time Nif and Shook are nearby. If he goes aggressive on taps now, it will be the wrong time, the wrong thing to do. They do have Jankos coming down. They will have spotted Nif and Shook, but he's Overpower. They have no idea he's there. Teleport coming in. Xaxus is going to join the party. He teleports onto the minion. It's going to be a 3-on-3. It's a melee, but Frogger's going to join the party as well. Nif gets a flay on towards Jankos. They're going to try and focus him. Not really the right targets instead. Shook gets focused. He's the tankiest member of the team. The rocket doesn't quite land. Xaxus does finally get in there. Nif's going to get caught out. He actually takes the death sentence into the fight for some reason. He goes down. It's a 2-for-0, and Rocket are going to keep on pushing. Frogger now caught out. The chopper's not quite enough to catch on towards him. The leap from Jankos is not going to get him close enough, and Frogger disengages.
Now Rocket have to get the Dragon from this. That was a very good play. The communication from Rocket, baiting Alliance, pulling them further and further, and using the power of the teleport. Now, in what is going to be a 5 versus 3, Rocket have a very small window of opportunity to get this Dragon, and it looks like they're going to play it safe. They do not have Overpower, they do not have Xaxus, so they're backing away right now. There's still the risk of Javelins landing, and Alliance, they're trying to defend it. They don't want the gold to go to Rocket.
Well, everybody from Alliance is rushing straight back for this Dragon. They know exactly when this is coming up. Rocket do not seem ready. Overpower does have teleport, which is why he's heading off, going to get himself the blue buff and join back into this fight if he is required.
Yeah, so he's going to grab himself that blue. We actually see the items he picked up was the Void Staff. So he's got a very big damage spike right now. If Rocket want to go in, they've got to go quick. Let's see if the death sentence can land from them. If Dragon's going low, the calls to back away. Nobody from Rocket's going in, they're giving this one up.
Rocket disengage, and that's the 4th Dragon now for Alliance. 4 out of 4. Great control for them. You talked about it at the start. Against Super Hot Crew, they didn't really go for the Dragon control. Instead, they went to take other objectives as it happened. But in this game, it is all about that Dragon. They've got themselves 3 out of 3 turrets compared to Rocket as well, who've also got those 3. But they are starting to come into their own.
I feel like Alliance did not capitalize on the lead that they had. I think Alliance were playing a little too safe when they had that 6,000 gold lead from the 15 to the 25-minute mark. They did not push beyond those first line of towers from Rocket. They did not get very many deep wards on the side of Rocket, and Alliance did not try to siege either. So at this point in time, that gold difference becomes smaller and smaller as the game extends.
An interesting second item completed for Wicked. It was the Banshee's Veil. When Overpower is the only real threat, I guess, from Magic. Of course, you can talk about the fact that he's going to block one of those spells. That's the main purpose of it, but he really is fearful of getting locked down with that Rune Prism maybe in a team fight.
Yeah, and I think it's also to do with the fact that it's a very effective MR item as well. Karma and Rise are going to be doing a fair amount of magic damage. It's somewhat different to what you see from Shyvana's. I almost would have preferred like a Randian Zone, allowing him to negate some of that innate speed and movement that Rocket has. But we'll see how it works out for him. You know, it is going to block at least one spell, and it forces you to pop it. That is something that you can't discount. It does force you to focus it down. As the hook goes up, oh, Janko's not caught.
Turned his back just at the right time. Froggen caught out by a little poke there with the inner flame from Vander, but took the lantern, got straight out of there. While this is all happening, Overpower, he's all on his own down that bottom lane in Alliance. They may try and shove the mid lane.
Now we'll see if Alliance can actually make this one work. If they get to the tower, Overpower's going to have that option to just teleport straight back. He's instead going to be recalling. As far as the boot upgrades have gone, he went for Distortion. So as soon as he comes out, he'll be running out of their base. Alternatively, it'll be a teleport into a very high-speed Rune Prism. This is also one of the other options you have available. TP to a ward, go motoring at 700 move speed, Rune Prism tabs or Froggen in place, and then proceed to kill him.
Lock someone down very quick. Inner flame catches on towards Froggen. Here is the teleport coming in. Overpower does motor in there, straight on towards Nif. Didn't really have the backup there. He did have the super Mega Death Rocket coming out, but did not catch enough damage. Nif takes a quick burst from the overload, but Alliance disengage again.
That was an absolutely massive heal coming out of Froggen. The moment that Super Mega Death Rocket hit, the heal landed immediately after, and I'm just waiting for Froggen to go back into human form so I can give you the exact number, but the single target damage that Rise and Jinx are going to have in terms of most of their spells is going to be negated by that very, very big heal. So, decent enough counter engage. Flash is burned as is teleport. Overpower can't do that for a couple of minutes.
The siege is simply not working right now for Alliance. They keep trying to position themselves, get themselves in a good advantage to try and siege it down, to throw those spears, but that twin teleport is being great. Wicked though, he's going to get Jankos walking straight in towards him. We'll see what damage he can put down. He forces Jankos to jump away. Of course, with that Blade of the Rune King and Burnout running, he will do a lot of damage. Down the bottom lane, well, Froggen's gone down there. He's going to get himself some farm going on. Going to keep on in that Cougar form. And that is going to be a big wave pushed up against Roccat. Surprise, surprise, we're going to see Overpower head down there and clear it all out.
And I think you hit the nail on the head. Alliance did not siege quickly enough. I think they were a little bit too afraid of the 5v5 power from Roccat. If Alliance, 15 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago rather, had been at a tower throwing out those javelin tosses and trying to get some poke down on the members of Roccat who were still squishy back then, it could have allowed them to get some damage on the tower. As it stands, Roccat have defended the inner turrets well. They kept that gold lead between 4,000 and 6,000 gold for the entirety of this game thus far. Dragon's going to respawn in 2 minutes, and I expect that to be the next fight because neither team has really made fights elsewhere or any other time work.
Well, Rendian's Omen has been completed by Wicked. Meanwhile, Xaxus is behind almost well, there's no almost in it. A full item behind Wicked right now, so that could be a big difference coming into the fight.
It helps when you're 100 CS ahead. At this point in time, Wicked has played that side lane very well, but all it's done is given him CS. Now what he needs to do is use the tankiness in a siege. Finally we see Alliance starting to siege the turret. The question is it too late? I think Roccat have got enough tools available to them. Xaxus, split pushing with teleport. The moment he teleports into fight, it just means that Overpower is going to be all that much closer for Overpower to split push and teleport in. So we talked about how those TPs are going to use to play the tower defense game. This is exactly how Roccat want to play it.
Well, it's going to be a 4-man versus 4-man. If that teleport's used, it will turn the advantage, where Wicked's going to go aggressive on towards Xaxus. He's come around the backside of him. Xaxus had put some damage down, and you can see he's keeping that pressure on. The rest of Alliance, they're backing away. Blue buff was picked up by Froggen there. Xaxus is going to be able to make away from this one. Overpower's coming in. If Wicked goes too deep chasing this one, he's going to run straight into Overpower. Overpower comes around the side. Wicked's going to get caught out here. Has he got enough damage? He's going to try and flash away. Overpower will not catch up there. And actually, the Pillar of the Ice, it worked against Roccat.
A little bit against them. It prevented Overpower continuing the chase. Overpower didn't have his flash, and I actually think that Banshee's Veil MR really came into play at that moment in time. This is just for scouting purposes. Alliance, they are on the Baron. Teleport is not available for Overpower, but Xaxus has it. He can come from the base. Alliance may be in trouble.
It's only a 2-man Baron, and Wicked has not been able to go back either. So he's only at half health just off of the side here. Not really a part in this fight. The Baron taken very low. It's only got 600 down. They do manage to finish it off. Now, what can Roccat do about it? Can they try and capitalize on them low hit points? You can see Nif. Big heal comes out from Froggen, as you mentioned. The Culling just enough to keep him away. Jankos goes jumping in, but it's only the support he's catching out. Shook meanwhile catches his ultimate, catches 3 members down there. Lucian doing the damage. Sullivan tries to flash away, but Shook capitalized on that one. Tabs gets himself a second kill. He's chasing on towards Xaxus. Xaxus is going to get caught out. Shook runs away, and he goes straight headlong into Froggen. Gets the damage down, takes the lantern. Xaxus is taken down by Froggen. It's a 3-0 and the Baron for Alliance.
Roccat were too slow to get into that team fight. They teleported in. By the time they even got to the Baron, Alliance had secured it. What was so great from that play is that Shook was waiting in the grass the whole time, in the bushes. Roccat tried to focus Nif down, and as they got pulled deeper and deeper and deeper, Alliance collapsed, got themselves the Baron, got themselves 3 or 4 kills in total, 2 towers, and now they're on the inhibitor turrets.
They're going to get themselves a 3rd turret just with his Baron buff alone, and the only push they've had. Overpower caught out a little bit here. He's going to have to back away from this one. Will he get the damage down on Shook? No, the Lantern is there once again from Nif. There's the call-in. Clears the exit for Alliance.
That was such a good play from Alliance because of the communication on their side. They did not panic. They were not afraid of Roccat coming in. They zoned Roccat in the river long enough to delay a potential steal. And just the confidence to say, pull them deeper, Nif, bait them in, and then just re-engage with that Evelyn ultimate, as well as the 3 remaining members of Alliance from the side. That was a perfect way to play the fight, and that has allowed them this 10k gold lead, the Baron, the towers, and another Dragon.
And so often, honestly, you see those pincer moves not work, but as you mentioned, the confidence in it. Roccat could get themselves their first Dragon of the game here. Jankos is going to try and steal this one away with the help of Vander, and it will get secured. That's the first Dragon that Alliance have missed in this game so far. So just 1 of 5 for Roccat, but of course, they don't really care. They got themselves the Baron.
Yeah, I think it's a little too little, a little too late. I got a bit excited there and thought that was Alliance getting the Dragon, but it was Roccat that secured it. I do want to touch on the fact that Froggen has grabbed himself that Lich Bane. This is the first Lich Bane that we have seen here today on 4.4. Numbers are a little low. We'll get to that in a second, as Alliance are just going to grab an uncontested inhibitor to Roccat, are way too slow to react.
And let's not forget, Tabs with that Guardian Angel, happy to tank a couple of hits there and then traded with Wicked. And as you mentioned, way too late in this Baron buff. They are doing work with it right now. It was more of a Baron of opportunity than anything, but they have turned this game on its head. It's massively in favor of Alliance right now as they keep on pushing. Roccat trying to get around the side, but again, Overpower not able to get close enough. And honestly, I'm not sure it's the right way to engage right now. It is the inhibitor going down. Xaxus, he's taking half hit points. One spear lands, and he has to back out.
I don't think there's any team fight that Roccat can find right now without catching Alliance completely off guard. They have to burst down Froggen quickly. If they try to run tabs, it's going to respawn. They're going in.
They've speeded themselves up. They try to go for it, but they're running headlong into the culling once again from tabs, and it keeps them at bay. Overpower uses the overcharge. It's not going to be enough again. Shook does get taken pretty low, but again, Froggen just pops that heal and just heals Wicked up completely. They're going to finish off. They want to get this inhibitor down. Tabs is going to get focused on. He's got that Guardian Angel, as I mentioned, so he's really not too worried, and Wicked just running interference.
Yeah, there's nothing that Roccat do to defend this. Xaxus is just getting melted so good. They're caught Froggen!
They jumped on Froggen. They get him down. Super Mega Death Rocket, get him the execute. Now they're going to go towards Shook. The leap comes out from Jankos, but you can see how tanky he is. They do take the support down. Jankos using his ultimate to try and speed himself up. The leap will be back available in a moment. Tabs realizes that, runs interference. They pop the cork, does not land on towards Celiva and tries to do the damage. The jump, the leap, will Jankos go for it? They're going to try and jump to it. They do, but look at that. Alliance ready and waiting. Now Wicked's going to join the party. They may try and turn this fight on his head. The culling, putting damage down towards Celiva. This is a 3v5 with Alliance chasing on towards them. There's going to be the Dragon Descent. They jump on towards it. Alliance tanks all the damage while Shook goes down. It's maybe a mistake by Alliance's path. Wicked does drop as well. Now Tabs is going to get focused on. He's dead. The Guardian Angel is just going to simply resurrect him back into the fight that he does not want to be involved in. It's an ace for Roccat.
Now there was method in the madness. Alliance stuck around too long, but there are super minions on the Nexus turrets. We need to see how much damage they pulled away. I think Alliance went down maybe a little quicker than they were anticipating, but that is almost a full Nexus turret taken down by those minions. Just as I said, Roccat cannot win the team fight. Alliance made a big misplay. Froggen was alone on the front line. He did not have Evelyn with him. He did not have Wicked with him. So it allowed Roccat to catch Froggen out and blow him up. You've seen how quickly he got melted. The following chase did give Roccat a bunch of kills. The problem is they have super minions to deal with in 2 of their bases. So there's some solace that Roccat can take. If Alliance make a mistake, they can win the fights. But it means Alliance have to make a mistake. So as long as Alliance play a little bit safer pushing this bottom lane in the last turret, they shouldn't run into that same situation again.
Well, let's not forget, the Baron came around from positional advantage simply there. Banshee's available by Celiva. Well, it does
Alliance got caught out again.
Does himself favors. I'm not too sure if this is going to quite be enough. The Lantern Flash from Nif pulls Froggen across from 2. Wow.
That was great. That was so great. Nif, at the beginning of the split, was not a very good Thresh. He did not land his hooks. His Lantern ganks were not very impressive. Right there, that was so good, they've had to pause the game to give him a high five because he manages to throw the Lantern to Froggen, get away from 3 members of Roccat, flash the wall, and take Froggen with him on the Lantern. That was a very good ride, very good escape.
And I think Celiva's asking for a replay maybe of that one, just saying, this is not possible.
I know I did. I know I did. I immediately yelled at production, I want that for post-game.
It's like, no, this is not possible.
Yeah, it's definitely not. I mean, that was just, it was very good play. And under that much pressure to get the timing right, I mean, that's all on Nif, right? He throws the Lantern out, and it's on Nif to flash the wall while Froggen's flying with him. Not do it too soon, not do it too late. He managed to pull that one off.
Because
I like that play.
If he goes out a little bit too soon, of course, it means that there's suddenly the Lantern's gone, and your mid laner and your captain is dead. It's a bit of a clutch play.
So 2 things that we've learned from these last few minutes of gameplay. Because of Rockat's late scaling composition with that Trundle and with that Rise, they can still win team fights. They can still kill Alliance, even with that Goldie, even with Baron. But Alliance have to be out of position. So if Alliance continue to siege at the right time and have the right people on the front line, it's much less likely for Rocket to make that happen. So basically the game is in Alliance's hands right now. They need to take advantage of the map presence and not get caught out.
Well, that is exactly what they're going to try and do, as you see Alliance back on the invade, pushing in towards the lower half of Rockat's jungle, getting themselves some ward control. That is the final inner turret remaining, and of course Alliance now without the Baron buff, because they all died with it on, will put pressure back on it. Baron itself, it's up in a minute. Dragon, 2 minutes. They are going to be the next objectives, but first, they have an inner turret to take.
Yeah, this one completely uncontested. Rocket cannot afford to leave those super minions in their mid and top lane alone, so it does allow Alliance to grab the 8th turret of the game. Now, Alliance, with the help of Tabs, he'll be joining the group in just a moment or two. They're going to siege this last inhibitor turret. I think if they get to the turret, they can melt it. There is so much damage from Nidalee with Lich Bane, from Shyvana and her Twin Fang, from Lucian with his ridiculous amount of damage, that tower won't survive long. So Rocket need to try find a squishy target and blow him up.
Well, the Baron is up in 20 seconds, which is why I feel we're seeing Alliance starting to separate and move. They're going to try and keep these waves shoved in. The inhibitors still yet to spawn. You can see it's pretty obvious the movement of Alliance, where they're going. The question is whether Roccat will want to respond. This is that crazy, crazy Lantern.
Slow, look at the timing on that. Was so good from Nif. I think that is brilliant. That is my hashtag LCS big play. I won't throw it anywhere else. That's it. It has to win.
That's the #1 play right there. 40 minutes in, Baron going down. Not a single bit of contesting coming out from Roccat. It's a Baron for free for Alliance. This surely could signal the end for Roccat. They knew they couldn't defend that one.
No, unfortunately not. Because of the map presence that Alliance have right now, Roccat can't afford to leave their base. There is actual backdoor potential. There is inhibitor kill potential. Now that it's respawned, Alliance are doing the perfect job. They've got Baron up, they can force a fight, and it looks like they want to. This is the exact same situation we've seen 4 minutes ago when the inhibitors were up, and we'll see how effectively Alliance play this. You see Ryze trying to flank from the side, but look at the damage from a single spear. He's down to 50% HP.
Inhibitor, of course, the fact that it is up, Tab's getting some free damage. Guardian Angels is not back up, actually. Of course, yeah, it's still got around about a minute left on the timer, but judging by the looks of it, they are going to try and pop that Banshee's Veil. Spears still continuing to roam through, but this time around, Alliance have to be very, very careful that they don't caught out. Vander catches a spear, loses half his hit points from Froggen.
And I think this is what Alliance need to keep doing. Oh, they've caught Salliver!
Oh, that was a great death sentence onto Salliver. The Wicked dives in there. Wicked's going to go down, but it's going to be the price of the AD carry. No, Wicked almost getting away. Shook taking a lot of damage. There's a good focus here from Roccat. They're going to get on towards Nif, but look at Tabs. He's just clearing up in the background. Gets on towards Overpower. One more shot, not quite enough. He does. He gets it. He takes down the mid laner. And Alliance with 4 members alive could finish the game right here.
They can finish the game. They've got the damage, and while Roccat made the best of a bad situation, Salliver went down far too quickly in that fight. They needed his auto attacks to shred members of Alliance. Alliance are on the Nexus turrets. This is game.
The Nexus turrets dropping, no problem about that. The spears landing on towards Xaxus. It's Alliance. They're going to take their 7th win on a row and equal Fnatic's crazy streak. What a turnaround it has been for Alliance. The super team is real, ladies and gentlemen. As we approach the end of the season, they can top this league.
They are in a phenomenal position right now. The calls were great. The teamwork was great. The way that they handled the game was very good. But I do feel like they could have started that siege earlier. They accosted themselves such a strong lead early on there. Dragon's Edge gold. They just weren't in Rockat's face. Big smiles on the side of Alliance. Just to give you an update, with that 7-0, they've matched Fnatic's win streak for the spring split of 2014. If they win tomorrow against SK Gaming, they will match Gambit's win streak from last year in the spring split. And if they hit a 9th win in a row, that is the longest any team in European LCS has ever gone undefeated in one straight streak. They are very nearly at that point.
Could they potentially reach? I'm trying to think how many games are left.
5
they
games
have
left.
not got enough games. They've not got enough games to equal Cloud9. That's 13. So they can't go for that, but they can get the European streak. It's a long way to go still there, though. But what a great performance again from Alliance there. They won every single lane in the early game.
What it also means is their head-to-head with Roccat is at 2-2. So Alliance holds a 2-2 record with Super Hot Crew. They hold a 2-2 record with Roccat. There's only 2 or 3 games that separate, say, a Roccat, Alliance, Fnatic now. So when we get to the end of next week, because of those 2-2 records, ladies and gentlemen, I'm predicting tiebreakers, and we can thank Alliance for that right now. But, you know, it's a testament. They played badly at the beginning, lost the games, played better at the end of the split, now they're winning the games, hence the even scoreline.
Well, it has been another fantastic performance for Roccat, though. That is their 7th loss in 9 games. They are not good stats for a team that looked fantastic at the beginning of the season. I feel like I've said this before. I think it was for Fnatic.
Yeah, I completely agree. Anybody that gets to that top spot seems to go in a downward spiral immediately after.
SK Gaming.
The thing is, Rocket's downward spiral has lasted longer. They have been in a slump for a much longer period of time.
Well,
I
0-8 Fnatic may argue without...
Touche. But I think the biggest problem with Rocket right now is their early game and their early game decision making is very poor. You know, if you go back to that lane swap, they got the tower. They didn't defend their bottom tower. And you have to question why. What was the goal? What did they want to accomplish? Because they didn't touch the top inner turret. Xaxis was farming double golems. They made no intent to defend that tower.
Well, let's talk about the game. Let's continue on that, because there was a moment in that game. It really was the big turning point as well in this match.
Yeah, so we've actually got one of these hashtag LCS big plays for you. I just want to pull this straight up onto your screen. It's not the NIF Lantern. We've seen that one already. This particular play, let's just roll this one right through, is Alliance playing very smart. It's a slightly unconventional big play, and the reason I'm highlighting it is the communication. NIF is sitting on the side. The rest of Alliance are backing away. If you look at Wicked on the minimap, he's running backwards. And it's at this point, Shook most likely makes the call, I'm baiting. Every single member of Rocket come in, and that was a 3-man Agony's Embrace. Shook pulls everybody towards him. They focus NIF, they focus Shook, and the rest of Alliance just melt absolutely everybody. So, hashtag big play because of the calling and the communication and the decision making. That was great. I absolutely loved watching it.
Yeah, and remember, of course, like you were saying, that Wicked couldn't get involved. He'd already used the Dragon Descent. He'd already used everything he could in his disposal because they'd already gone for him down the bottom. Remember to send us your own favorite plays throughout the week by tweeting them to us at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. There certainly was a few of them in that last game.
7-0 right now. And I think because Alliance have been on such a tear over the last of the games, even the mistakes they make don't cost them many things. You touched on the fact that against was a super hot crew. They didn't get dragons, but they got towers for every single dragon. And in this situation, they got every dragon for the first 5, and Rocket had no reply. So I think they are the current informed team, and arguably have taken over the European #1 team at this point in time.
And if ever there was a time to be informed, it's towards the end of the season. For now, though, we're going to send it over to Shox and Joe, who are standing by with Alliance's Wicked, to talk to them.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Joe Miller has teleported here to the table, and we're also joined by Wicked after another win for Alliance. 7-0 winning streak right now. Very impressive. Tell me a little bit about the game in the beginning. We had the lane swaps coming in. How did that end up, if you think, after? How good or bad was it for you guys?
So I think the level 1 was in their favor. They got everything they wanted. I think they also got 3 buffs. So it's a really bad level 1 for us, and Jinx got a lane swap, which is also bad. But our level 1 was really weak, and we were afraid to invade because of that. And we're just like, whatever happens, we'll try to outplay them later in the game and just take clap level 1.
What was the big thing for you? I mean, if we look into about 15 to 25 minutes, you were sat on a slowly growing gold lead up to about 5-6K. What got you the lead? I mean, 2 dragons in a row. What created that play for you?
I think the reason we got the lead was because we got all the dragons, which my team did a lot of work for, and then Shook did 2 really good ganks top, which put me 100 CS ahead almost, which was huge. Because of those 2 ganks, I could snowball top.
Yeah, you guys were getting ahead, but then in the mid game, it kind of seemed like it was getting a bit closer. You didn't seem to capitalize on the things you'd gathered in the early game. Did you guys notice that as well, that maybe you could have pushed through a little bit earlier?
Well, we were trying to just get a little goal at a time because we knew we were ahead, and we didn't want to rush things. And I think if we hadn't made the mistake top lane, then they got 5 kills for nothing, it would have been a lot smoother.
I want to talk about that because we heard, you know, the likes of the Rise in there doing incredible amounts of damage the further the game goes on. And you said you were quite happy to wait. Were you scared at some point that you might get to a point where they were too strong?
I wasn't really scared at a point because I knew we were ahead. Our AD carry was superior in items, so even if Rise does a lot of damage, we can always just poke the Nidalee, just walk back, keep poking, and then our AD will do more damage to the tanks, and we will win by doing that.
We also noticed in your build that you went for that Banshee's Veil second on Shyvana after the Blade of the Rune King. Was that for the Rise specifically, or?
The reason I went for Banshee as well was because I could beat Trundle any day because I was really far ahead. So it didn't really matter. I didn't need to buy any armor, and I could just go Banshees if they would ever put Rise against me, so I was always sure to win.
While we're speaking against you against Rise, let's think about the Baron fight where you guys got Baron, got a few kills after. If you watch the actual fight going on there was no Wicked to be seen. You stuck to Rise that entire time. How important was that in winning the fight for you?
So I think it was pretty important. Early in the fight, like Rise wasn't even near, so I was keeping Jinx and the support out of the fight by just walking back and forth, trying to get some aggro on them. And then afterwards, just started ignoring me. And I thought, I can just keep the Rise away, because I had 30% health or something, so I would never contribute to the fight anyways, and he was full.
Yeah, you guys did very well, and then close out the game. A 7-game winning streak. What for you do you feel is the biggest difference between the alliance that is making the 7-0 winning streak right now and the alliance that we saw in the beginning?
Well, the alliance in the beginning was a new team. We didn't know each other's weakness or strengths. You need to synchronize as a team and just get to play together.
So what changed then? I mean, you say you need to do this. Well, how did you do it? How have you become a team that didn't have the best coordination and teamwork to a team that obviously does have that right now?
So I think the most important thing, even when we were 0-4 in the Super Week in the first one, we were always like, we will try to do everything we can to get first, because that's our goal. We all believe in it. We all want to reach our dream, and we just trust in each other. And then a little, we started playing better together as well.
So I asked a question earlier to Diamond, and he was afraid to say prediction, but he still said Gambit would finish first before playoffs. Do you dare to make the same kind of prediction?
12-0 the dream.
12-0 the dream. Thank you very much, Wicked. Congratulations once again. We're going to take a brief break to allow Joe Miller to comb his beard, and when we return, the Super Hot crew will try and battle their way into the playoffs as they take on Fnatic. Stick around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Championship Series, League of Legends Championship Series. Let's not forget the game. That's the more important thing. Coming up now, it is Super Hot Crew facing off against Fnatic. And Super Hot Crew, well, they found themselves in relegation zone after going 0-4 during the last Super Week, which prompted them to shake things up and bring in a new mid laner. Let's hear from Selfie and the rest of the squad about his first LCS performance and what he brings to the team.
Like after 0-4 in Super Week, we just really want to change something.
It's important you're making the right choice and you know why you're making the choice, because like roster swaps don't always mean you're going to do better, they can often mean you're going to do worse.
I met Selfie from solo queue like 1 year ago, and yeah, he played good, so I just added him on my friend list and we've been talking a little bit.
Because we are on the Challenger, we are high, so we are getting matched a lot.
I kinda checked around in Challenger if there was anyone available, and I found out that Selfie just turned 17.
He told me that they wanna change the mid lane. 2 days later, he told me that I can actually try out with them. After the 3 scrims, I got here.
It was a good 3 games, and it was a really boost of motivation. Not only was he a good player, but he was good for the atmosphere as well, so it was kind of win-win.
Because they were really down in morale. They lost, I think, 6 games in a row. But yeah, their morale were really down. And yeah, I think now it's really good.
After Super Week, Super Hot Crew felt they needed to make a change within their team. They have replaced their mid laner Moops with Selfie, who was formerly known as Chu-Yu.
He was a bit nervous for the first game, and we were just like, no, settle down, it's fine.
He was a bit stressed, but when the game started, he was really comfortable and he made a lot of plays.
So he will be able to take the damage. RNA this time around is caught out by Selfie. He's going to repel. The Ignite was running. He's going to drop straight into it. Take the Lantern, but it's not enough.
4 members with Distortion. So much damage. And now Curb.
Curb's going to get caught out. That's going to stun him up there. The finish should come through. Wow. There it is. And now on towards RNA. Can he get a second one? He will not.
It's a clone.
I think he did really well for his first time.
He was a little bit nervous, which he should be, and that's fine.
I think I'm pretty used to it after 2 games.
The roster change, I was pretty much against it at the start, but then the atmosphere was really bad and I understood that it was needed. I didn't want someone to get kicked and lose his job and go back home, but then I realized that we would get relegated anyway if we didn't change anything.
I was kind of sad, to be honest, but it's just a game. If there's someone better, you have to deal with this.
We were in the danger zone at that stage before we swapped, so we had to make a change, and I think hopefully this change will get us out of that danger zone.
I think we're not gonna go relegations because we're strong enough and we're gonna beat most of LCS teams. So.
We've got a lot better mid-jungle synergy, so hopefully we can utilise that and win some games.
I actually think we play already a lot better. We already improved a lot more, and our scrims is way more serious and we learn a lot more. And I think it will show in the next couple of weeks that we are actually one of the best teams in LCS.
And honestly, for me, it was no surprise that the changes came in there. As he mentioned, they were on the highway to the danger zone there in Baylor. In channeling his inner Maverick, I'm not too sure, but it was definitely relegation material for Super Hot Crew. Can they fight their way out of it still?
I think they can. If you base that question on last week's performances, they actually put up a pretty good fight. On LeBlanc, Selfie's very good. His rise, while not being mind-blowing, was still positive. And I think the biggest thing you take away, they're all fairly soft-spoken, and I think they're just really trying the best that they can, and we'll have to see if it's going to be good enough.
Well, if you look at this match, at the start of the season, everyone would have put their money on Fnatic, and judging by the head-to-head currently, at 2-1 in favor of Fnatic, you might be right. But let's break it down a bit. A win for Super Hot Crew, it does tie them in their head-to-head with Fnatic, which of course would be a 2-2, which would force a tiebreaker if they would find themselves tied in the table. But a win for Fnatic here would negate the need for a tiebreaker match with the Super Hot Crew.
I feel like we're saying that story just a little bit today, but I think with, Fnatic, they are going to be in for a fight. With this game, as last week we actually saw that revitalized Super Hot Crew. Their mid lane changed to Selfie. He's bringing a new level of aggression to the team. If you look at his stats, 4, 5, and 9 in their 2 games from last week. I think Super Hot Crew did play well in both of the games, like I've already said. They went 1-1, and with another full week of practice, they should be a real challenge for Fnatic coming into this match. I think Selfie's going to be a key man to watch. The last time Fnatic beat Super Hot Crew was during week 8, and Moops was playing Karthus. The reason I highlight that game in particular is because Super Hot Crew were experimenting with champion picks to try and overcome the difficulties they were facing in the LCS. And Selfie is going to help them fix that same problem because he has different champions, he plays a different style, and we'll see if it can disrupt Fnatic.
Well, after a relatively successful Intel Extreme Masters where they were runners-up, Fnatic managed to take that renewed confidence and win both matches in the LCS last week, beating both Roccat and the Copenhagen Wolves with ease. They are clear favorites coming into this game as they try to regain their position within the league table.
Yeah, if you look at Fnatic games from last week, they were able to fend off the early aggressive AD-heavy composition from Roccat. And even more impressively, they fended off the ever-aggressive Wolves in their second match of the week. I think this was Fnatic's first flawless week since week 2, when they beat Super Hot Crew in the same week. And they also had a perfect 4-0 Super Week during week 1, but it's a long time since then. This win last week was largely due to great play from Reckless and Yellowstar. Reckless went 9-1-9 in both games, he played Lucian. Yellowstar went 2-4-15 in both games, he played Karma and Morgana. The reason I want to talk about Yellowstar just a little bit, he's evolved his gameplay from aggressive all-in champions like Annie and Leona to supportive peel and poke champions like Morgana and Karma. And it really shows growth in his individual play. It's helping because he supports the rest of his team. And when you've got somebody that is always there helping out your solo laners and your AD carry, it helps you win games.
And if some certain infographics are to believe, Yellowstar gets all the gold, apparently. Not too sure where that one comes out. Let's check out those starting lineups, though. On the blue side, it is Super Hot Crew, and that means Mima's in the top lane, Impaler's in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Rallis as AD carry, and Mixer as support.
And on the red side, it is Fnatic. Soaz up top, Cyanide in the jungle, Pekka in the mid lane with Reckless and Yellowstar as the AD carry and support.
Well, as you can see, Selfie has the referee standing by. We will be getting towards Champ Select in just a moment. And I also want to update the fact that Mixer, he has set himself the goal of reaching the record of most deaths in the LCS. I had this discussion with him in the week.
Openly, he's chasing down that most deaths. Regularly talking about it on Twitter. He comments when he's disappointed in not dying enough in a game. Look, it's not the most aspirational of goals. We're not saying follow this one at home, folks, but you know what? If you've got a dream, chase it.
If you can't have fun with yourself, you know, being
or with yourself
bad at the time, oh God. Please, no, freak, stop. But if you can't have fun with yourself, you know, having a bad performance now and again, maybe a little bit more than now and again, then, you know, who can you have fun with?
I actually think it is a little bit of a problem, especially when you consider if Mixer goes down to a player like Reckless, who is a player who can win games for his team. You don't want to feed unnecessary gold. Part of the reason Mixer dies so often is he plays incredibly aggressively with Mr. Rawls. I still believe that they are the most aggressive duo lane in the league. They frequently go all in at level 1 and level 2. They try to bully their opponents. They try to get in their faces. And it's largely due to the great mechanical play that Mr. Rawls has. He's always landing the damage he needs to, seldom missing the shots he needs to hit.
Well, that's it. When he is a very aggressive AD carry, and I guess Mixer alongside him feels he has to back up that aggression, and that's not discount the fact that he may have had all those deaths, but Mr. Rallis often doesn't have deaths, so generally it's Mixer throwing himself on the sword to block Mr. Rallis' deaths.
I think for the most part I would agree with you.
Yes.
Sometimes there is poor decisions.
I'm trying to be pleasant for him.
No, I think I agree with you. You know, for a team like Super Hot Crew, they've made this change last week. They're coming into this game, they've got a 9-13 record. There is no room for error. If they want to avoid that 7th place position, which means straight to relegation, they have to win a bunch of these following games.
And you've got to look, the teams that used to be around them, it used to be Alliance, they've just gone on a 7-game win streak. Copenhagen Wolves, they still keep picking up wins. Millennium is sinking, they're definitely below them and probably are out of the picture right now. Yes. Super Hot Crew, they have a tough task ahead of them to dig their way out of this.
They do. They've got a lot of games to still play. Today they play Fnatic, tomorrow they play Gambit. So it's by no means an easy week, but it is also the last time that they play those two teams. And there is the possibility to go 2-2. At this point in time, if Super Hot Crew win here, they tie on the tiebreaker with Fnatic. If they beat Gambit tomorrow, they tie in the tiebreaker with Gambit. So, you know, the possibility is still there. And it's a little bit more likely that they can challenge for that 6th position in comparison to a team like Millennium, who have been somewhat underperforming.
Well, you can see Super Hot Crew on your screens there. They're ready and waiting to go. We're just waiting for Fnatic to get themselves all in the game and ready on the stage. And that is what the slight delay is right now.
So let's talk about Fnatic for a second. They're 12-10. They're now sitting between between Alliance and Rocket. With Alliance's win, it means Alliance are 13-10, and with Rocket's loss, they're 12-11. So there's that 1, 2, and 3. They were tied coming into this week. Fnatic today play Super Hard Crew, and tomorrow they will be playing Millennium. I actually think if they pick up a win here, it's going to be a very big confidence boost going into the last weeks of play. Fnatic are a team who, when they've had confidence, they smash everyone. When they lose that confidence, they get smashed by everybody. So for this team in particular, I feel as a whole, they need that confidence. They need that belief in themselves.
Well, Fnatic themselves have been one of those teams, or they used to be one of those teams that could get themselves out of the position. If they were to lose some of the lane phase, they could maybe just turtle up a little bit, fight the way out of it. They've not been able to do that for a very long time this season.
No, they have not, and we'll have to see if they can play from behind. At this point in time, we are into picks and bans, and I think we may have gone in a tiny bit early, judging by Super Hot Crew's looks on their faces.
I'm pretty sure they're all surprised with the Anivia ban, as are Fnatic. They're just like, what the heck has just happened? It is banned out. They were all looking at mine when mine was like, what? I didn't touch anything. My hand wasn't even on the mouse. But it looks like it's going to be a legitimate ban. The referee's like, nope, not having any of that. All of Super Hot Crew are kind of surprised by it. We'll see if it continues. Yasuo is the other pick for Fnatic. And Fnatic themselves are like, well, this is fine.
So this will come down to a referee decision. Generally, if the game has been started, all parties have agreed to go. And 9 times out of 10, we shouldn't drop out. But once I said it could be overruled by referees.
Once you got to think of the gentleman's agreement that used to happen in Korea. And actually, in Korea, Anivia and Annie are actually typed the same as far as I'm aware, which is why we'll often do see it changed. However, maybe it was meant to be an Annie ban. Nevertheless, it is going to be a remake, so we are going to get that sorted out in just a moment's time.
So in a situation like that, in most circumstances, if a game has been started, the pick is locked in. However, because we did have the delay, and we were filling for a little bit of a technical delay, it did catch Super Hot Crew off guard. I think we've got our pieces on the side. I didn't expect it to go in, so luckily, good guy referees.
You could see on the Super Hot Crew's face, they all turned to look to Mime, and he's like, what the hell are you doing? he was looking away, he's like, what? I didn't do anything.
I think with that,
everyone's inquiring Mime, and Mime is like, it wasn't me, guys, it wasn't me.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you are seeing right now is a revitalized team. With Selfie joining, there are 3 self-portraits of the Super Hot Crew lined up, one by one by one. This is their training. This is their moment. That was the picture. See, it's great.
Peke's got a big smile on his face. At least you can see the fun side of it.
Fnatic's not looking at the camera because they don't have Selfie training them. They don't have Selfie bringing their eyesight where it needs to be.
I feel there's a horse being flogged here. It may be dead, and you are definitely trying hard at this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I can beat this horse just a little bit more. let me tell you that. So right now, once again, we are going to just remake this game. It is, of course, Super Hot Crew taking on Fnatic. Once this game is wrapped up, we will be going to the Challenger Series 3rd place battle, but it is still one more LCS game to go.
It's not Annie, it's Ziggs. That was meant to be the first ban. Yasuo is taken away. So, picks and bans officially are underway this time around. No mistakes being made by Mime. Mimer's making sure he absolutely clicks on the right thing right now.
Super Hot Crew are going to try force Fnatic to ban LeBlanc. You see Yasuo has already been taken away. We know Selfie likes to play assassins, hence the reason that's gone. If you remove those farm mid laners like Ziggs, potentially like Gragas, could be a possibility. I think it's going to be forcing Fnatic's hand to get rid of LeBlanc. If it's not, I think it might be first picked on the side of Super Hot Crew.
Evelyn and Rise taken away. We did see Rise in the last game. Not going to happen this time around. Overpower wasn't overly successful on it, I think. It's fine. It's a 1-for-1, I believe, in the European LCS so far, but that's been taken away from Selfie.
1-for-2. Selfie actually lost with the last week as well.
Of course, yes.
So I think smart bans here, but once again, you're just seeing these range, these poke champions being removed from the side of Super Hot Crew, but you have to highlight the fact Lee Sin is up and available. Pantheon is still up and available as well, which is something Impaler's run many times in the past, and Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix is a champion Impaler ran last week. Mixed success. He had moments that were good and moments that were not so good.
So as positively looked exasperated there as was having discussions with his team. The final ban that does come out is Lulu, along with that Nidalee, which means a number of options open for Super Hot Crew. Remember, Assassins were the big deal for Selfie when he came into this LCS last week. Didn't really get to see him play on that other than LeBlanc. Will that LeBlanc be the first pick for him?
I feel it should be. I think it's a very safe pick. It's something that Selfie's very comfortable and confident on. What it does leave or set up is the Kha'Zix to be taken away. We've seen Yellowstar in the past We've seen Cyanide in the past running the likes of Kha'Zix as well. Also, Yellowstar does trend towards that Karma support. So there's a lot of priority picks here for both of these teams.
It's like, yeah, we're going for Anivia. This is totally a pick we're going to make. Look at Soaz. He really doesn't look happy about having to play Renekton here. We did talk to him in the past about it. You know, bruises are not his thing. He has been forced onto them in the current meta and has played well with them, but he's still not too happy about it. Karma is the other pick for Yellowstar.
So Soaz on Renekton is probably my favorite bruiser for him. He's played it 5 times the split. He's got 3 wins on the champion, and I actually feel like his aggressive laning plays into the champion's favor for obvious reasons. What it also means is Mima, who tends to trend also towards those bruisers like Shyvana, like Trundle, like Mundo. If he picks one of those, he's going to get bullied around. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble, and Soaz can get an advantage, and he can snowball that lead.
Amongst the possibility for Selfie here. We'll see whether he does lock that one on. And of course, it could also be Lucian for Mr. Ralazek champion. He is very, very comfortable on. They have both been locked in.
Yeah, so once again, safe pick for the Lucian, one of the most versatile AD carries. We talked about how if Selfie wanted to run LeBlanc, he was trying to look for removing those farm-heavy mid laners. I actually theorized that maybe Gragas could have been a ban. It was not, and that means Peke basically insta-locked that. In addition, we see Elise. This is going to be the first Elise of the day. Has been banned in game number 1, made it through game 2 and game 3 completely untouched. We'll get to some of her nerfs in-game, but I still think she is a smart pick and can do very well, as long as she can obviously secure some of those kills.
Yeah, as you mentioned, first pick of 4.4 when many people wrote her off, but again, there was a couple of junglers that said no, she is still viable, and Cyanide clearly feels that way, along with the Gragas, of course, selected for Peke, who has been very successful on this champion. I remember a number of big plays last weekend using that barrel, getting themselves some triple kills on the Thursday of last week.
Also, the 6th game that Peke is going to be playing Gragas. It is his most played champion in the European LCS. He's got 3 wins on it. He'll be trying to make that his 4th. And what I do like about the Gragas is he is going to be able to just delete Sona, LeBlanc, or Lucian once he gets enough ability power. So that is a very squishy lineup. But what you do see from Super Hot Crew, Shyvana and Kha'Zix want to dive in there. LeBlanc wants to find a kill and pop somebody. And if anyone jumps on Super Hot Crew, Sona's going to be there for the disengage. It's a fairly linear, straightforward comp.
That Sona locked in, and of course Jinx was the final choice for Reckless. So Reckless returning to the Jinx. This was the champion that he picked up so many wins on at the start of the season, had that incredible KDA, broke records, shattered them, honestly, with that Reckless, with that Jinx, and then just dropped it like a stone and said, nope, not viable anymore.
Undefeated on Jinx. I'm going to throw yet another stat at you. 4 games played this split, a tiny 27 KDA on that champion, but it was he only played it in weeks 1 and 2. From then on, Reckless was so outspoken, saying he didn't want to play Jinx into champions that could dive on him. I'm not quite sure what's changed in his mindset, because I feel like Kha'Zix, Shyvana, LeBlanc can dive on a Jinx, but he's confident, he's feeling comfortable. He's going to be relying on the disengage from Gragas as well as the shield and the movement speed from Karma to keep him safe, and we'll see if it works out.
Well, he was so confident on the Jinx that he actually told us in the interview that Jinx is completely overpowered, and consequently his management shut him down and says, no more interviews for you, son. You give too much information away. We'll see how it works out, because the picks and bans have been decided. Let's take a look at the voting on lolesports.com. According to the vote, it is 88% in favor of Fnatic. That's not a surprise when Fnatic are involved.
No, it's definitely not. And I think, they are definitely one of the fan favorites here in Europe. This particular game, I still feel is probably
it's
a 60-40.
that fan's favorite, at least.
That dude, yeah. Ole, 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 ole. I think this is a 60-40 split. If you go just on champion picks alone, you've got another early game focus composition from Super Hot Crew. If they don't get ahead early, their comp, I feel, will be outscaled. And I just think that Fnatic has got more tools available to them to deal with the Super Hot Crew if played properly.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of the day. It is Super Hot Crew as the blue team up against Fnatic as the red team, playing from top to bottom. And let's see whether the focus works out for the Super Hot Crew. Very aggressive performances last week, and we'll see whether that carries through in towards week 10.
So we'll see how it works out for them. I just want to touch on Elise right now, because her early game is where a lot of her damage took a hit. She's going to be clearing camps significantly slower with her Q, both the human and spider form, reduce damage to those jungle camps and monsters. So it means that Cyanide's going to have a slightly slower time at clearing his camps out. We do see that Mima stood right next to SOS. As Colder Meeks, I think one of them is connected, the second one did not. I think he's just trying to bait.
He's trying to taunt Mima out because you can see in the bushes Yellowstar is ready and waiting. So as using that taunt, keeps on slicing and dicing, calling the Meek, sorry, on them, as you say, and I'm not falling for it, not having any of it.
I don't think it's going to work out for him. And also just one other big change on the side of Cyanide, at least, is that the Cocoon stun duration is reduced at lower ranks. So as opposed to being 1.5 at all levels, it's now 1 at level 1 and scales up to 2 at rank 5. But you tend to rank Cocoon last. So it's going to be a long time before he's going to have that additional stun duration on his side. And just as a quick aside, that song and dance from this particular Jinx skin, sung by Christian Link, the gentleman who drafts and plans all of the music for League of Legends. So one of Riot's own. It's got a good voice, I must say.
It is actually a guy singing that voice for Jinx there. Mima going to get caught out here. Late invade coming out from Fnatic. They're going to push on towards the blue buff. And, well, Mima was not ready and waiting for this one. The rest of Super Hot Crew kind of caught out of position here. They go for an invade of their own. But look at this. Peke is ready and waiting. The blue buff may well go across the Cyanide. Nobody going to contest that one. We want to look towards the bottom half of the jungle where we can see Peke trying to keep them away from the blue buff of his own.
I don't think he's going to be able to keep them away. There's a lot of damage that can come down from Impaler plus the smite, so they end up trading buffs in this situation.
There's rotations all over the map, and we can see in this mid lane, it seems that it will be a 2v2, and we may see Super Hot Crew trying to go aggressive here. Where's Kazak's going to go? Looks like he's going to head back towards his own red buff.
So because of the two mirrored steals, it has allowed Super Hot Crew to actually get the straight head-to-head matchups. I think this is quite good for Super Hot Crew on the assumption they avoid Yellowstar's poke. If you look at this 2v2 in the mid lane, you've got the sustain from Sona, but she is squishier than Karma. So as long as Yellowstar is not hitting those Qs as you see in that moment, Mr. Oz and Mixer are always going to have an advantage. Yellowstar and Reckless did not want that lane, so that's why they're swapping.
Yeah, rotating back down there, we can see him making the way past that mid lane. Dragon just spawned up there just in the right time to say hello. But Mr. Rales, it means he's going to be in a 2v1 up against Peke, and that of course also puts Selfie in a 2v1 up against Yellowstar and Reckless.
And the reason they don't want that matchup between Selfie and Peke is because LeBlanc is going to be able to bully Gragas at those low levels. You've got ranged auto attacks and against a melee champion. You've also got the ability to silence him if he's trying to pop his barrels or body slam away. So you just see another swap. Whenever we see these multiple swaps going back and forth, we need to keep an eye on the CS of the champions moving around the map. Whoever comes up with more CS after 5 or 7 minutes of lane swapping is obviously in the advantageous position.
Well, Cyanode's making his move, and he's coming in towards his mid lane. We'll see whether he manages to land anything onto Selfie. Comes around the side there, going to throw out that Spindling Cocoon, not even close to landing. And, well, LeBlanc is a tricky champion to pin down.
Forced to flash, though. So Selfie at level 2, no flash. If Cyanide rinse and repeats, he could set him up. Now Mixer is going to get jumped on by Yellowstar.
Yellowstar sidestepping the damage, Mixer sidestepping the inner flame. And now we see Baylor taking a peek towards Soaz, but not really wanting to go too aggressive on this one. The bottom lane, that's where the focus seems to be. Mixer again goes aggressive, manages to get that power cord down on Yellowstar, forcing him back.
And that is exactly what we talked about. Because of the fact that Mixer's got that sustain and he's got some mana regen on his runes and masteries, plus that Spellthief's Edge, he's just keeping Mr. Riles and himself topped up. So every time Reckless and Yellowstar go in, if they don't get a very big lead, they're in trouble. Selfie's the next one that's in trouble, though, because there are 3 members of Fnatic. I think it's just a lane swap. I don't think they're going for the kill. But once again, Fnatic initiating that first swap move.
Both junglers also going for a bit of a wraith swap there as well. They're in the opposition jungle. Impaler is coming around towards the backside of Soaz. He will go aggressive. Let's see if they can force anything away from him. Stun on Mima, though. Mima's taking down a little too much damage for this start here. Soaz is going to get jumped on, slice and dices away, but he's taking a hell of a lot of beating. Has to flash away, and he will get away, but the flash was burned.
Now, once again, another successful gank. This time round on the side of Super Hot Crew. I think whoever can capitalize on their opponent's missing flash is going to be able to win that lane for their team. Mima on Shyvana is going to struggle against Renekton. That is why Impaler focused that lane first. That's why he came up behind him. In the same vein, Cyanide went mid against Selfie on LeBlanc because Peke is going to struggle on Gragas. So we'll have to see how it works out. Soaz is pulling Mima closer and closer to him. If the Cocoon lands, Mimer's going to go down.
He has got that Ignite available, trying to bait out some aggression from Mimer, and I think Mimer's possibly feeling this, thinking, why is this low without a flash? Renekton being so aggressive right now up against me when I clearly have a lot more health. I'm pretty sure he's going to be very much aware of the situation. Mixer and Mr. Rales, they have rotated back around, and you can see already heading back down south is Reckless and Yellowstar.
Yeah, at this point in time, when you look at the CS, because Reckless... Oh, they've got Mimer!
They call the Cocoon on towards him, and it's a longer one this time around. Can they get the stun down? They Ignite's running! It will be first blood. It's Cyanide that gets it.
That's exactly what we talked about. Because of the fact that Soaz had baited Mimer in, the Cocoon landed, and even with the reduced stun duration in 4.4, Cyanide made the champion count. He still has a good amount of damage. Yes, it's somewhat lower, but it's by no means game-changing for that champion, and advantage Fnatic in the early game.
With all these rotations, it seems to be fairly even so far, and if you look at the CS, you can see the two mid laners very equal, just one apart between them. The two bottom lanes, that's going to pretty much even itself out. Mr. Rales is going to catch up. Peke, though, has those barrels leveled up. You can see he's got that chalice, so he should start clearing those waves a little bit quicker.
Now, very importantly, the chalice is also going to reduce the burst damage there from LeBlanc. What we've been seeing on LeBlanc's in the last sort of 2 weeks is moving away from a Deathfire Grasp first item to actually going for the Athene's into Deathcap. So it just means you're going to have slightly more sustained damage over the course of a team fight, and not necessarily just insta-burst somebody and then you're done.
I would add one thing that's happening with all of these changes, all of these lane swaps, is Spell Thief's Edge and not having too much of a success. Inner Flame again does not land from Yellowstar, which means he doesn't get the gold from it. Reckless and Yellowstar back in that mid lane, and sure as hell, Super Hot Crew rotating around, but look at this, Fnatic on a 4-man invade towards the blue buff because they have that power in the mid.
And they don't want to give it over to LeBlanc, they really want to keep Selfie on the back foot. You see that because of Fnatic's positioning, Super Hot Crew are coming in split up, and once Fnatic realized they were surrounded, they backed away. That's a bruiser fight in the top.
Well, they realized it was a 5v4 advantage. This is, of course, giving Peke all that free time on that bottom turret. That's not too bad. Pressure on the blue buff, buying himself some free time on the weakest turret in the game. And look at that. There's nobody anywhere near Peke. He's getting all of this free time to just beat down that turret.
50% of that tower HP is already dropped. Super Hot Crew are finally responding, but there's no teleport on the side, so it'll take them a while to get down the lane. You'll notice it's Selfie, the person who is moving. So we've got this sort of strategic game of a chess back and forth in Fnatic. They've got the lead thanks to the CS advantage. They've built up 1,000 gold already.
Yeah, big advantage for Peke there, turning around. It was even until that little bit of play, little bit of tactical prowess coming out from Fnatic, which they so often do. And you can see it's now 64-46. Rotations back on again. This time around, it may well be the Dragon they're going to go for, or could go aggressive on Mixer and Mr. Rales, who pushed way too far up in the mid lane.
That's what I'm expecting. Cyanide does not have flash, though, so look for him to repel in and then try land a Cocoon. You did see that the moment Mr. Rales and Mixer backed away, all of a sudden Peke and Yellowstar, they left. They peeled away from that game plan. What you're noticing with Fnatic doing all of these lane swaps, we'll get to that in a second, Yellowstar has found Selfie. He's got to be so careful not to get instantly killed, though.
They're kind of coming from 3 different ways on this one. Yellowstar's thinking it may be coming in the backside. Selfie pushed way up. Cyanide comes around the side. Cask will be up in a couple of seconds, not too far away. Cyanide comes in, does manage to land the Q, gets aggressive on towards Selfie. Yellowstar, meanwhile, has found Impaler. Inner Flame is available if they can try and land it. He's got minions in the way. The Cocoon lands on towards Impaler. They have got the aggression down. It's Yellowstar that picks up the kill with Inner Flame.
Yeah, and Xpeke did not manage to get an assist. He used the explosive cast, but it didn't allow him to secure it. Because Fnatic have got a jungle Elise, they could go for the Dragon right now, or roam to that mid lane to defend the tower. I think there's enough time if they decide to go for it. There are still minions there, and Mr. Rales and Mixer will need to back away.
There's good ward placement now for Super Hot Crew. It's what gave them the heads up last time around. They're going to see Cyanide coming around again. They're going aggressive. They're sticking around. Cocoon lands on towards Mixer. They do manage to get the damage down. There's no explosive cast from memory, just using it in the bottom, but he has got Ignite. It's Mixer he's going to go for. Gets it down, and Mixer continues to chase that record.
Yeah, who said Elise is dead? You see right now, Cyanide is making it work. Roaming around the map with that red buff and with the Cocoon. While all of that's going on, Yellowstar's 1v1ing Impaler. Let's see if Selfie can do anything. I don't think he can.
Put a lot of damage back down on towards that turret. Reckless. Oh, he's going to find the Super Mega Death Rocket. Not going to land. Impaler had already stepped away.
Yeah, so a little bit closer. He did have a BF sword and a longsword, so could have actually been enough damage to execute Impaler there, but wisely, Impaler did get out of range. Now, the point that I was trying to make before all of those ganks and fights happened, this chaotic start to the game is probably more detrimental to Super Hot Crew because of the fact that they've only been playing with Selfie for 2 weeks. This kind of gameplay is disrupting. It makes you panic, it makes you think. And because Fnatic have been playing together for such a long time, and it's them making the moves, Super Hot Crew aren't sure how to respond. They're playing at Fnatic's tempo and at Fnatic's pace, and it's giving them the 2,000 gold advantage.
In gaming terms, 2 weeks is a long time, and at the moment, we'll see if it manages to pan out, because it's really been all about that little bit of blue buff play, that little bit of prowess, a little bit of tactical knowledge from Fnatic, just forcing the issue, which all came around from that very first level 1 invade. And Fnatic have played this one very well in the opening 11 minutes. You can see, though, the Dragon is being started off by Super Hot Crew, and this would certainly get them back in it, but they've got to be careful because Peke is close by with the explosive cast.
Yeah, there is steal potential. Let's see if the smite is good. Peke is being zoned by Selfie, and here it comes.
Does manage to throw the barrel in, not enough, it went too early, and now they're actually in trouble. Mr. Rallis is taking some damage here. Yellowstar's going to try and catch on towards him. Mr. Rallis sidesteps it nicely, puts the Culling all over Peke, has to flash away from Selfie.
So I think that was very smart play from Super Hot Crew. They waited for the barrel cast combo to come in, and there wasn't actually much vision super deep in the pit there from Fnatic. It was war just to the side. What it has done is allowed Fnatic to get on this inhibit mid-turret. It's going to go down.
It's going to go down, and well, Super Hot Crew reacting, but just a little bit too slow, and it's another big objective gained by Fnatic. That mid-turret is vital in taking the vision away from the Super Hot Crew. Good turnaround after the Dragon loss.
Super Hot Crew get Dragon, Fnatic get Tower. Dragon respawns, Tower does not. What it does also mean is with Fnatic's roaming and rotating gameplay that they've been pulling off, once they push down that bottom lane tower, it's going to open up the entire Super Hot Crew jungle for them to invade and move.
I wonder who's making the calls for Super Hot Crew right now, because Selfie was caught. He was sort of half up the river, half back down, half up the river, unsure really where to go. Wonder if he's trying to make the plays for his team, and at the moment, as he's losing out his lane to Peke, this player that he's probably seen in the LCS for the last 2 years, he seems to be starting to have problems, and when a LeBlanc doesn't get going, it can be a problem for the whole team.
Yeah, especially when you look at the targets he's trying to blow up. Gragas is not necessarily going to get 100 to 0, especially if he's got his Drunken Rage on. Damage reduction is going to be good. Elise is going to repel damage. Renekton is going to dominate the damage. So even Jinx, with a barrier and a shield from Karma, may be able to survive the not even completed Athene's burst. So Selfie's really got to look at himself and figure out what he wants to do to get control of this game.
Well, dominant control from Fnatic, all 3 outer turrets down, and now they're already moving into Super Hot Crew's jungle. Selfie just simply a spectator as he sees the golems being taken away from his jungler Impaler. Well, he's had to take the blue buff for himself because Selfie was miles away.
Yeah, and something we haven't seen much of this game is the Soaz v Mima matchup. Soaz has got a level ahead and a massive CS advantage. Mima's trying to bait this one in, but this could get turned onto Mima.
Well, Impaler's going to come in towards him. Mima taking very low. Soaz is going to get burst down very quickly. The unseen threat coming out from Impaler. No, he failed the jump. He failed the jump. That means Soaz gets away with the slice and dice.
We did see that one Impaler, and it does mean Soaz gets away. He had to burn both Flash and Dominus, but he gets away cleanly. I think if he got a little bit more damage on Mima, maybe could have gone for the kill. That Negatron cloak is not helping him against the mostly physical damage of Kha'Zix and Shyvana. So he wants to survive the burst from LeBlanc, make sure he can't get instantly killed down, and most likely going to get himself that Spirit Visage to increase all of the lifesteal and lifesteal that he's got from his Q and his eventual Ravenous Hydra.
Look at the confidence though. Peke in that bottom lane, happy to push that wave up, and now actually making a move towards this mid lane. They have got a ward coverage, but Fnatic are collapsing in this one. Crescendo comes out from Mixer, but the rest of the team are not on the same page, and we are going to see Peke coming around. Mixer's going to have to try and flash away from this one, hasn't got it available, gets caught out, Peke gets an easy kill.
And that was the exact kind of play we were talking about. Mixer tried to set something up for his team, but it was too deep. That flash Crescendo was in Yellowstar, who was on his side of the river. Nobody else from Super Hot Crew could really engage on that one, and they didn't, so Mixer gave up his second kill of the game, getting closer and closer to that record.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid, he is starting to feel threatened right now in North America. He, of course, holds the overall record for the LCS, but he would have to go pretty big, I feel, to take that one on down. Reginald also, well, he picked up the MVP performance, so he's not too worried.
No, not this time round. I don't think it's an award that they want to be too happy with. But at 15 minutes on the clock, Fnatic have got 3 towers down. They've lost only 1 dragon, and they've got themselves 4 kills. Those kills are situated 2 on Gragas, 1 of them on Jungle Elise, which is doing a very, very good performance. Cyanide playing as if there's been no changes to Elise's kits.
Well, bottom lane, Selfie is now up against Peke and does not want to go close to him. Explosive Cask was used by Peke, though, to keep him at bay. Instead, he just cleared out the wave with it, which now means, of course, his ultimate is not available, which is why he's just going to belly dash away from that one. But possibly could be the Dragons a long way off for the Super Hot crew, and not really sure what presence, what objectives they want to aim for. They all tried to collapse on Peke, who just easily dashed away, and it pulled 3 members away for nothing.
Once again, decisiveness. Super Hot Crew have been responding to Fnatic's plays. And until Super Hot Crew get control of this game, Fnatic's just going to keep snowballing this advantage, keep building it up, get a higher gold lead. Take a look at this. Because of how badly Mima's losing the top lane, 3 members of Fnatic are going to be on this tower, and they'll most likely be able to kill it if they're not afraid of Kha'Zix. If Kha'Zix scares them, they won't kill it.
They're all collapsing across, but that turret's going to go down, and now they may just turn on this one. The choppers are down. Impaler, no, he has to jump away from this one. The rest of the Super Hot Crew come in, but look at Fnatic. They're all collapsing in. Soaz goes deep on this one, slice and dices away. He gets caught up with Mr. Riley's culling, but they're going to try and chase on towards this one. They could turn it back around. Impaler quickly has to dash away. The White actually doing damage to Impaler as well there, so he manages to dodge away. Peke comes back in. Explosive Cask is up, but he's not going to have to use it. Instead, they're happy to keep farming the waves. A turret for a kill, not a bad trade.
Definitely not. Fnatic once again extending their map control. What you've seen from Fnatic for the entire time of this game is roaming and rotation. They have not been afraid of Super Hot Crew's composition, and they are making it very, very clear. What I really like is every time Fnatic move, they get incredibly deep vision. As that siege in the top inner turret happened, there are 3 wards placed very deep on Super Hot Crew's side of the jungle. So Fnatic had so much information to work with. It made that a very low risk, high reward action.
And it shows, just look at the ward coverage. The river area for Super Hot Crew, they had no idea that that play was happening. They were setting themselves up a kill, a prey on towards Peke, and it completely backfired. They were all trying to set something up that was just never going to happen. Now they may get caught out by Fnatic, who are looking to go towards this Dragon. The Cocoon comes out, Impaler gets it, but they do get a ping ward down.
So Dragon is the objective. Super Hot Crew want this one. Peke is going to be a little bit late. I think Dragon will go down before the fight breaks up, but Super Hot Crew need to play the fight perfect.
Cyanid's going to come in, repels in there, doesn't get it down. He's already used our repel, he's got nowhere to go. Cyanide taking all the damage, he gets dropped off. Selfie getting focused on Soaz, putting the damage down on towards him. Mr. Rall is now caught out in the pit. Soaz is taking a lot of damage, they're going to chase on towards him. Belly slam comes across there, Impaler's going to get singled out. Peke picks that one up with ease. It's a 1-for-1, both junglers down, but Super Hot Crew, they got the Dragon.
Yeah, so gold advantage goes to Super Hot Crew, but like we said, Super Hot Crew needed to play that fight perfectly. Fnatic, it's so much disruption, and Super Hot Crew are not focusing the same target. So I actually think that Super Hot Crew were a little bit lucky to come out with that kill in that situation. Fnatic grouped well enough. Cyanide just went a little too deep to try and get the smite steal. Didn't even get that smite off. Now, we'll see how Fnatic sieges in and turret. We see Mr. Riley and Mixer about to respond. Wave clear from Selfie. Pretty good defense.
Just to clear it out, Super Hot Crew, everybody in there now back in defensive units. Meanwhile, Soaz, he goes off and plays his own game. It's a game of farming down that bottom lane, and he's doing it with ease. Mima is a long way behind in terms of farming against Soaz's Renekton, and he's just going to keep pushing that wave down towards that final inner turret. Well, I'd say final, there's obviously the mid lane one, but the top one was already taken down by the exact same tactic. And Fnatic, they're just running rings around Super Hot Crew right now. The blue buff is going to get contested. The power comes in. Can they even see it sat there in the bushes? They can. This is why they're delaying this one. Selfie wants it, but it's not going to get it. It's going to go to Impaler again.
Yeah, so important that Peke was actually there to challenge. Because Impaler was forced to use his smite to secure that buff from Selfie, it means Selfie doesn't have it. He's only relying on that Athene's Unholy Grail. We do see Selfie going for Peke, but he doesn't connect with anything.
This is the second time blue buff has been used, and a turret could be gained. Fnatic, they're going to get themselves another inner turret down just by simply out-positioning Super Hot Crew. They were focusing so hard on a simple blue buff. They lost themselves an inner turret. That's a big objective.
When you know your opponents are not going to have the clearest and most strong team coordination calls, then you need to play aggressive. This is what they're doing. They've caught Peke.
They're going to jump on towards him, but they're not on the same page. Simply use the explosive cast to back away. The Cocoon stops the culling in its tracks. Cyanide defends his mid laner.
If that chain had actually connected with Peke and rooted him in place, that would have been a dead fat man. But it was not the case. Selfie only connected with the minion. It allowed Peke to get away, just using that body slam to get out cleanly.
Well, I mean, if there's anyone that knows all about selfies, it is Peke, but instead Reckless is caught out in that mid lane. Cocoon is not available. Yellow Star does keep them away.
The shield and the flash from Reckless It's exactly what we were talking about, but it did burn both Flash and Barry. Now Selfie's caught out. He's going to need to distortion over the wall, and he does.
Oh, but Yellowstar's going to follow through! The super mega death rocket from Reckless lands and gets himself a kill.
Now the fact that they've got the kill onto Selfie is just going to once again allow them very deep vision. Mr. Rolls doesn't want this fight.
He does not want this fight. There's a Hydra on Soaz, and he manages to chunk a load of damage down on Mr. Rolls. We do see Reckless now coming around the side. He may want to get involved in this one. Doesn't have that ultimate just yet, though.
No, he doesn't. Now red buff is the next point of contention. If Fnatic steal this away or try to open up more map presence, Soaz is going to go in. He's got support from the rest of his team. Decides to back away.
Trying to draw that aggression across there. The rest of Fnatic are there, and while this is all happening, Peke, he's off on his own, pushing that top wave. So every time Fnatic draw the whole attention of the Super Hot Crew team, they manage to shove another wave down in towards them. As it is, they are going to step away, but it's 5-0 in turrets right now for Fnatic.
7,000 gold is what that counts itself up to. 6,000 if I can learn to do math. And at this point in time, with a very good siege composition that they actually have, with Gragas and Karma poke, I mean, Super Hot Crew are going to be in such a difficult position defending their own turrets. They cannot afford to take a single inner flame from Karma or a single barrel roll from Gragas. And because Jinx has got so much damage with that fully stacked Bloodthirster and Zeal and Pickaxe, she will melt through those towers. So Super Hot Crew need to get better vision, and they need to find a pick. They have not succeeded in blowing up a member of Fnatic and making that lead to an objective at all this game.
Impaler found himself a rather large crocodile in the jungle. It's not something he wants to try and go head-to-head with so far. So as with that Sunfire Cape completed and the Tiamat, of course, and well, going in towards the Spirit Visage. He's been sitting on that Spectral Cow for a long time now. We'll see whether he goes with that. Mima, in the meantime, well, he's catching up slowly in terms of farm, as Shyvana's tend to do, and may actually be able to go head-to-head with him now.
I still think Renekton is far enough ahead in terms of armor and the Tiamat damage to deal with Shyvana in a 1v1. But if Mima is able to get a good amount of damage down with that Flame Breath and get that percentage HP onto Soaz, that could be the turning point. We'll see how impactful that Dragon's Descent is. And you see Cyanide, he was thinking about going on Mima. He has to back away. The rest of Super Hot Crew on the mid turret.
Yeah, 4 members of Super Hot Crew all pushing in on this one. They want to try and get the first tower down, and they may well finally be able to do it. It is going to be Mr. Riles that takes it down. Peke wants to try and turn the aggression round. All of Fnatic coming in. Oh, the cocoon comes out from Cyanide, perfectly placed on Selfie, and he just gets taken down by Peke. Brilliant stuff. The rest of Fnatic, they're closing in on towards Super Hot Crew here. They're going to have to back away. They may lose another turret.
Yeah, they're definitely going to lose this turret if Fnatic stick around. Explosive Cask was used, so it's not going to be available for Peke right now. Look at the damage from Reckless.
Will Mima go for the Dragon Descent across the side? Impaler jumps in. He wants to go for towards Cyanide. Instead, he just has to jump away. Mima, well, he has Dragon Descent available, but doesn't want to use it because they've got nothing left. And Super Hot Crew simply back away and have to run from the damage. It's 2 kills for Fnatic and another turret.
I don't think Super Hot Crew are reading from the same playbook, because Impaler went in and Mima was nowhere to be seen. Then Impaler ran out and Mima decides he wants to try and go in, realizing it's a bad call. I think Super Hot Crew needed to engage together. They needed Mima and Impaler running disruption while Mr. Rolls could get the damage down. It didn't happen, so it allowed Fnatic to get the inner turret in that mid lane, roll around, grab themselves a dragon, and extend that gold lead even further.
League of Legends by the numbers for Fnatic, and simple tactical moving positioning around the map. They've done it up against the very best in League of Legends in the World Championships. They managed to get themselves 3rd place in Season 3, and right now they are showing Super Hot Crew exactly what you've got to do in this game.
Yeah, what you're seeing from Selfie, at 24 minutes on the clock, he's 0 kills, 3 deaths. He has not a lot of ability power, just sitting at over 205 with his current build. And he's been forced to go for a Void Staff as his second item. There's so much MR already built up on the side of Fnatic that he's just not had the possibility to insta-give anyone. Blue buff is respawned, and lo and behold, Fnatic are going to challenge for it. This, I believe, is the 4th blue buff in a row. They've tried to force out Super Hot Crew's hands, and this is the first one that Selfie has got his hands on.
Yes, Selfie finally gets it. Impaler's had to smite it away so many times. Peke was laying in wait, and he's actually still stood in that bush. Maybe he's going for the whole KT Rolster B insect style of just standing still in a bush and trying to catch that camera out of guard, thinking, has he disconnected from the game? I'm not too sure what's going on. He hasn't moved. Finally, he does move and goes for a ward.
Yeah, so he's grabbed himself those Merc trades, and when you consider the CC that is on the side of Super Hard Crew, silence from Selfie. Oh, Selfie's in trouble. I think he's going to die.
Self is in trouble. Explosive gas bursts him backwards. Cynide's going to jump on towards him. The Fat Man gives chase. Super Mega Death Rocket is available. Tried to juke, but Peke, well, he's the king of that, and he knew exactly where he was going.
Yeah, there was no way Selfie was going to get away from that one. Fnatic had him completely surrounded and well caught out. Now, with that kill, they've started off Baron. There's so much damage between him, Elise, and Gragas. This is going to go quickly. At this stage, Elise's Spiderlings have more HP than previously. They peeled.
They may try and peel on, catch on towards Super Hot Crew. The flash from Cyanide does not land the cocoon. Soaz is taking a lot of damage in the backside. The Cullian's going to do a lot of damage as well. Baylor jumps in, but he hasn't got the damage. Crescendo lands on all 5 members of Fnatic, but they simply don't have the burst to follow this one up. And Mimer's now caught out. Cocoon lands on towards him. He flashes away from this one, but Soaz goes deep, goes aggressive. It's a kill for Reckless. Another chase on towards Mixer. Mixer's going to get slowed down here. The barrel comes on towards him. The Wasp getting excited from Reckless. The speed boost comes from Yellowstar. The belly slam on Mixer. It's another death. It's another kill for Reckless. And Fnatic are dominating Super Hot Crew.
Fnatic have the ability to heal and try rush that Baron once again. That play was so good. The moment Super Hot Crew showed themselves in the pit, they peel and fight. Soaz is running interference. Now at this point, Fnatic had already peeled from the Baron. A 5-man Crescendo catches everyone of Fnatic, and it makes you sick to see a play like that accumulate to nothing, because Super Hot Crew are so far behind. They cannot kill the very tanky member of Soaz on Renekton. They didn't have Selfie to burst down the squishy targets, and Fnatic's carries just turn it around and run Super Hot Crew down. Mixer, you did the best you could, but unfortunately, the team is too far behind to make it really matter.
Well, it is a great turnaround, and Reckless, well, I think he's going to be continuing that winning record on Jinx as well at 3-0-5. He has been playing perfectly. And with all those rotations, you've always got to wonder who's going to miss out. And sadly, it seems to be Selfie who was the reason they did all the changes in the first place. And he's the one that's fell behind this new man in the mid lane. And it's going to be a Baron for Fnatic. Super Hot Crew this time around, not even close.
No, Super Hot Crew can't contest this. And the point that I was trying to rush out in the previous Baron pit, one of the changes to Elise in this patch is her Spiderlings actually scaled to have a higher number of hit points. Initially, they had a cap of 260. Now they go all the way to 390. That is a very big bonus, and what it means is you can use those Spiderlings to tank Baron and tank Dragon, and also tank all the damage from the rest of the team. Right now, Fnatic with Barons, they're sieging the mid lane.
Super Hot Crew completely out of position here. Fnatic can just run straight through the middle. There's not anything stopping them right now.
They've got no minions.
Mimer's there. They don't need minions when they've got Soaz and they've got the Karma shields on there, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Reckless is just burning this one down with his minigun. Gets half the hit points off before Super Hot Crew can react.
Yeah, Soaz only loses about 10% of his total HP, and thanks to the regen he's going to get from Baron, that'll be back up to full in no time at all. Now with the minions, this tower's going to get melted. Impaler loses a chunk from that barrel roll. Selfie does not pop Cyanide.
Explosive cast was used. That barrel is down, but the tower's almost dropped off here. Reckless pulling that damage down. Nearly got caught out though. Had to step away from this one. Of course, they got the Baron buff on, so that regen is running. He's going to go get some health back off the Wolves, and he'll be straight back in there. Just burns it all straight back up.
2 more auto attacks and that tower is going to fall. Fnatic will have explosive cask in probably 30 to 40 seconds, so they're not looking for a giant team fight. But because they've got such a strong lead of gold and Baron, they can still win it even without that ultimate.
There's the inhibitor turret going down. The inhibitor will follow. Super Hot Crew stepping away from this one. Selfie laying in wait off the side, but there's really not a lot he can do about this one. And Fnatic, they're just going to step on round and go towards that big top wave.
Yeah, at this point in time, with the minions pushing in the top wave and the minion wave pushing in the bottom, Fnatic should be able to just play this map game very, very effectively. We talked about how strong they are in a siege position. Throw out cocoons, throw out volatile Spiderlings, throw out the poke from Karma and Gragas, and then just melt the tower. And Super Hot Crew, somebody needs to tell them towers need to be defended.
Maybe they don't know. They thought, let's push out this mid lane, we can go do enough, but they thought Fnatic had completely stepped away from this one. They were simply turning the wave back around, and Fnatic again catching them out of position. That range that Reckless has, of course, on that rocket is enough, and he keeps getting those shots off. And well, Super Hot Crew, they're going to have to react to this one, and they're going to lose a second in him. They do go aggressive, but the distortion is not enough from Selfie. He tries to use the ultimate, tries to do what he can. So as instead, he's going to tank the turret. The damage damage continues. The explosive Casca's bursting Mixer's nearly single-shotting him down there. The turret will go down. Selfie still tries everything in the book to try and take him, try and go defensive, but it's not enough. Fnatic get themselves a second in him. Super Mega Death Rocket blocked off by Mixer.
Yeah, those home guards actually allowing him to save Selfie's life. I think that was very smart play from Fnatic. The fact that they blew Mixer up in terms of HP prevented a Crescendo engage. That was the only threat to Fnatic in that situation. If Crescendo would lock 3 or 4 members up, it would have bought time for Super Hot Crew to get all of their damage dealers onto a single target. So smart, decisive play from Fnatic gives them 2 inhibitors, a massive amount of gold to go back and spend. And now they're just going to come and siege the bottom lane once they've picked up all of those items.
Yeah, everybody goes back to buy. Cyanide does the dragon all on his own. No problem there. Is it level 14? That's not an issue anymore. As you mentioned, all those little skittering minions tanking it out for him. It won't be too much of an issue for them. So, gigantic gold lead. 14,000 gold overall. It's only the second dragon for Fnatic, but, well, that doesn't really matter because they've got 8 turrets down, including those 2 inhibitors. And they have just that bottom lane. If they want to go by the numbers, they could, of course, just follow the super minions into those Nexus turrets.
Now, this was a flawless, chaotic game from Fnatic. From the very first lane swap, it was Fnatic that was initiating the trades. They did not really want Gragas to be in a 1v1 against LeBlanc. It is a matchup that LeBlanc does well in the laning phase. Once Peke made it through that laning phase and he was looking stronger, then all of a sudden Fnatic said, let's fight. Flash Crescendo. This is going to be a last-ditch effort. I don't know if this will work. Selfie, they're going to go in a second.
It's going to be a 4-man. No, it's only caught 2. Can they get on towards Yellowstone? They didn't get anyone. That's a problem. Selfie's running for his life. The explosive cast separated them. Soaz has gone very deep on this one. Mima taking so low. Explosive cast didn't quite get enough, but Soaz is there in the back to clean up. They've managed to get 2 kills down, but Soaz is causing so many problems. Mixer just gets popped out by Selfie there. Yellowstone trying to put the damage down. Rex is still alive. He has to back away from this one, though. Mr. Rollins can close on them.
So 2 for 3 at the end of the day. The explosive cast from Peke saving Fnatic's life. Fnatic have no longer got Baron on them, so that regen is not with them, and Selfie is looking to pop so much. Super minions are on the Nexus turret, so Fnatic are playing for time. They want to keep Mr. Rolls and Selfie here. Right now, those super minions are on the turret.
They've got a second support wave coming in as well from the top lane. Selfie is going to catch on towards Cyanide. Not quite enough. Pop the core. Didn't quite land on towards there. Reckless puts the damage back down, but those super minions, they're going to start doing work. The minions wave of Super Hot Crew has been wiped out. The Nexus turret's taking a hell of a beat in here. You can see Selfie in there trying to run defensive duties. Nexus turret taken down. One more shot will do it from the super minion. They do take it down. That's 1 Nexus turret destroyed by simply Fnatic playing the delay game.
Very well played by Fnatic. They held Super Hot Crew in place. Cyanide was very lucky to get away with his life. If that secondary proc, the root from those chains from Selfie's LeBlanc had landed, it would have killed him. But nevertheless, it didn't, so Cyanide gets away with his life, manages to back away, and Fnatic, once again, just dominating and exerting their map presence. Fnatic have not played Super Hot Crew this game, they've played the map. They have played the map completely. They've rotated and roamed every time they've seen Super Hot Crew's positioning, and that is what allowed Fnatic to get this incredibly strong lead at the 33-minute mark.
That's what you could argue SK Gaming had been doing when they went on their incredible winning run, and potentially moved away from it in the last few games. However, 1 minute till Baron. I'm not too sure whether Fnatic are too interested in that. The inhibitor in the mid has respawned. Top wave will be back up in around about 30 seconds time, I believe. But, of course, that inhibitor turret down the bottom didn't get taken down, and they may try and return for it.
So Fnatic don't need the Baron, but it's a pretty safe objective that they can grab with very little risk. If Super Hot Crew try to challenge, Fnatic can just kill them and then finish the game. So we'll see what they decide to do. At this point in time, it looks like they're just going to use their very big advantage and the power of their sieging champions to take this turret out. They're trying to pull Super Hot Crew forward, and same story. Range poke and explosive cast from Peke. He's used it previously to get champions away, not necessarily for kills under towers.
So it's just taking a rest off the side there, I feel. They are going to see if they can engage on this one. They keep getting the poke. Reckless keeps getting the shots on that turret. No need to worry about that one, but he's caught down, gets singled down there. Good crescendo from Mixer. They're jumping on towards Soaz. They aren't going to get the reset this time around, but the damage on Yellowstar could well be enough to manage to finish him down. down. He will get the kill. He gets himself the second. Mr. Rales tries to pull the damage on towards Becky. Selfie goes aggressive. The chains will be enough to take him down. Then it's a 3-for-1 engagement. Super Hot Crew live to fight another day, but that top inhibitor, it needs defending fast.
It's going to go down. The minions and the super minions will at least reset that top inhibitor. So Fnatic lose 3, get 1, and gain the super minions in the top lane. Because Super Hot Crew are so far behind in map presence, this little, minute and a half or 40 seconds rather of death time is not going to help them at all. They can't push. They have so many towers to shut down, and they're not going to kill Baron quickly enough. Fnatic maybe should have peeled back. We talked about how Baron was going to be a safe objective for them. They opted to go for the siege. They got engaged upon, and that's what allowed Super Hot Crew to win.
And that's always a problem. And I often wonder why pro teams sometimes do this. When there's an exposed inhibitor, why they don't use that as their first target, shove those minions down their throat, then rotate and finally take down that inhibitor. Instead, they chose the siege, and it may well have cost them a little bit here. We'll see how much it is overall. Super Hot Crew do get some wards down on the Baron. They know that's going to be a target for Fnatic now.
Yeah, there's no teleports, and if they stick around, it runs the risk of somebody going behind them. There's no crescendo for at least another 20-odd seconds. You see the cooldown there on Mixers, 25 seconds in fact. So Super Hot Crew need to delay and stall Fnatic for that amount of time before they can go in. There is super minions pushing the top wave, and there is a massive minion wave going down the bottom. And remember, all the damage that Fnatic got on that inhibitor turret, so it won't last long in the bottom lane. Super Hot Crew have one more team fight in them. One more team fight. If they do not win convincingly, then there is such an open base that Fnatic can win the game. We'll see if Super Hot Crew can, balance on the edge of this knife any longer.
They have to get that burst. Ooh, Super Hot Crew taking a peek towards Dragon. It's a bit of a miss time because he's not up for 30 seconds. Fnatic, though, don't have the wards down, so they didn't have the vision. They didn't realize the situation. Now Super Hot Crew trying to bully themselves out, but you can see Fnatic, they're trying to sneak it from that backside. It doesn't mean Reckless is out of position. If this fight were to go ahead, and Super Hot Crew, they're moving into position, they force them away.
It was actually very smart, because if a fight were to break out, both Elise as well as Renekton have got that repel and the slice and dice, so they had the opportunity with some tools to reposition in a team fight. We do see that Super Hot Crew are not backing away. There are minions in the bottom tower. Fnatic are once again playing the map. Mimer's gone in!
Mimer's gone aggressive. He's going to try and catch on towards him, but the cocoon straight on Impaler. Impaler uses that ultimate. It's so as he's focusing on not really the target he wants. He's definitely not going to get a reset. Explosive Cast does not do a great deal on the Super Hot Crew here, but look at the minions on the Nexus turrets in the base of Super Hot Crew. They have to deal with this one. Nexus is going to go down. The Nexus is taking damage from super minions here. Super Hot Crew have to react.
Yeah, they have to. They're falling back. This is going to cost them a Baron. A few minutes ago, you asked, why do not pro teams shove down those inhibitors? It's because Fnatic's playstyle, they are using the minions as a tool. They are using the minions to do the work for them. Minions got their top inhibitor twice in a row. They've got both of those Nexus turrets. Minions of Fnatic have got more towers than Super Hot Crew have as champions.
Fnatic pile on in there. Super Hot Crew doing what they can to defend here, but the rest of Fnatic claps on towards that inhibitor in the mid lane. That's going to go down. Impaler's trying to run defensive duties, trying to do anything to poke Peke down to try and set up a burst kill for Selfie. His ultimate's going to be available any second now. This is going to be the final grasp. Can they get it? They do manage to get a good crescendo down there. Super Hot Crew are trying to do what they can, but it's just simply not enough. The Super Mega Death Rocket flashes on past there. Selfie gets caught out. Mixer's going to be the next focus target. It does not matter. It's Fnatic picking themselves up yet another win and continuing their charge up the table.
Very well played game by Fnatic. I want to reiterate the point. Fnatic played the map. Fnatic played the towers, and they actually ignored Super Hot Crew unless Super Hot Crew really engaged on them. Throughout the entirety of that game, Fnatic played chaotically, but with purpose. They were dancing around lanes, dancing around the jungle, setting their sights and objectives, and more times than not, securing them.
Fantastic performance. Only one Peke is the song, it seems. I think we should also give a lot of credit over to Reckless, because his 517 on Jinx was, again, another fantastic performance by the AD carry. Let's not also discount Mr. Rales, 204 on Lucian. Just couldn't do enough.
Once again, when you are playing an AD carry and your front line does not survive long enough for you to get those kills, it's very difficult to have a positive impact in the game. Mr. Rales did great considering how far behind Selfie was. Selfie did not get a 100-0 pop at all in that game. And I think you have to credit a lot of the early game advantage to Cyanide's Elise. There's so much talk around Elise right now on what level she's at, and if she is still at LCS level. And I think Cyanide really showed. Land your cocoons, gank properly with red buff, you can make it work.
Yeah, fantastic performance overall by Fnatic. Honestly, if you look at the entire game, they really had control. Of course, there was a lot of lane switching going on at the start, but Fnatic, they've been well prepared for that. They've done it before.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think fast and loose is the best way to describe Fnatic's playstyle this game. They did not want LeBlanc against Gragas. That's why they kept initiating those lane swaps. And I think a stroke of luck gave Super Hot Crew the 2v2 mid lane because they responded to the invade. Fnatic was invading the blue buff of Super Hot Crew. Super Hot Crew said, let's do the same. And then realized they were going to have the 2v2 mid. So they responded, held it even for a while, but then that dance, just back and forth, it hurt Selfie so much in those opening 15 minutes.
Well, we do have a replay to look at in just a moment. It was all about that Elise play. And you know, it's interesting coming into 4.4 because there was a lot of discussions about Elise, whether she was going to be viable, whether the changes were going to be enough, whether it's going to impact on the early kill, because clearly the burst of Elise was a little too strong.
Yeah, it really was. I think last week I actually had a few call-outs saying, and that's why the numbers got dropped. But truthfully, I think Elise took a harder hit in a jungle clear time more than a champion killing power. And I think Cyanide demonstrated that. Let's actually pull this clip up on your screen really quickly. It was one of these Elise cocoons, and it was a real testament of the troubles that Selfie was having. Roll this clip through and keep your eyes on Selfie. He's about to jump on Cyanide in about 2 seconds. And the moment he dives in, before the silence lands, Cyanide throws the cocoon out and instantly prevents that burst going down. So he avoided the silence, he got the stun, and that allowed them to get the kill and run down Super Hot Crew. It was the story of the game, really. Selfie trying to find a pick and never once succeeding.
Yeah, and it really all led about simple tactical outplay. You know, every time we saw Fnatic go towards the blue buff, completely caught them out of position. Go towards something else, completely catch them out of position. Super Hot Crew try and make a play. Fnatic are already making one in the top. It's just completely got countered every step of the way.
When you look at Super Hot Crew in the games they win, they gain an advantage in the early game. They control the map, and they prevent their opponents from controlling them. In this game, Fnatic said, we recognize your strengths. We're not going to let you get ahead early. We're not going to let your comfort pick on LeBlanc have an impact. And we'll shut it down by doing lane swaps and giving you a difficult matchup, rather, with that 2v1.
Well, there's been a lot of big plays all throughout the day. Keep on sending your favorites like that over to LOL Esports, and remember to use the hashtag LCS. Big play. For now, though, let's send it over to Shox and Joe, who are standing by, ready to talk to Fnatic's Wrecking Ball.
Thank you very much, D-Man. We are indeed joined by Reckless. Do you like that nickname, Wrecking Ball?
Of course.
Well, you guys did actually play like a Wrecking Ball in this game. Very good. Let me take you back to the beginning in the picks and bans. It seemed like you guys were not clear on to deciding on that last ban that came out as Lulu. Was there a lot of discussion about that?
Well, pretty much we planned to ban Yasuo and Ryze because they're really good at those champions. And then since we're second pick, we have the last ban. So we pretty much keep it for a situational one, depending on what they ban. And then we just thought that we want to get a good ban and pick phase here. So we ban Lulu so they don't get too strong and we only get 2 as well. So we got 2 for 1, kind of.
Does it make it easier, the fact that they've got a player, a mid lane player that plays Assassins, but Kassadin's not there and you've got 1 extra ban?
Well, I actually don't think Kassadin is that strong anymore. He has such a high risk in the early game. Like, you can really punish how he works as a champion until the point where he actually becomes very strong. So I don't think Kassadin fits really in the meta anymore. And I'm not sure when he will either, but right now I don't think he does.
So Kassadin obviously wasn't in the game. It was LeBlanc that they locked in as the first pick. And you guys seem to react with a ton of rotations in that early game. As you look at all of them after, what was kind of the goal for you guys when you started doing all those rotations?
Well, pretty much. LeBlanc is very strong against Gragas 1 versus 1. So we wanted to keep us against LeBlanc and Gragas against it too, because Gragas has a very easy time just clearing the waves, right? And we tried to force them to follow us all the time because they might have faltered in one of the rotations, but I think they did it pretty well. So pretty much we just ended up trading farm, and both of the farmers get a bit low because we were just running so much, right? And then we had Jinx, so taking towers is of course a prioritizement, and we managed to have some good rotations and got top tower, mid tower, and bot tower.
Pretty good.
So after getting that far ahead, we actually saw around the Baron area a 5-man crescendo from them. First of all, what's going through your mind when you realize that 5 of you guys are dancing around next to Baron and all their teams there? And second of all, was it just the fact that you were far too far ahead at that point, why it didn't cost you?
I think we were just too far ahead at that point. Even though we all got CC'd, they didn't have the damage to follow up the CC pretty much. But of course, props to Mixka for landing such a good ultimate. Like, I didn't have flash, I think, that fight, so I couldn't really dodge it. But he had some really good ultimates this game, actually. So.
Indeed, flash very important on Jinx, as you don't have any other escape mechanism. Why did you choose to go for Jinx again after you've kind of ignored her for a while?
Well, pretty much as I said, we wanted to get the 2 versus 1. And the AD pretty much has a free lane in a 2 versus 1. You don't have any pressure, you're pretty much just farming. And I think Jinx is in a way sort of as a Caitlyn. She works sort of the same. And the fact that Jinx scales better, I think, personally at least, she's more valuable to have in the mid game, late game than a Caitlyn. So getting her through the laning phase for free with a 2 versus 1 was pretty useful. And then I just thought, why not, kind of.
If we look at the standings right now, we see that Gambit, Fnatic, Alliance, SK as well, all up there. The teams that I think everyone expected are certainly Gambit, Alliance, Fnatic up there at the top of things. I mean, who's been the biggest surprise for this year? You guys had a brilliant start, but then we all know fell off a little bit. Who's the surprise package up there right now?
I would say SK, actually. They are really good as a team, and I think that's their strength. Like, you can say that they don't have the best individual players, but they really cover it up by having one of the best team plays in Europe, and that's where they win the games. They have superior rotation, superior ban and pick phase, superior team fighting. Like, they're really good together, and that's why they are where they are today.
Well, you guys are pretty good at rotations as well, of course, as demonstrated in this game. Very nice victory. Thank you very much, Reckless. And now we're going to go over to Quickshot and D-Man to check out the standings.
Thank you very much, Shox. We are now 4 games closer to the end of the spring split, so let's see where we are today. Of course, that's a very tricky one to say, that one for me. First place, well, no surprise. We heard from Diamond how serious Gambit are going to be taking this split. They are now 14 wins, 9 losses. And then in second place, surprise, surprise, it is a 3-way tie now with Alliance, Fnatic, and SK Gaming all tied up at 13 and 10. And of course, Alliance, they are on a 7-game win streak. And then for the first time in the spring split, Roccat fall out of the top 4. They are now in 5th place at 12 wins, 11 losses.
Sitting down the bottom half of the table, in 6th position, it is the Copenhagen Wolves, 11 wins and 12 losses. They do have a small buffer over the Super Hot crew, who are sitting at 9 and 14, but that is a very small one. Copenhagen Wolves cannot afford to lose more games. Millennium, unfortunately, sitting down at 7 and 16, and I'm 99% sure that if they lose one more game, they are guaranteed that bottom spot. It is going to be very difficult for them planning going forward, because they're very realistically facing relegation.
Yeah, and they could be big teams. We'll find out who that is. We're going to be continuing the second half of Week 10 on Friday in another set of matches, and here's who will be battling it out. Starting off, it will be the top of the table battle. SK Gaming versus Alliance, trying to get themselves chasing that Gambit spot. Then the Super Hot crew, they're going to be trying to take down Gambit for that spot.
We'll have to see if tomorrow the trend of red team winning continues. Hey, no Cassidy ban on red side, maybe that makes it OP. The second half of the day will be followed with Fnatic versus Millennium. Then the Copenhagen Wolves, they take on Roccat. And immediately following those games, the European Challenger Series final, the second half of the Spring Series, will happen live here on our stage, where Ninjas in Pajamas will be facing Departed in a best of 3 to decide first place. It'll be D-Man and Deficio calling all those matches, so make sure you guys stay tuned.
Yeah, and that all begins, of course, at an earlier time on Friday at 5 p.m. Central European time. Everything is possible on this screen, it seems. That will be 9 a.m. Pacific, but of course, you don't have to wait too long, because we're going to be getting the semifinals underway in a moment. What is your highlight of today?
I definitely think the individual plays for me today is what really stands out. Each of the teams that has won, Copenhagen Wolves, Gambit, Alliance, and Fnatic, have had moments that have completely carried them. Cyanide's Cocoons, you think back to Alliance, just Tabs going unstoppable during the course of his game. Gambit, I also think, looking very, very terrifying is also something you have to highlight.
I think what we should highlight is the very relaxed atmosphere on the stage as well. The admins clearly discussing what has gone on during the game. It's interesting to get this view. This is the view that obviously our producers will see. This is everything. everything that you want to see in the LCS.
It is everything. It's also somewhat overwhelming, some might say. As an aside, we are going to be moving to a Challenger third place in a couple of minutes' time, and that's going to be a pretty good game. There's even tiebreakers in our Challenger series. So at this point in time, depending on how this game plays out and the final tomorrow, will determine which teams will be battling to see which 6 teams are going to be competing for those final 3 spots to challenge LCS and try and make their jobs or their careers of being a professional player a reality.
Yeah, and of course that's in, what, 2 weeks' time? 3 weeks' time, I believe that'll all be
It should be 3 weeks' time, because we should have Super Week,
playoffs,
then EU Challenger Finals,
and then
followed
the
by the relegation.
Well, there's a lot to go ahead. There's a lot of action going to be happening when we have more games for you right now, because the European Challenger Series will be getting underway. This is the third place match between Never Give Up and Reason Gaming. That's all going to start right now as Freak and Zyrene take it away.
Hey, thank you very much, D-Man. Welcome, guys, to the Challenger Series, your third place match. I am David Freak Tierley, and of course with me is my pal Aiden Zyrene Moon. Of course, thanks to our friends at Coca-Cola for helping to produce the show. How you doing?
I'm doing really well today, Freak. I'm excited. A lot of games coming up.
Yep. Up to 3.
Yeah, he talked about tiebreakers in the future.
It's true.
Everybody, even the North American has some coming
We're
up.
definitely having 1 tiebreaker per region, maybe even 2 in North America.
Yeah.
A lot of League of Legends, always good, and there's lots of League of Legends. Guys, welcome to the show. We're kicking off the final week of the second Spring Challenger Series with a fight for the third place between Never Give Up and Reason Gaming.
And with just a few finishing touches, the table is almost set for the playoffs.
Yeah, as we know, placing higher in the Challenger Series means more points and a better seed for those going into the playoffs.
And not only is there a chance to claim the 4th seed in the playoff bracket, but there's something else to consider. The loser of this best of 3 will need to play a tiebreaker we talked about previously with Meet Your Makers to determine the 5th and 6th seed of the playoffs.
Yeah.
You don't want to be 6th seed.
No, being 6th seed means you're going to face the 3rd seed. That's going to be Departed or C9E, which is scary. It's scary. You can look at the point standings there. NIP guaranteed first place, the top of the table. And, of course, tomorrow, if Departed win the overall tournament, they're going to take the 2nd seed. However, if Departed lose, they will play a tiebreaker with C9E for the 2nd, 3rd place. So keep that all in mind. Of course, you can always check out the latest on everything in the Challenger Series by going to lolesports.com.
You'll find stats, scores, schedules, and more under the Leagues and Tournaments tab near the top of the page.
So now let's get to today's best of 3. It's the 3rd place matchup, Never Give Up versus Reason Gaming. Now, last time we saw NGU, they fell short in the semifinals. They faced a red-hot Departed team. But today, they're back for a shot at redemption with a chance to nab 3rd place in the 2nd Challenger Spring Series.
Yeah, and their monster AD carry, Riddix, is just the man to help them get it. He had a killer quarterfinal matchup over Steve Bake's Cookies, going 26, 10, and 18 over 3 games. But he ended with a 4-4-1 in Game 1 of their semifinal loss, meaning he'll definitely be out for blood. He's hungry. He was put down in that last one, and he's strong. And Riddix and his team have bounced back before. After losing Game 1 of the quarterfinals, they were able to win 2 straight elimination games against Steve Bake's Cookies, so don't expect this team to ever give up.
Makes too much sense. Not going to let you down either. Now, of course, ready to bounce back from a disappointing performance is Reason Gaming. They're coming off a heartbreaking loss at the hands of Ninjas in Pajamas. Getting knocked down by the tournament favorite doesn't take the sting out of the punch. Still not good to lose those games.
Yeah, and even though they got beat, Reason Gaming went down swinging. And jungler Trashy is going to have to get dirty early on, and that could be a deciding factor in the game. He struggled a bit in their semifinal loss to NIP, but it's likely Trashy will have NGU's lasagna for lunch. He went crazy on Lee Sin, going 8-1 in the quarterfinals against Meet Your Makers. And while Lasagna only went 1 for 7 on Vi in their elimination game versus Departed, basically inverse scores there in terms of jungle performance.
Exactly, so we're going to keep our eyes on that matchup a little bit. But there's 2 more players to watch out for that may hold the keys to the castle, which brings us to our featured matchup of the day. It's the tale of 2 Sues in the top lane, Never Give Up's Morsu, and Reason Gaming's Beansu.
Yeah, and these 2 top laners are like 2 sides of the same coin. Despite having Sue at the end of their name, Morsu's gamble in the top lane will have a huge impact on his team. He's a high-risk, high-reward player, and he's inconsistent as the carry, which means he could be a liability for his team.
Yeah.
He likes to play Aurelia, likes to play Lee Sin. Sometimes he goes crazy, but sometimes he falls short. But Beansu, on the other hand, is incredibly consistent. He's a textbook player, but that may not be enough. Big plays may be necessary at this stage in the game, so walk off with the W.
Yeah, and we'll see what kind of interactions they're going to get. We talked about the junglers as well being important. Lasagna having a rough time so far in the tournament. Trashy, I know we've talked about him a bunch, but it's funny because Trashy, the jungler here for Reason, he plays so well that he ends up being the carry a lot of the time. He has 30 kills. He has the most kills on his team. More than the AD carry, more than the mid laner as the jungler there. Puts games on his back. Highest kill participation as well. Huge impact player. And I know we were talking about this before the game. We thought Trashy might just camp top in the whole time, make sure Morsu does poorly, and then they can kind of win the game off that.
Yeah, that's true. And we talked about it, though. Riddick's and Masterwork on the side of Never Give Up are a very self-sufficient lane. Masterwork has 80 assists throughout his tournament life, and they've actually played one less game than everybody else because they had a game where it was a disconnect and a forfeit.
Yeah.
So they only have one game on the record in their last matchup versus Departed.
Yeah.
So that being said, 80 assists is monstrous. And that means that Masterwork is involved in a lot of these kills, has the highest kill participation on his team.
Yeah.
So Riddick's and Masterwork work very well together, and Masterwork has that style of support where he's going to play the Lulu, the Diana, the Zillion, and speed Riddick's up, give him shields, give him more damage or a revive, so that he can do everything he needs to do to carry this game.
Yeah.
So Morsu, on the other hand, he's not going to have that help from Masterwork until they group up, but he'd definitely be a primary target for those shields.
Yeah, and it's fun to watch what's going to happen here. I like the fact that Never Give Up, their roster got picked up by the Coast organization. If you guys watch the North American LCS, we talk about Coast being so focused on their top laner and mid laner, and it's kind of so convenient here because Morsu is basically Zion Spartan. He's going to try to carry super hard and be as big of a factor as he can be. But then instead of it being like Shifter going ham in the mid lane, it's instead the AD carry here, Riddick's big Draven main. And we've seen Draven ban against him all semifinal long, but also playing champions like Jinx who can hard carry for his team. And Masterwork is there, as you talked about, to support him and say, oh, I'll speed you up so you can kill people.
Yeah, and BB also goes into the shield meta.
Exactly.
They typically use their mid laner and support to provide some type of utility to their top laner and their AD carry. So it's a very, almost reminiscent of Season 3, Season 2 meta.
Yeah.
Where you kind of just have the top laner and the bottom laner carry. Season 3 was more rotated towards the mid, so it's kind of
all assassin mids.
It's a big throwback here.
Yeah, you're right. So I think
worked
Season 2 is... You're right, yeah, they're here in the third place match. They're going to be in the Challenger postseason. And I know like we have a lot of tournament brackets here. I feel like while we're getting the game started, let's re-illustrate once again how the Challenger season works. So you guys saw the point standings earlier on in the show a couple minutes ago. Top 6 in points. So basically, the regular season for Challenger is basically a series of 2 like playoff brackets. And depending on how you do in the playoff bracket, you get some points. Basically, top 6 in points play the postseason. And you want to get top 3 in that postseason bracket. We know the 6 teams in the bracket. What we're playing for here is seeding. And the seeding is actually pretty darn accurate. NIP's top seed. They're crazy strong. Ninjas becomes very, very good. Departed and Cloud9 Eclipse, amazingly strong teams. They'll reach the finals of EUS Challenger Series. They're just incredibly good overall. They're going to be seed 2 and 3, and we'll find out in what way later on. So that means if you're going to place one of those, if you're the 6th seeded team, you have to face against seed 3 in the quarterfinal of the real postseason for Challenger. Not going to look good for the team that plays there. So even though you're kind of only playing for seeding here, getting seed 4 and 5 has a much higher chance of getting into the semis and having a shot at the LCS. Because then we have this Challenger postseason, the top 6 teams. The top 3 go to the promo relegation tournament. That's your shot into the LCS. We have the top 6. They'll play down to top 3. They're going to get seeding here. That's promo tournament. Very important.
Yeah, it's extremely important. And you talked about how Coast picked this organization up. They could be Coast EU with the exact same style, too. So
yeah, kind of.
We're actually going to throw the points back up there so everybody can see. Ninjas Pajamas are untouchable right now. And there is actually a tie between Departed and Cloud9 Eclipse. If Cloud9 Eclipse lose against NIP...
Or Departed lose.
Yeah, Departed, sorry. Departed lose. They already lost. Yeah. Cloud9 Eclipse already lost.
They lost to Departed.
Yeah. So Departed, if they lose to NIP tomorrow in those finals, there will be a tiebreaker to see who gets that second place spot, which means they get a bye in the first round.
Yeah.
Which is extremely important. And then you can see everybody has these 6th place ties, and Meet Your Makers will end up playing the loser of this match for 5th place and 6th place. So if you lose that, you're going to be going up against C9E or Departed.
And what's kind of interesting about that as well is that Reason Gaming played Meet Your Makers in the semis. That was a 2-0. So if you're MYM, you're sitting here and it's like, well, if Reason lose, they just beat a second ago. The tiebreaker will be a best of 1, so anything can happen there. But it's like, MYM sitting here saying, well, if Reason lose, they just 2-0'd us pretty convincingly. And that's going to put us in the 6th seed, which is not a good place to be. And generally speaking, whoever wins here, right, it's like, okay, we just beat whomever. We got 4th place. we're going to either play a team that we had 2-0'd earlier, like if like Reason wins, then Meet Your Makers wins, like, well, we just 2-0'd Meet Your Makers a while ago, or like Never Give Up wins and Reason wins the tiebreaker, and Never Give Up's like, well, we just beat you in the best of 3 here, we'll just beat you again in the playoffs. Like, kind of no matter which way it shakes out, you're like, the winner here is going to feel really good about their playoff standings.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And especially since the seeding works out the way you were talking about it, and they don't have to really meet a top-tier team until later. And it'll be a NIP if you're in the 4 or 5 spot.
Yeah, exactly. So, of course, guys, just so you know, we are having a couple quick tech difficulties. We will get the show on the road in a little bit. We're just going to talk about all the playoff races and all the fun things going on there. Kind of looking at it, so...
We didn't actually talk about Reason Gaming enough. I actually want to jump back over to them.
Let's do that.
Because their team originally was named after Barney D when they were back on the ladder. And Barney D has been doing some work for his team. Barney D Crystalline, that bottom lane up against Riddick's and Masterwork, which is a very proven bottom lane. This lane will carry a game. Whereas Crystalline is very consistent in his play. He's kind of like Don't Mash Me over an NA, where even if they lose the game, his score will be pretty good, but he won't carry it on his back solo. He needs somebody else to step up.
Yeah.
And you talk about Trashy having the most kills. He will take these kills for himself and put the game on his back. You saw his Wukong back in the round of 10, round of 20.
Yeah.
Just dominating people. And then we saw his Wukong again, and he was shut down by NIP.
Yeah.
Very early on.
Yeah.
Didn't let him get any ganks.
And that was interesting because NIP plays, and has so far played a very slow conservative style. If you watch their games, super low kills, very objective rotation based, and they don't kind of allow the openings.
Yeah.
Some of that could be an adaptation to Trash being a very good jungler, but overall their games are very slow for NIP. Now I think with Never Give Up, they're a much more aggressive team. Riddick's will look to make plays, Morsu will look to make plays, and so Trashy will have things to capitalize off of. I want to see how that pans out. Of course, we're on 4.4 here, so it's a nerf to Elise. Of course, we saw Cyanide do all that champion, so it's not like she's gone from the champion pool. Vi some small nerfs as well. But I do want to kind of piggyback off your Crystalline point because, well, Riddick's is basically playing Draven and Jinx for the most part. High damage, aggressive champions. They can win lane, but they can also do very, very heavy damage in teamfights and are kind of risky. Crystalline's playing Lucian, Caitlyn, Ezreal, and Sivir, which are either far back, very safe, or teamfight utility with the ultimate for Sivir. And so they have very, very divergent styles. And I feel like if you're Reason Gaming, if bottom lane just goes equal, that's a plus for them. Because like, great, teamfight utility can start now. Once we get into teamfights, no big deal. Someone else can put the carry pants on.
That's true. I'm just thinking about bans right now.
Yeah.
What each team is looking to accomplish here.
Draven and Jax.
Yeah.
I feel like 100% will be banned against Never Give Up. Morsu has never been given Jax the entire tournament, even though it's like one of his most played. It's never escaped the ban phase in any game so far this spring series. And every game Riddick's has gotten Draven, he's won, I believe, with maybe like one exception. But even in that game, did exceptionally well. And then otherwise, just banned against the rest of the timeout.
Yeah, and Lulu's one of those champions that BB doesn't play. It goes over to Masterwork in the bottom lane as support for Never Give Up. And they're going to be on the blue side, so they'll have first pick. So Lulu is not actually a priority ban against Never Give Up unless you want to deny that support. And then he'll fall back on something like Janna or Zillion, so you don't really accomplish too much in terms of how protected that AD carry is going to be by the support, because he'll just find something else that does the same thing.
Exactly.
So, not too sure about how that's going to line up here. Like you said, the Draven Jax, definitely. If they don't ban Jax, then I'm going to be excited because I want to see Morsu's Jax. Everybody talks about his Jax, Aurelia, Lee Sin. We've seen his Aurelia and Lee Sin. They're both very good. His Aurelia can get shut down, though.
Yeah.
But Jax, on the other hand, even if you shut him down, he's going to scale. He basically jumps in and goes, I'm Jax! And I'm 0-5, but I'm Jax.
But I get 98 health per level, so we're going to be okay.
His base stats are incredible.
They're very high.
Yeah.
He hits you with his base stats pretty heavily. And of course, so for Reason Gaming, I'm kind of thinking about what they're going to run here. So Senkook's a lot more varied. He's played a lot of different champions. Crystalline's something safe. I feel like if... Go ahead.
I was going to say, he's actually a high-level Talon player in solo queue.
Yeah.
I haven't seen his Talon just yet.
And it's not even getting banned that much either.
It's not. But I'm pretty sure he could whip it out against Baby. Baby has the shield type meta here. He likes playing Orianna. His Syndra was very underwhelming. So I'm just trying to set up a scenario where I get to see Talon. I don't think it's going to be viable, but I want to see the Talon.
I think it is viable. I think here's what happens. Like, here's my thought process. I don't think it comes out game one unless they've done more research than I think, because I think you start out, and I think when you start a best of 3, you have a bunch of assumptions about the enemy team. You say, okay, here's what we're gonna attack. Like, I really think Trashy will help top lane a lot. I think bottom lane will try to play passive. I think Caitlyn's a big option there to keep Grizzlin safe, and they'll just passive it out, whatever, and they'll go win top with Trashy. And I think what they see is, okay, their mid lane is gonna be passive, so we don't have to gank it. We can just kind of chill out. He'll be Orianna, no one cares, whatever. BB can do whatever the heck he wants, and Reason can give Sencooks like a high farm champion like Ziggs or something, or Needly, and let him kind of carry from there. If that plan breaks down, and they're like, oh man, Trashy's not keeping up, or we really can't deal with Riddick or something, then he says, you know what, screw it, I'm going to go carry my solo lane, and they let him play something like Town. They let him play Zed. They give him something that will dominate the 1v1, and that's when Sencooks goes crazy.
That's true.
I think that's the game plan. I think when you go into a BO3, you assume you're the better team, and you pick a safe, kind of consistent way to win.
Ooh, the theory crafting here.
That's my team comp theory crafting.
So Trashy will go top. You pick something that will dominate the lane middle for Sencooks, and then he can roam bottom to go shut down Riddick's and Masterwork.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
Shoving and moving around, helping the team out, and they can kind of get both side lanes going. Well, we'll see what happens. Now, guys, welcome back to the 2014 Spring Challenger Series. We're going to be prepping for the game. We'll have it soon.
Yeah.
Thinking about it. All right, so that's weird. The prompter had text up there, but I wasn't scrolling, so now I'm getting trolled, and I have no idea what's going on
Welcome
anymore.
back, you guys.
Yeah,
Hopefully...
I don't know why I said welcome back. We're going to move on with that one. Forget that I said any of that. I got trolled by the fact that the screen moved around. It's okay. All right, so let's think about the rest of this. Okay, so Reason Gaming, you think actually it's a wave clear mid who's going to go back to the bottom?
A wave clear or assassin, it could be either.
They think he might 1v1? Or just wave clear and go get ganks? Because like Zed does the same thing.
It could be something like a Gragas, which accomplishes both of those, has good wave clear. Don't think it's going to be a Nidalee for poke unless their composition is just well-rounded for it, which is possible, but it doesn't suit Trashy's style because he likes to gank. And ganking for a Nidalee isn't all that great.
True.
It'll have to be something that scales into the late game. He could go like Kha'Zix.
Okay.
You poke a couple people down, then he jumps in with Kha'Zix and gets some cleanup.
Yeah.
That's late game, though. But I don't think Reason Gaming want to wait until the late game because never give up. Morsu's going to play something for the late game.
Yeah.
He's going to play something that just crushes AD carries and supports. And Chrisland and Barney D are going to have to be afraid of him. So it's...
Go ahead.
Scary. It's scary. It's scary. Morsu is extremely scary. His Lee Sin was incredible. His Aurelia. I want to see the Jax. I want to see the Jax. I want to see the Talon. I have a lot of like little check marks here. Just like, come on. Just waiting for that champion. It's like, just give me the Talon. Just, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be interesting to watch for, and I hope we get to see it. I do. I hope we get to see that champion. I want to kind of dig into the top lane thing a little bit more. I think it's an interesting thought. Because I know we talk about Morsu playing carry top laners, right? And the big ones we talk about, Jax, Lee Sin, and Aurelia. I think they all do slightly different things. So I think Lee Sin snowballs matchups really well. When he gets ahead, he'll then go 8-1 and close the game in 30 minutes. I think that's kind of how Lee Sin does it, right? I think if someone like Jax or Aurelia gets ahead, it's not so much like if I get 2 kills, I'll destroy you. It's I'm just going to stay farther and farther ahead of you. It is a big team fight presence. Like I feel like the way Jax carries a game is different from the way Lee Sin carries a game. Because eventually, if you wait long enough, you can catch up to Lee Sin, which is, I think, not the case with Jax, that if he's ahead, he'll stay ahead, even at like the 6 item threshold. So I think in certain cases, Reason can say, we'll wait on the top lane. Like if it is Lee Sin, it's like, I think they will still dedicate jungle pressure. I think they will still be aggressive to that lane. I think Trashy does show up there, whether it's an Aurelia or a Jax or a Lee Sin, something like that. But at the same time, I also think that if that falls behind, they can radically change their game style and be like, just try to wait out Lee Sin. That's my read on this one. The mid lane point, I think you brought up an interesting thought. Instead of it being a passive farm lane and waiting around and playing their game, I think the fact that Sencooks might leave that lane is pretty smart. I think they can punish the fact that Riddick's and Masterwork will play so aggressively.
And BB doesn't have a history of being a good roamer.
Yeah.
He sits there and waits until team fights come to him, then he'll shield somebody.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what the guys end up doing with this champion select. We are now into the game. Took us a bit, but we got there. Don't worry. Thank you for being patient. We love you guys so much. And here we go. Renekton banned away by Beansu, and that was a ban I was expecting because Morsu wants to carry the lane. Yes. Get rid of a lane bully so you can get out of that phase. There's the Jax ban as well, because why the heck wouldn't you?
Cross that one off my list. No check mark.
A Rise ban as well, getting Beansu. Again, removing more champions that are good, sort of brick walls in the top lane. Limit went up. The Lee Sin, Morsu pulling another ban here.
Yep, absolutely. All these are top lane bans so far. All 4 that have come out.
Yep.
They're leaving a lot open. At the same time, Lulu isn't a huge threat up against Never Give Up. They will first pick it and throw it down to Masterwork. Don't know if BB's actually been picking that up, because that will still fill his meta quota for shielding, but I haven't seen him play it yet. It always goes over to Masterwork, and they're actually banning them, so they don't have priority on that for a first pick.
Something else they want to first pick to not give away. I don't think Draven's even a contested pick, though. If it goes
but
through,
they want it first.
Of course they do, but it gets banned away. But even on the Draven point, I feel like they don't have to be afraid of Krislin picking it up. It's the Kazakhs that they really want. That's a contested one, and it gives, it removes options from Trashy to carry. Kazakh is the best carry jungler right now. And Lasagna, honestly, should be able to have some good success in this champion.
He didn't have an impressive performance on Vi.
Yeah.
Kazakhs might do the trick. Very powerful.
Morsu plays it too.
That's true. It could jump over to that top lane. BB plays it too. So 3 members of NGU actually play Kazakhs.
Support Kazakhs from Masterwork, calling it.
Nope. 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 Nope.
Exceptionally unlikely.
How would that work? It's not his meta. He likes shields, man.
He's got a heal. It's a self-heal. He'll just get a locket and Ancient Golem, not Ancient Golem. It's not the case.
No, that means he's going jungle. And then he's going tanky jungle.
Most likely. We'll see where it goes. So Trashy looking at the Elise, the LeBlanc as well. Nope, going to keep moving things around. Reason Gaming are going to pick up Elise for the jungle. Kazakhs got taken, but Trashy still feels good about this one, and Barney D is going to get the Thresh as well. He loves playing aggressively.
Yeah, and the Elise is a good pickup for Trashy. In his loss with Elise, he went 1-1-2. So he didn't give up a lot of kills. He still had high kill participation. Granted, they only got basically a handful of kills. You can count them on 2 hands. And I like that pick in 4.4. Wait a little longer. Her Spiderlings have more HP.
Yeah.
She doesn't do as much damage to jungle creeps. It's capped. But she's still very efficient. And her Cocoon in the late game is more powerful than it was previously.
Yeah, still a great champion. Dynasty, we'll see what else she does, of course. Still a great early playmaker. We'll see what's going to do with this one. Never give up. 20 seconds to go still to make their own choices. And I want to see what they do end up going for, because we have seen a little bit of Lucian come in for Riddix. It makes for a good lane bully. And honestly, I do think that one of the key strengths here for NGU is laning phase. Jinx does come through. Okay, decent laner. Great late game. Karma as well, which is a good mix of actually aggression here for Masterwork.
Karma fills the shield quota.
Does.
Has some assistance with ganks. Can set up the flame chompers if you root somebody. So it's a good combination there, and we've seen a bunch of Karma since IEM.
Yeah.
People over in OGN and Korea have been playing it for a while now, and now we're catching on in Europe. It's played all throughout today, and now it's making its way to the challenger scene. Incredibly strong, incredibly safe pick. Paralysis, Spell Thief's Blade is amazing.
Yeah.
And then Jinx, a little different than what Riddix typically picks, but I like it because it scales better. We heard it today from Reckless that he likes that pick over a Caitlyn for that reason.
If he can get the safe lane, it'll work out for him. Yep, and there we go. The Shyvana comes through top lane. No surprise there. Means he plays all the normal stuff. Renekton gets banned away. Shyvana's the go-to pick afterwards. Why the heck not? They got a blind pick the lane, kind of. Anyway, they didn't know where the Kazakhs was going. The Caitlyn pickup to try to keep safe in lane as well. It's a great matchup against Jinx for the early game. Try to push her around. She has to use rockets to last hit from safety. And as well, you're far enough away that you can typically dodge the Karma attacks as well.
Yeah, that's true. And if this lineup for NGU actually gets locked in, that means it is a top lane Kazakhs.
Yeah, it does.
And then Vi is for Lasagna. He didn't have a good performance on that. We talked about previously. Bibi's Syndra was underwhelming when I last saw him play it.
Yeah.
But they are going to go with that. So it is going to be a Kazakhs top up against a Shyvana.
Okay.
Lacking a little bit in the wave clear department. Might have to put a couple extra points into his W.
Typically is max second.
Yeah. But you might go back and forth. I don't know how much harassment he's actually going to get on the Shyvana. We'll see.
Well, Kazakh matchups are interesting, especially top lane, because it is very easy to get your passive back. There's a lot of brushes to use. You can't ward them all. You will get your passive. And the way Kazakh lanes work in general is you have to play aggressively in order to win them, or to even go equal in them. If you just wait and only last hit, you will lose out. You do have to look for active trades. And I trust Morsu knows the matchup. Beansu couldn't have played against that many Kazakhs tops. Might be a little unfamiliar with the matchup. There's an experience advantage, I think, here for Morsu that does help them out. As far as the rest of the picks, BB is a heavy Syndra main. I know you mentioned that he hadn't been performing too well on it, but it's still a champion he's been favoring quite a bit, at least in solo queue.
And that last lock in there was a Yasuo that's going to go over to Senkux. So he is going to have something that has some roam potential.
Yeah.
Can go down bottom because they did lock in the Thresh, and Thresh can make your Last Whisper very easy to land. Can go ahead and flay somebody. activates it.
Hook will do it too.
Yeah, that's true. Just pull him in a tiny bit. So Senkux is in a position to wave clear. He's also in a position to roam.
Yeah.
And he's up against a Syndra. So you can block actually every single one of Syndra's abilities.
Not the Q.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
I was going to add that on.
Sorry. I know. I realized that you were still going to keep talking.
But it would be great.
I got something.
It would be great. Like, throws his ultimate out, just boom, they all hit the wall.
Just bounce off sad.
It makes a very satisfying sound, too.
I imagine it must. You and your sound
I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that.
You love sound. Can you change your screen name from Zyrene to sound effects? Aiden Sound Effects Moon here with David Freak Turley. We are into game 1 of this best of 3 for the 3rd place in Challenger Spring Series 2. Winner of this game, winner of the series, I should say, will be Seed 4 in the postseason, meaning they'll play Seed 5.
You will be safe from Departed or Cloud9 Eclipse.
Yep.
Which is the big thing here. Because if you lose this matchup, you have to play MYM for that 5th, 6th spot. And if you lose that matchup, then you're facing Titans.
Yeah.
You're facing these top 3 teams that have the potential to be those top 3 in the playoffs.
Yes.
Very, very scary position, and you won't make it far.
And keep in mind that if you lose in the postseason quarterfinals, you are out right away.
Yes.
If you lose in the semifinals, you'll play a 3rd place match for the last spot in promo relegation. But at least you get another chance right there. So we'll see where these guys go. Spell Thief's opener for Masterwork. That's actually very standard for Karma. You want to get the money dollars going in there. Barney, do you open up with the Doran Shield? Now, these matchups are interesting because while you will slowly bleed money away by being Doran Shield against Spell Thieves, your combat stats are so much higher, you can just willfully jump into a bad trade and win the fight. And that's what I'm going to look for with Barney D here.
Well, here's the thing, too, with Spell Thief's Edge, is that you get that little bonus on auto attacks that pretty much counters the Doran Shield passive.
It's pretty close to it, yeah.
Makes it even, for the most part.
Pretty much. Yeah, then it's just the fact that you've got health there, an extra health regen for shield that maybe works out here. Masterwork also opening with a mana potion. Now again, we are on 4.4. Trinkets come available later, and as a result, Reason Gaming looking for a 3-man invade top.
Ooh, and they are going to be met by 3-men strong by NGU.
And they're going to get spotted right now. Barney knows about this. They're going to walk in. There's the flay onto Morsu. It actually misses the Caitlyn Q, but will it be enough? There's the lanterns. All the wards coming down right there. Still going to trade back and forth. Let's see.
You don't want this buff to go away, because if you don't get the smite on it, you waste so much time.
Both junglers are here. The
at least
coming through. Smited picked up by Trashy. Nicely done. Reason Gaming's invade pays off. 3v3 and they get the first buff.
And meanwhile, Beansu actually does his own blue. So he is level 2 already in that 2v1. They set that situation up. They prompt the lane swap. And it puts them at an advantage overall in experience across the map.
The interesting thing, though, is that Reason Gaming picked, I think, arguably a stronger 2-on-2, and they opted out of getting a GP10 item for their support, and yet went for the lane swap. So you've got Jinx and a Karma who's getting full efficiency out of her Spell Thief's Edge in a 2v1 lane, which is a big advantage for NGU, and that's why you're seeing the gold really not that far apart.
Yeah, and at the same time, level 2 came out very early for Senkux because he wasn't involved in that. It could have been a 4-on-3, but he was actually farming the mid lane, trying to push it and get an advantage over the Syndra, who's going to harass him with auto attacks. He's trying to return it.
And you're seeing just the push come through. He knows there's very little pressure coming out from Lasagna right now. From that Vi, who had to get a very slow start grabbing her red buff just now. 3 minutes, 20 seconds, still not level 3. Very, very slow start for NGU's jungler here.
And you want to 2v1 a Kha'Zix as well. You said that he can trade by being very aggressive.
You're right.
Here, he is in a very bad situation. And BB's taking a ton of harass in the mid lane.
I gotta say, I'm very impressed by Senkux's play so far. He's doing an exceptional job. And Reason Gaming had a better read on it than I did, saying, you know, you could choose to go equal against a passive mid laner, but they're saying that Senkux... What's the sound it makes?
Not going to do it. Nope. Anyway, I did it earlier.
But this turret's almost gone already. The lane swap for Reason Gaming to get the jungle pressure loses them a turret here. Beansu on the run away. Level 3 there, getting nice amounts of slow on him. Really forced back.
He's still up in CS over Morsu and levels, and they're going to go ahead and even it. But here's a gank in the mid.
Lasagna looks for Senkux, flashed away though by the Yasuo. BB forced to flash away as well, so a summoner trade here.
BB is extremely low.
Yeah. But keep in mind that Trashy, just to make the top turret die, had to sit in the lane, whereas it allowed Lasagna to actually gank mid and force a flash onto the mid laner, and now actually rotated in for a dragon for NGU.
Which is a different style from Reason Gaming, because they're typically very objective focused, so they must know that the dragon is being done right now. They do have a ward over the wall, so they're able to see it.
Yeah.
And they are okay with this trade.
Honestly, Dragon for a tier 2 turret is fine.
Oh, they're hiding in the Dragon Pit, and here comes Senkux.
Oh, he's going to look for a little bit of something. He's going to look for what he can find. Lasagna taking some pain, has to flash the wall. That is a couple of flashes burned right there. Well played.
So this is a tier 2 turret, below half HP.
Yeah.
Trashy willingly gives up the Dragon for it. BB rotates to the top. This is going to allow Senkux to do whatever he wants in that mid lane, possibly get some damage on it too.
Yeah, they're creating a lot of rough situations. Now, keep in mind, again, NGU, even though they're in this bad situation here, did get a dragon kill for it, so whatever CS they give away, depending on how much they lose, could still be worth it overall. But if Reason gets this turret, they come out very far ahead on this one.
So these types of games, it's like an accelerated pace. Turrets are being taken, dragons are being taken very early on, and the game either keeps at this pace or it goes very, very sluggish very quickly afterwards and people rotate back.
Yeah, it depends if they can freeze the lanes or not or what happens here. So Reason, actually, they're going to back off with the fact that Lasagna and Masterwork have shown up. They do not get the turret down. They do still have a gold lead because they've been sitting in lanes for so long. I mean, look at this, level 5 minions for Morsu, who's been stuck in 1v2 the whole time, versus 29 for Binsu's Shyvana, who's had pressure relieved off of him and gotten a whole bunch of money back for it.
It's that wild card factor. And Reason Gaming was our featured matchup, but it looks like it was theirs too. From the start, initiating the lane swap, making sure that Morsu's in a bad situation, and also that Kha'Zix pick in the top lane. You said that he might not have the experience, Binsu might, in that Shyvana Kha'Zix matchup, but it looks like the whole team as a whole knew that this was coming.
Yeah, thing is, he might not have an experience advantage, but when he's level 5 versus level 4, he definitely does.
Oh, yeah. So Last Breath is now available, and a Syndra, it's so hard to get away. His flash is still on cooldown.
Yep. Yeah, anytime. Like, you look how far back BB plays, because if Yasuo basically gets in melee range right now, he will guarantee a lockdown, because he can land one Q, keep chasing down, windwall a spell, and then get the third Q. And you can see BB is forced to play very, very safely until he hits at least 6.
And there's a CS advantage here for Senkux just because of the zone that he's creating. And that advantage will transition into just better combat stats when they meet up for a fight. And BB needs help. Morsu needs help. Ridix is not on that Draven. He can't dominate the lane in the 2v2 over a Caitlyn this early on. It's going to be a very even passive lane as opposed to what we saw from him before, where he's just chucking axes at people, chunking them down, and getting a huge amount of damage and forcing them out of lane, getting a CS advantage. But he can't do that here. So Lasagna's attention is spread very thin all over the place. Trashy, on the other hand, he can go wherever he wants because everybody else is being pretty aggressive. Like, he could go top right now. Morsu doesn't have a turret.
It's true. There's a lot of opportunities there. It is a bit hard to gank for a Shyvana, but we will see. I also want to see what Morsu actually evolves first, because I know from the junglers we see them evolve their ultimate for the extra stealth, but I've seen all kinds of different builds. Let's see. Yep, it goes for Claws. Goes for the 1v1 trading damage to fight the lane.
Like I said previously, though, he does have 3 points in his W.
There you go.
It increases the heal, it gives him more wave clear, and it allows him to CS from a distance, which is exactly what he needed in that 2v1, but also in this 1v1 matchup.
Yeah. And the thing is, Morsu at least did get some minions back when they finally got out of his lane. Ooh, a little bit of damage coming in from Masterwork. Can they find much more into Barney D? The Root's going to come through. They don't chase it down. They just really wanted to push Crizzland away.
Well, here comes Senkux and Trashy, but Lasagna and BB are both behind them. Vision of this is available for NGU. And can he get the stun?
4 versus 4. Stun lands on a Senkux. Forced back. No shield. It's not going to mean too much for him, though. Looks like they'll be able to disengage pretty safely. 3 minutes or so till Dragon comes back up, so nothing easily on the objective table. BB taking some good damage. Trashy really putting the damage down. Ooh. He's going to repel to keep chasing. Q should be back up in just a second, but the stun, the damage comes through. Trashy flashes, but it doesn't matter. First blood to BB. Not Shyvana, the Syndra comes through. Making it happen.
Was not expecting that burst from BB. Trashy blew his repel to just dodge the W. The force of will, and at the same time, BB on the other hand.
With the ignite as well. The damage comes through. The dash makes it happen. Gets the blue buff back. But now Lasagna
he gets out.
Looking for something tasty. Can he get away with this one?
Sense of force.
Nice. Hits the minion with it, and there you go. Whew. Well played.
I was like, he's got to have one.
And he's going to freeze the lane, too. Look at that. Lasagna manipulating the wave and leaving it for BB. Just like, look at the minimap. You can see that that wave will stick around and be a whole bunch of money for the mid laner if it doesn't push in too fast.
Oh no, the turret! It's in range of the cannon.
You should actually pick up some of those.
Yeah, he should. Just soak it up, even if it's just experience. Yeah, okay, so he's making a decision.
You might lose the turret here.
He's going to do that, yeah.
There we go, yeah. Unfortunately, there were too many minions. He has to clear some of them out if you want it to freeze. Top lane turret actually does go down. The minions were too much for him. So, interesting. So, minus another turret there. No local gold. I believe it's 100 local gold for a turret like that. But still, 125 to each person on the team for reason. Puts him in a slightly better spot here.
So, Blue Buff went back to Lasagna. It just went all around.
Yep.
So, he will have his Assault and Battery up a little faster, which is what he needs in this map that is not going in the favor of NGU. They do have a gold advantage, but no turrets, and that's where Trashy thrives. Can come behind people. We saw there was pretty poor decision making, actually flashing after the ultimate from Syndra had been activated. It's going to chase you no matter what.
I think he was like hoping that it wouldn't be enough damage. He could flash out of range of like a Q or an auto or something. I mean, not worth it in the end, but I understand the rationale.
What if he could flash to Sencooks and then Sencooks just walls the other half of it?
That'd be sick.
That would have been sick.
That one I do want to see. All right, make it happen, guys. About 4 minutes, flash to wind wall. Here we go. 2-1 in kills, 11 minutes in. Dragon is back up on the map. Sencooks has his static shift done, but BB is looking pretty awesome. Look at this. He's got some cool action, got an extra amplifying tome. It's a good opener.
He's ahead in gold now over Sencooks. Now he's able to harass him. Has his ultimate.
Wind wall's got to be saved by Sencooks, though. You can get most of your ulti in after the QE stun.
They're baiting him in range of Trashy, but at the same time, that takes his attention away from the Dragon. And if they rotate to this, Sencooks is low, and the Dragon is too.
And here we go. They're going to move on in. Can the steal come through for Trashy? It will not. It's going to be the Dragon taken up by NGU. The fight might continue. Root onto Barney D. Windwall comes in, but not going to help the team almost at all. The jump slow. The stun's going to land. Not good for Barney D. Ult comes through. Riddix picks up the kill. Not required by BB. 3-1 and another Dragon for NGU.
They are even further ahead in gold now. The problem with that fight was they showed up, they weren't in a position to contest it, and now BB wasn't impressed by his Syndra before, but at the same time now, it's really misplays from a lot of Reason Gaming. The decision-making to continue to chase, the lack of respect for it, and they didn't see the damage output that he could bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's taking them by surprise.
I thought Reason had such a good start to this game. They got the buff steal, they got turret pressure, but
here's the Riddix.
Taking a lot of damage, 400 health left on him, takes a lantern, gets out, but Masterwork flashes in. Ooh, maybe not what they wanted to have happen. Chased down by Sencooks now, misses the Q. Gonna have to land a couple more. Windball does not work against that, but walks onto a trap. Barney D steals the kill. Because why the heck not? Ulti comes by and it's Trashy in the back of the head though. Did not see that one coming. Kill goes back to Riddix.
Once again, Sencooks trying to do work for his team, trying to carry them. And Masterwork coming up pretty big there with the chase. They at least kept them there. He blew his flash for it, lost his life, but they went 1 for 1, and it gave gold over to Riddix, which is important in this. But Chrisland caught out here. Barney D just gonna toss him.
He was trying to set up for BB. It was close. I think without a lantern, maybe they would have gotten the kill, but they tried really hard to make that one happen. And with this 4.4 patch, Vi ulti cooldown got nerfed pretty hard. It's going to be a while till Lasagna has that again.
So Trashy 0-2-0. Even in his loss against NIP, he was 1-1-2. So he has more deaths against NG than he did against NIP in that match. On Elise, I really actually want to say it's because he's been making such aggressive plays against an aggressive team. Like NG were known for their aggression. And Chrisland here,
not good. He has to flash early to be afraid of the ulti because I think he might have died. There he would have made it close, but yeah, definitely respecting the damage. Looks like a BF sword comes out for Caitlyn, but Bloodthirster already done for Riddix here. So there's a lot of guys you got to respect. Morella Namicon rush for BB. I'm surprised to see that, but I like it. Bloodthirster already done as well. The team haven't watched Morsu in a little while, but he's actually holding up fine in this matchup. NGU hit a number of power spikes right now.
Well, he doesn't need to get Chalice because it's not going to do anything against Sencooks, but now they're chasing onto Riddix down here. He threw a minion wave.
A lot of damage comes through. Cocoon's going to land. Nowhere for him to go. He popped the ult. You don't know if he needed to, but he did.
Just wanted to slam her into the ground.
Had to make sure. Pretty short cooldown overall for Yasuo. So this game, back and forth, different areas of the map are getting attacked. People are finding advantages in different places. Oh. Trashy looking for that onto the enemy. Red buff not going to find that. Lasagna is safe. Jumps over to grab some double golems. So 2,000 gold separating the teams. 14 minutes in. We have not seen turret kills in quite some time. They're finding odd kills, but not getting anything else for them yet.
Yeah, and I was talking earlier, once you get out of that phase in the start where it's that accelerated game, you either see it just everybody's pushing, oh my god, turrets are going down over and over again.
Yeah.
Or you get to this point where it's like, all right, what do we do? How do we handle this situation? Nobody's pushing this minor lead because somebody will come out with a little bit of an edge because one will get a dragon over the other.
Ooh, good reflexes by Lasagna. Trashy the Flash Coon not going to do anything. Lasagna duking away. He is going to be nice and safe. Attempted play there. All right, yeah, so a little slowed down game. 3-1 in turrets there. Of course, the fight down bottom did capitalize in a turret this time for Reason Gaming. Ward sweeping away. But the matchup we have not seen much of in a while is the top lane matchup. Now, they're just trading farm back and forth. There's really no main turret pressure. But the fact of the matter is Morsu is scaling up. He's close to level 11. Normally, that has evolved wings for a Kha'Zix. It's the most likely situation, but maybe he goes a different style with it.
It's possible.
He's just trying to scale up. Hydra's done. We'll see what else he can get.
If he evolves his R second, it might give him enough chasing potential to chase down Shyvana. Slow her multiple times, get 4 of those unseen threats off. Ooh. Going after BB here. They're going to loop around him. Good cocoon!
Incredible opening there. BB not in a good spot, and he's trying to run away. There we go. Kill picked up by Sencooks. Lasagna shows up. Not going to mean much, though, for him. 4-4 now in kills. Reason in the later game here are just finding plays to make, and Sencooks has been part of all of them.
Lasagna has his ultimate available, doesn't take it. Karma was rotating around. Now they're just going to set up for Dragon. It's got a minute until it's up. Need to get positional advantage here. Whoever gets this Dragon, Reason Gaming, get it. They will be just that much closer. They might get a kill off of it too. But NGU will start to solidify their lead or start running away with the game. Late game Jinx is extremely scary. Same with
absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of late game damage here. I think it's important for Lasagna to be tanky then to help the team out. But you look at the builds here, NGU just wants to deal damage, haunting guys soon for Masterwork. Unless it's like half of Ruby Sightstone and half of like an upgraded Frost Queen's Claim, which I heavily doubt. So just everyone's trying to get some kind of damage out there. Reason setting up for the Dragon. 20 seconds to go until that one. Ward's getting killed on both sides here. NGU also want this. Top lane is also pulled down, 5-on-5.
And Morsu, you did evolve his wing second, so you can get over the walls, give himself that increased range and the resets. He wants to get into the fight. You can tell he's got the Hydra for the wave clear, but also for the AoE damage and the sustain.
Let's see what he have.
Is Crystal going to start it? He's going to start it.
Well, BB's putting down Dark Spears to empower his ultimate throughout the fight. He's actually stopped now. He was. Waiting on the first time. The strike goes in. Smite is going to actually get picked up by Sencooks. The battle has begun. Masterwork in the back line is not in a good spot. Down goes one plus Dragon. Reason Gaming in the lead right here. No deaths coming through even with BB's ultimate.
Oh,
ooh, that's not going to hit either.
So Masterwork ends up going down. So 1 for O, and Reason Gaming picked up a kill and the Dragon. About 1k gold between these two teams. NGU, they're going to try to look mid now. They know that the big tank, Beansu, is no longer on the field. He has to go back. Last breath still available.
Oh, it's going to be Lasagna off the side. Finds Trashy. Damage comes through. Lasagna goes down by himself. Winwell helping a bit too. The flay on the BB. BB also goes down. Another 2 kills picked up. NGU try to push in a 4v5, and it does not work for them.
If he wants to go for Ridix.
Does not want to dive the turret to go for it, though. A lot of damage would come back into his face.
It's the safe play there.
It's a smart play. They're going to get a turret for it anyway. That's worth more than a kill any day of the week, regardless. Hook onto Morsu. Not good for Kha'Zix. More kills getting picked up. Flay into Yasuo ulti. Not a happy place. The push still going to continue. Almost nobody is alive for NGU. They've got to give up pressure on this turret. Windwall going to keep blocking damage. Zap not going to matter as well. 8-4 now, and 5-2 in kills. Big swing for Reason Gaming.
That's exactly what they needed. Not going to hit Crystalline with that last little zap. And you can see the gold here. A lot of unspent gold on the team of Reason Gaming. They went straight for the push instead of backing and capitalizing on the Dragon, which is the right move. Because NGU looked like they were going to try and counter push, and it bit them in the butt.
It did really, really hard. Reason look awesome right now. See what else they can grab. Just some easy minion kills so far. Unfortunate over-aggression from NGU set them very far back. But again, a pretty late game scaling team. We'll see who can step up there. 2-1 for Riddick's Jinx. Damage potential is there. Zeal will be done fairly soon. But honestly, the power spikes, I just feel like they've come in first for a reason. Infinity Edge is done for Sencooks. He is massive right now.
Yeah, he has 100% crit now. And at the same time, up in the top lane, Morsu, he's looking for that last Whisper because he is not denting Beansu at all. And the fact that he was forced to level up his W first is huge detriment to his damage output. Q does so much, and you need to be able to put yourself in a situation where you can duel the Shyvana. Right now, he's about to get there. But it's this late in the game. It's almost level 13-40.
Oh man, it's gonna be a difficult situation. See what they can do. We'll see if NGU can catch back up in this one. Reason, slowing it back down a little bit, going into split lanes. They're not sieging, but their team doesn't really siege right away anyway. They've got a lot of melee champions in that composition. Sencook's going to be in a 1 versus 2. Can he survive this matchup? A lot of damage comes through. Windwall comes down, does not find an ulti. The jump in from Trashy will find Lasagna, turns the kill around. Now can he get away from Riddick? Riddick is chasing. Masterwork is not far behind. Riddick cannot chase.
But here comes the rest of Reason Gaming from the side. Barney D is there. He's got the hook. He can line up a last breath if he lands it.
Finds it onto Riddick to jump on in. There's the play. There's the ulti. Down goes Riddick. More damage comes through. Reason just keep finding the openings.
They have a team that can just stick to you. And if there's a Syndra on the field, very immobile champion. Jinx, another immobile champion. It is a horrible day for NGU in this team composition in the late game. This went from being 4-4 in kills to being 4-10. NGU have not picked up a single kill since before that dragon, and Masterwork might be the next.
Wow, another hook comes in. The nice play as well. The walk forward from Barney D to get himself into range. Chrislin looking for the pressure, the flash, and the Q's going to land. Lasagna can't save him in time. Great plays there.
Just enough mana to do that, too.
Yeah. That was impressive.
Calculated.
It had to be, I mean, absolutely. In the case like that, you know the mana cost of Q and E. You know it's like, okay, I'm at 185, I believe is the mana it would cost. I think it's 110 for a max rank Q. 110 or 90. I'm a great Caitlyn player apparently now.
Morsu versus Beansu.
And you can see Beansu does have to give some respect over Trashy, looking for something. Morsu is around.
Not
the
isolated.
Damage comes through. Kha'Zix's gonna leap away.
Oh, into Sencooks. It's even more gold here.
There you go. The EQ combo comes out. Down goes the Kha'Zix. Red buff, nice and happy there on Sencooks. 5-1-4, doing better and better and better.
That kill participation from him. And the fact that he's Yasuo. We saw it banned earlier today in that last game of the day. He's showing that even though Yasuo's taking some nerfs, he's still extremely strong.
Absolutely is. He's making just the most of this right now. What a great start for him. I like... Got to keep in mind this is 4.4, so trading around your trinkets is a bit quicker. It's 2 minutes instead of 3. And Chrislin is doing the thing I think all AD carries should be doing. Blue trinket on the AD carry around mid-game. It's a 2-minute cooldown, 2,500 range. Honestly, it's up pretty darn often in the grand scheme of things. I think this is the optimal trinket setup. Mid laner, jungler, support, grab red trinkets. Top laner keeps the warding totem. And you grab the Farsight Orb as the AD carry. AD does not quite find the hook. But honestly, Reason Gaming, I'm actually a little bit surprised they don't have more of a gold lead. 3,000 with an 8-kill 2-turret lead is surprising.
It basically comes down to the CS numbers here.
Yeah.
All of NGU are ahead. And they had that gold generation item a little earlier. So that's why it's not as big of a disparity between them. But at the same time, in terms of items and actual combat capabilities, Reason Gaming's team composition is better rounded. And Lasagna's not going to take that. Okay, so Morsu, they don't have a tank on this team just yet in NGU. Lasagna needs to step up to the plate. He built tanky immediately after his Lizard Elder. Didn't go for Brutalizer. Starts getting himself a Giant Spell and all the resistances he needs to go up against Reason Gaming. And we're going to have to see if it pays off for him here because Beansu is incredibly tanky.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I agree that Lasagna should be building tanky right now and not getting Brutalizer. They do need a frontliner. Damage on a BB, okay. Dragon again to Reason. They're now up a dragon this game. The very first one went to NGU, and Reason have since kept control of this area. They're the stronger team on the map. 9 of 12 kills are on Sencook's back, at least a little bit here. And the Baron attempt, 24 minutes pretty early on, just Trashy and Sencook's doing it. The rest of the team actually splitting and pushing off to keep the team distracted.
And the wind wall will block the Baron damage. He has projectiles. And so they will take a lot less. And the fact that it's Elise, she can execute it extremely quickly. That's going to be a sneaky Baron.
There it is. 24 minutes and 40 seconds in. Reason Gaming have a Baron buff. 2-manned by the jungler and mid laner. Complete control here for these guys.
Most Fed members on the team, highest kill participation between the two of them. Great synergy all game long, and the fact that they also threw Beansu down to the bottom lane was kind of risky because it could have been a 5v4, but at the same time, Beansu is able to just shove these waves. He saw that Ridix was there, and just trying to keep him in place as opposed to going to the Baron and checking. So Reason Gaming had good ward coverage of the area. They transitioned their lead into some wards and some vision, which transitioned it into a Baron.
Yep.
Pretty much for free.
Yeah, completely well orchestrated by these guys. Used their lead very successfully there. Reason Gaming now. What's up next? They've got Baron buff for about 3 more minutes. They're going to still grab this blue buff here. I do got to point out, we talked about it earlier on, Trashy having a horrible start to the game. 0-2-0, I believe, his start. Has since gone 4-2-3. Major impact in fights. Picked up Riley's Crystal Scepter.
Yep.
So a bit of a magey pickup here. I mean, when the base damages go down, the AP ratios didn't change. So the relative value of AP has gone up on Elise.
That's true. And there's something else I wanted to touch on here in item builds, is if we look over at Sencook's, typically third item you'll see Last Whisper.
Yeah.
There isn't enough armor on the side of NGU to warrant a Last Whisper being purchased. Lasagna's the only one. Talked about no tank. Kha'Zix, 2 attack damage items. Then you see no Zonias or even Seeker's Arm Guard here for BB, which I was actually expecting earlier. Just even the Seeker's Arm Guard to have that armor to deal with Yasuo mid-game.
Yeah.
Opted for the Morello Nomicon, which is fine. But then after that went straight for the Death Cap, and looks like a Void Staff is next.
That's a likely situation here. We're going to see what else they can grab with this one. Bottom lane siege beginning for Reason. They've taken turret number 6. They're now going to go for inhibitor turret number 1. Blue trinket used, spots BB. Shield keeping him in an okay spot. The wave clear pretty strong there from Static Shift Caitlyn. Yeah. But Morsu split pushing top. Reason Gaming are on a 5v4, and they're not playing very aggressively.
And here's the thing, too, is that the wave clear from NGU with Jinx and the fact that you also have Syndra, you can keep people away with Scatter the Weak, throw down some Dark Spheres, and do exactly that. Keep them at arm's distance.
Oh, the flash stun, and in comes Yasuo. Kill number 1 comes in, Lasagna for the counterattack. What else can they find? The hook back on Lasagna, trying to jump away. He's not going to get out of this one. 2 for 0 so far. They've got control over the inhibitor, but of course, Morsu in the top lane is doing the same thing, but it's just better for Reason Gaming right now. Morsu will trade turrets at least, but inhibitor and 2 kills, great for Reason.
Here's the thing, if they try and stop the back, which they don't, now it's going to be Morsu versus Sencook's, and Sencook's, frankly, has more damage in his kit.
And a hook on a Ridix, not good. Down goes Jinx, make that 3 kills. There's the battle, Sencook's versus Morsu. The flash to get out of Q range, and the Ignite does it anyway. Sencook's keeps the inhibitor alive. Mid lane inhib turret goes down. Reason doing everything recently.
It looks like they're going to get their second inhibitor of the game, take out those turrets, and that was overall a very, very good trade for Reason Game. NGU don't even get a single kill, still sitting at the 4. This rotation and this change, just complete swap for Reason Gaming is incredible. I was talking about earlier, I was saying their misplays at the start of the game were what was costing them. I wasn't impressed by what NGU was doing, but I was more concerned with how Reason Gaming was playing. They were doing very aggressive plays that didn't make any sense to me, and you can see that it's only been mostly Trashy, a little bit of Sencook's, and then that 1 kill onto Barney D. Their top laner, he's been all off on his own, just trying to farm up. Then he became relevant in fights. And Chrislin just doing his thing, but it was really Trashy. That's what I want to touch on. Is Trashy's decision-making in the early game was very off and strange. I don't know if it was nerves, I don't know what it was, or if he was trying to feel out NGU, because they are a different team.
Sure.
They play very aggressively, and when they thought they were going to get BB, he just turned it around on him.
Yeah.
Did not expect that. And I like that they've swapped it up here, and that they've just said, all right, you know what? Sencook's has been doing well all game. They shut down BB. He was 1-0 at one point. Now he's 1-4. Has not gotten anything except that kill onto Trashy in the very early game.
Yep.
He's done nothing. His Syndra has been completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
And I thought he was going to turn it around on me. I said I wasn't impressed by his Cinder before, but that was a good play. But it was really Reason Gaming not respecting it. And now I'm in that same spot where I don't like the Cinder pick for him. His style is to shield Riddix, and Riddix on Jinx needs some help, but at the same time, he's not on a champion that can help him out. And Reason Gaming, they're going for the coup de grace here, trying to end the game.
Well, they got super minions coming in the bottom side and the mid lane as well, and the siege will begin for the top. Dragon is up very soon. Baron in 2 minutes. NGU pushing out this top lane, looking for a fight before the Nexus starts dying to minions. They don't find it.
It's a little too late. There's already super minions, double super minions on that bottom Nexus turret. It's going to go down.
There's turret number 1. They're going to move on to turret number 2 as well, and Reason Gaming still holding people up here. It's just Riddix trying to keep that base alive. The push in damage on a Lasagna. Still the damage coming through, but already 1 turret. More minions coming by as well, and the next wave coming up soon.
And you can see how good and helpful it was to have a tank there. Beansu just walked up, laughed at the turret, stood there as Shyvana. And these super minions, Riddix, he's on duty for those. Morsu's landed on a trap. It cost him half his HP, and that might be the turret this wave, because he can't engage.
We'll see what else they can get with this one. Siege number 5 coming through here. They're going to get a stun on Lasagna. Bit of damage comes out from Karma as well. The hook almost lands onto BB. Will the engage happen this time? Beansu in the front lines. Trashy forced away. I mean, this is a low tank build Elise. He's got to be playing a bit farther back than this, taking a lot of pain. Hook is going to land on a Riddix. He's going to play it backwards. The Yasuo not going to get there. Not going to find that one. The ult comes out. Not going to hit Barney. He heals himself just in case anyway. And the base is holding alive. Remember, Baron's up in 40 seconds though. And this might be all Reason Gaming gets.
Looks like they're going to back. Possibly prep for the Baron. Be the right idea to set up around it, make sure it just goes to you so you can get that final push and go for the throat. It looked like they wanted to, but their wave clear, of course, it's a Yasuo. I was talking about this earlier with Cinder's wave clear is pretty decent, and they have to rely on the catches from Trashy and Barney D to engage the fight. And if they got Baby, which they did in the bottom, that's exactly what sets them up. Because their wave clear is extremely lacking. Caitlyn, not that great. You have to be melee range to even do anything as Yasuo. And Shyvana, the rest of their team just doesn't really require an explanation. So, well, their sieging isn't that great.
Yeah. See what else they can get, though. I mean, at some point, if you get an item lead, you just dive and say, screw it. Of course, the middle and bottom inhibitors are going to be back alive, which means that they are targets now. These guys can go for the catch, just onto Lasagna, out of nowhere, takes him out. There's a kill picked up. No jungler, no smite. It's going to be a pretty easy Baron for Reason, barring a miracle from NGU.
It's a 5-on-1. That didn't look fair. At the same time, once again, it's still 4 kills for NGU. And a Baron, once again, to Reason Gaming.
NGU have gotten some turrets. Like, even though they haven't gotten any kills, I believe they've gotten 3 turrets in the recent past, which, I mean, there is still... Yeah, Morsu went and split pushed. Reason said, you know, I don't care, we're going to push bottom anyway. That decision did pay off very well for Reason. But that was a catch by Trash that made it even happen. Otherwise, they would have given up way more than they would have liked. Top lane Siege starting now with the Baron buff. Good damage by Chrislin, and the hooks for the stuns. A lot of damage, and Chrislin does go down. Cinder might be keeping the team alive. Lantern not going to get picked up. Beansu slowed down. Can they find much more? BB will get the slow with the Dragon Form. Going to keep him in a pretty good spot. Can they get any more? Stun's going to land on the Sencooks. Morsu shows up. Stun's going to land from Trashy. Going to be able to back off.
That was their first kill for NGU in the last 13 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Now Lasagna, he's actually going to find the remainder of the team, stop their backs, and I'm still not convinced that a 4v5 will pan out in favor of NGU. And I don't know if they're thinking the same thing.
It is worth pointing out, though, that it's good for Reason that they didn't play this aggressively until Baron was back off the map.
Yes.
Because it guarantees that NGU doesn't have that for a comeback mechanism. They can go for the mid lane here. 2 seconds till Caitlyn's back up, meaning this is the last objective they can grab safely. They can back up, take blue buff and Dragon, which puts more in the map. The problem is NGU haven't even seen this side of the map in like 10 minutes. Yeah. They have to guess what's available. They do see the blue is up. They have to guess if Dragon's available. It will be for them. But this is like the first time they've ever even been on this quadrant of the map in a long time.
And here's the thing, is that Reason Gaming are actually going to push straight up the middle and see if they can get inhibitors again.
Oh man, Riddix pushing this in the 1v1. I actually think this is a fine choice for NGU. It's going to keep Chrislin way far in the back lines, and that means that actually Reason can't push. They know they'll be walking into a 4v5. Right. It buys even more time for NGU to catch up here. They're down 7,500 gold. their inhibs are all alive, and Baron buff will be falling off the enemy champions.
So you were talking about how NGU hadn't been on that side of the map in a very long time. Neither had Reason. They didn't have any ward coverage of it. They had no idea what was going on. So they decided to get to the middle of it. And they're like, all right, we're going to sit here because we don't know what's happening on the rest of the map. We need to wait until NGU show themselves. And they all show themselves in mid, and then they go, okay, now we can push up and possibly rotate on these two turrets. Or two open inhibitors.
No, you're right. And that actually brings something clever, actually. There was a chance that NGU could have set up a trap for Closwood when he went to when he went to farm the bottom lane, because both teams could see a big wave going towards the tier 2 turret. NGU could have set up a trap for that. Goes another 5d4, hook in onto Lasagna, the stun as well. Huge damage in onto Vi. Shyvana comes into the back lines, but goes down anyway. Ready picks up the first kill of the fight. Now can NGU find any more? 5 versus 4. Windwall comes out. Sencook's not in a happy spot. Dashes away, finds the lantern, gets out. Morsu not finding much else, but it's, again, a 1 for 0.
Morsu?
Not going to find it.
Just a little scary.
Yeah. But there's a lack of real front line right now for Reason Gaming. There's only one tank, and BB built so offensively, he's able to kill the front liner with a burst combo, setting up Riddick and Morsu to keep going.
And Barney D actually has some decent cooldown reductions, so his Q, he can keep throwing it back almost randomly.
Yeah.
Throwing it out there, seeing if he can actually get it. Crystal's a little overextended.
Yeah, that was a bit aggressive there. Looked for some damage, couldn't find it. The Siege.
Lasagna.
Not able to easily find more masterwork. Oh, jeez. Damage. The flash stun again from Trashy. Doesn't quite find it, though. There's the Vi ulti. The engage comes in. Windwall. Gonna keep the team alive. Lasagna is separated and goes down. Into the backline goes Sencooks. He finds one. His GA is up. He's gonna find the engage. Still not going down. Finally, GA pop, but a double kill comes out all the same. Big fight for Reason Gaming in the 4v5.
And the fact that using your last breath once again refreshes your shield, gave him enough to be durable and finish that kill off. And the turn, the flash cocoon from Trashy was amazing. He was on point. Here comes the flash hook.
The flash hook lands and down goes Riddick's. Trashy is godlike. His performance proves it. 7-2 and 7. Only Kha'Zix alive for the next 13 seconds. They push down middle inhibitor. There's only one turret defending the Nexus. Can Reason close it out?
It looks like they are going to. Morsu would have to pull off a miracle here. Fade him a tiny bit, but at the same time, there's so much on those death timers. They're just going to pick up another kill on him.
They find the stun, they find the engage, down he goes, but Lasagna's back alive. Not going to be enough. Nexus goes down, and Reason Gaming start out 1-0 in the third place match.
And Reason Gaming, they got off to a bad start, but then they turn it around, and only 2 kills more were picked up past that 20-minute mark for NGU. And I was concerned at the start for Reason Gaming's play, because I've seen their team before, and I'm like, this isn't really their MO.
Yeah.
And I've seen NGU, I was thinking, like, not to like bash them or anything, but they weren't playing to their strength. I'd seen the Syndra before, I was not convinced by it, and I am in the same spot as I was back then.
Yep.
Like, his Orianna is much more convincing when he plays that.
And it's a better defensive option too. It really limits the ability to push, helps control for the team.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can set up their big damage dealers again. I mean, let's kind of break down what happened in this game, because I think it went in peaks and valleys.
Yes.
The very start of the game, it was interesting because the lane swap initiated by Reason was bad for their their dual lane, but good for their solo lane. It got a buff steal against the enemy jungler. It shut down Kha'Zix early on, who never fully recovered.
Yes.
Morsu did not have a good game at all. At one point was 0-3-0. So that worked out. Crizan was like, whatever. Right? You basically just traded turret pressure, and that worked. Mid-game very much went NGU's favor. They found a lot of ganks. Lasagna actually had a pretty good mid-game overall. The first blood coming out from BB was good as well. Started to look a lot better. And then it came to the late game fights, and it turned the other way around again.
Yeah, and that very, very last fight, just calling back to it, Reason Gaming, they lost Beansu in the top lane, and that kind of cued NGU to chase. They chased so far.
Yeah.
And there were so many hooks thrown back by Barney D. As soon as they got in a position where Trashy was able to just flash Cocoon, they started the fight, but then Reason Gaming were actually counter-engaged on, and the wind wall was in such a great spot.
Yes.
It blocked off both BB's damage and the damage coming in from Riddick's, the 2 main damage dealers of that team.
Exactly.
So they basically had Kha'Zix and Morsu all of themselves, and he was just a nice, delicious morsel. So they ended up picking that, turning it all around, and chasing them to just win the game.
Yeah.
They just overextension there. They were just sucked into a vacuum by having, Beansu's off the map. Now all of NGU was.
Yeah. and it was a little bit too much. I love the fact that Yasuo like was this soft counterpick to Vi, even though Yasuo doesn't do literally anything against Vi. Affects the fact that her team can't follow up, and that worked so well in that last fight. So there you guys go. Reason Gaming scores the win, and with authority, 1-0 so far in the series. Gonna take a quick commercial break, and when we're gonna come back, Game 2 between Reason Gaming and Never Give Up. Welcome back to the show here. We're headed into Game 2 between Reason Gaming and Never Give Up. Now, Reason Gaming crushed Game 1. The question is, will Never Give Up have enough juice to force Game 3?
Yeah, and Reason Gaming just brawled better. They had better team composition. Trashy did exactly what he had to do to go 7-2-8. He started 0-2.
Yep.
Which, actually, big shout-outs there to the Syndra play from BB at the start of the game.
Yeah.
And I like that turnaround that happened onto Trashy. He blew the repel, knew exactly what was coming next.
Yep.
And Senkux in the mid lane, up against BB, went 10-1 on Yasuo. It's a huge destructive force for his team in team fights.
Yeah.
Somebody sets up his last breath. Perfect. And that was mainly on Barney D that game.
Almost entirely. Almost every single one was on Barney D, and he made him happen, communicated him. The Flay ultis, pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah. And at the 27-minute mark, Reason Gaming put themselves right where they needed to be, securing an inhibitor, and then they just started snowballing it from there. They got 2 inhibitors back-to-back. And as for Never Give Up, there were some bright spots in their play, but not enough to light up Reason Gaming. And Morsu, he was shut down early. He was our featured matchup. He got 2v1 in the top lane, and he didn't step up and have the game his team needed him to have, especially on that Kha'Zix, who's a very wild card pick.
Yeah.
It might succeed and just stomp the game out. You're talking about the Lee Sin if he gets ahead. Basically fills that role. But the Kha'Zix and Shyvana just gets out wave cleared, and the 2v1 was a brilliant move by Reason Gaming.
Yeah, loved it.
Yeah. And so the team seemed a little out of sync for NGU. The team composition wasn't completely cohesive. And they still CS'd well, but they weren't able to turn it into a team fight phase.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was kind of the funny thing is, like, the comp, like, coulda, shoulda, woulda worked. You have, because, like, think about it, right? You've got, like, Vi can start things out, right? Karma can help make sure that the team gets there to chase the Vi engage down. Then you're like, by the way, Syndra and Jinx and Kha'Zix will burst you. And then 2 of them get resets and keep going. Like, they have the engage. They have summons going down. You even saw what Shyvana would get blown up by the Syndra burst.
Here's the thing. I know I've been picking on BB a little bit about his pick for Syndra because I wasn't convinced by it before. This is like the 4th time I've said it. But let's think about that composition. Let's throw Orianna into the mix now.
Yeah.
What if you shockwave people into a spot, Super Mega Death Rocket, lines it up even better? Yeah. Because Syndra's a single target damage, and Kha'Zix really thrives when you have multi-target AoE damage, because then there's more people to about half HP, maybe even less, and then you start getting the resets easier.
Yeah.
Where BB can just really set up one, and they had kind of a pick comp.
Yeah.
It's like Kha'Zix.
They don't do much more than one.
Vi, BB, we're going to kill one person. We saw it there when they picked up Beansu.
Yeah.
Then they didn't get anything after that.
Yeah. And a comp like those 4, and I think you're right. You're right about the Kha'Zix point. You want more of an AoE team when you fight with Kha'Zix, so I agree there. The difference being that, like, if Kha'Zix got to split push the whole time, if Morsu got to stay by himself and do things by himself, then that 4-man comp is fine. If you can one-shot one person in a 4v4, that's enough to get your opponents to back off, generally speaking, because then a Jinx is just still Jinx and will kill all of you people. But the problem is they had to pull him down, right? Reason Gaming was the successful team for most of that game. They were pushing in, and they're saying, okay, well, if you split push Kha'Zix, we'll 5v4 and dive your base, and did so, and succeeded there. And if you 4v4 us, they were just stronger anyway. So a lot of success really going there for the Reason Gaming squad.
Yeah, and like we said, NGU only getting 2 kills past that 20-minute mark for themselves. Early game was in their favor.
Yeah.
And Reason Gaming, they had good rotations, but just kept getting caught. And the pick was working a little bit there. BB was stepping up to the plate early on. And so was Lasagna. They were actually having a very impressive early game.
Yeah, good early game.
And then it kind of trailed off, and Reason Gaming just did their thing.
Exactly. It was that NGU didn't really force any plays afterwards. Like, you saw them try once in a while, but they weren't well coordinated. And I know you talked about this earlier in the pregame about them looking confused and a bit uncoordinated, where, like, I would see Lasagna ult someone as Vi, and, like, BB really wasn't quite there. And so you'd be like, I ulted the Caitlyn! And then she'd be like, I took a lantern! And then no one cared anymore, right? And, like, that kind of stuff seemed to happen a lot. Whereas for Reason, you saw Trashy be like, I'm going to flash cocoon this guy, follow up with me.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, sure, that sounds good.
Just such sync there on Reason Gaming.
Yep.
I loved that Trashy kept doing that. His flash cocoons, I think I saw about 3 of them that game. And the hooks, too, from Barney D, were really good.
Yeah, they absolutely were. Honestly, the team on sync, more sync than a kitchen. See, had to get the one in there. I heard it and was like, when you're done talking, the joke's coming out here. Here we go. Picks and bans. Draven still banned away from Riddick's. I expect the Morsu Jack still to get removed. And honestly, I don't... maybe I think Never Give Up has to respect the fact that Trashy might play Kha'Zix here. Yep. And they do. There you go. Anytime you first pick something, you almost always ban it on red side.
That's true, because they put a lot of priority on it. It's a very good flex pick, too. So
that's just a Trashy, like, yeah.
Yeah.
It would be scary. Trashy already carries. You give him a real carry jungler, and it's just like...
So here's the thing, too, is Sencooks has played Lulu in the past. And I think they'd be okay with first picking that. So Never Give Up might have to spend another ban on Lulu at the same time.
You know what I'm thinking about, though? If NGU doesn't ban Renekton is a counterpick to Jax in the top lane. I'm wondering if Renekton and Jax bans actually come through. Because there's a Lulu ban. NGU did that last time as well. So they're going to miss a ban here.
So Reason Gaming is most likely going to be Jax here in this ban. Rise would be what I think would be the last ban coming out, I would assume, because Morsu plays Ryze, and he's actually quite deadly with it. We haven't seen it from him, but his record with that is actually quite good in solo queue.
So he pulls it out. The Yasuo banned away by Sencooks. That was a big playmaker.
Oh, wow.
First pick, that's going to give Reason a lot of pressure in the top lane.
Okay, here's the thing, too, is Morsu plays Ryze as well.
Right.
Which is a hard counter to Renekton.
Yeah.
And
that's a... Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him to play that. Suits his style of being aggressive early on in lane, transitions in the late game in almost the same way, and has good team fighting.
Yes, absolutely. He will have to pull into the team. Ryze is a very weak turret pusher.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
To keep that in mind a little bit.
Is he the weakest turret pusher in the game?
I think so.
Yeah, I think he might be.
I mean, like, Nautilus is probably worse, but only because he doesn't build any damage items. Like, if you consider the standard level 18 champion, Nautilus is probably the worst turret killer in the game. That's my blind guess here, not knowing all the stats and everything.
Yeah.
The attack speed's a pretty low score.
That's true. You could build an item on him. There's some viable things.
I mean, yeah, if I built 3 Bloodthirsters and a Hurricane, I could be really good at killing turrets no matter who I am. But as far as standard builds go.
Yeah.
So Lucian comes through here for Riddick, so wants a lot more lane pressure. Masterwork actually getting Thresh, has not played it. He's had the option to play Thresh this entire tournament almost. Has never grabbed it here, so a very different bottom lane here for NGU. Saying, let's win the lane, do something else with that. So we're looking for something new here.
Yeah, so Riddick is going to go back to his Lucian. No more Jinx for him.
Nope.
This suits his style more, trying to dominate the lane. But Masterwork, on the other hand, no Lulu for him, no Janna. Goes for the Thresh. You said we haven't seen it before. We have not. I wonder how he performs on that. Because he's usually a very passive support.
Yeah.
But his Karma was quite aggressive.
Yeah, you have to be. He did okay.
I'm interested to see how this pans out.
I am too. I really am too. We'll see how that pans out. Annie and Caitlyn, I should say, is the bottom lane here for Reason Gaming. Nice long range lane. This is 4.4. So Annie nerfs are in. Less range, less base damage on skills, more AP ratios. I suppose we could see Annie mid come back because of that. I think it's doubtful. I don't think Sencooks is playing it right now, but I think with the 4.4 changes, it's something to consider, and you might see her go back to the mid lane.
That's true. I think we're going to see more Heimer before we even see Annie. Just saying, Heimer's
you're right.
So good.
We haven't seen Heimer picture banned so far in this series. I believe it was banned in LCS today, I think once. I could be wrong. I just remember someone told me that, and I believed them blindly. So we'll see. The Ryze, of course, does come out here. Could be BB, could be Morsu. I think more likely Morsu, but we saw in the mid lane, for example, from Overpow today. Evelyn jungle also for Lasagna. We'll see if he gets anything off of that.
Okay, so they want to set up that last pick for BB. Make sure he has a comfortable lane, because last time Sencooks just...
Yep. Made his life unhappy.
Yeah. Gave him a masterclass in how to CS, dominate your lane, and go roam other places.
True.
And that 10-1 record, pretty much almost inverse of what he had. I think there was about 2 kills on him. He got one at the very end near with the ultimate trailing off after Jinx.
Yep.
Or after, not Jinx.
Yep.
80 carry, there we go.
There it is.
There we go.
The talent, don't even care. The talent came out. That's what I got for, right? And I knew you didn't see it yet because you didn't like jump up and down excitedly.
Hold on. There we go. Okay, so talent is down. Just put my check mark.
You go. Check mark in for talent. It's happened. You have a checklist actually. Literally, the words checklist are on that piece of paper.
Yeah.
And there's now
it's
a
not
check.
actually for champions, but
the check is actually above the word checklist.
It's for champions.
Don't worry about it. It's in. That's going to be a whole bunch of fun. Elise starting again for Trashy. Why the heck not? The lineup is there. Actually, I don't want to say physical heavy because they've got an Annie and a Elise ready there on the back lines to deal magic damage. Never give up for their last choice. They're fighting a Talon. Sencooks going to keep playing Assassins. What will he fight against?
Now, Never Give Up has put themselves in a position where they can play whatever they want against him, which is smart. But this means that Sencooks has so much confidence in his Talon play that he's willing to go into it blind.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, too. I watched a game between Reason Gaming and Cloud9 Eclipse, and they would ban away his Talon. So one of the top 3 teams considers Sencooks' Talon ban-worthy. They don't want to play against it. They don't know how to play against it, and it just is a huge nuisance.
Well, there you go. So it's gonna be fun to watch. I want to see it pan out. And there's gonna be a couple of fun Did You Knows with Talon, depending on what he builds. I'm saving him up. I'm ready for him. Get him on lit. No, it's okay. We'll save him for the future.
People are like, what does he even do?
goes stealth and kills a lot of people. So Talon's actually talking about a little bit.
All right.
Look at the team comps. Pretty normal stuff on both sides, so I think we're clear to talk about Talon. Talon is interesting because he is an area of effect burst assassin. Like, he will one-shot your face, but you'll also hit the rest of your team for half HP while he does it, which makes him a very scary pick in the right hands.
And Senkux definitely seems to be the right hands to have that in.
Yeah.
The silence. So he's like a melee old Kassadin, but with some wave clear and travel.
Yeah.
And I love that you can actually set up his ultimate and then use your backstab with the silence and then reactivate your ultimate so all the blades go through the person that you just jump behind.
Yeah.
And the enhanced damage he gets from slowing people, the rake.
Yep.
Just the wave clear is really good too. So I want to see what he builds.
Yeah.
You were saying. Because there's multiple build paths and nobody's actually solidified one for competitive play. So he doesn't see it.
He doesn't really see professional play. I think there's two main things to look for with Talon. So one is, I'll do the Diginos now because we have a short technical delay. That's fine. Number one, the big one, is Ravenous Hydra / Tiamat pickup. Because unless it got changed, and I don't remember if it has, but I think it hasn't, when you activate the item, it'll pull your blades in. And it'll pull them in earlier than you could have pulled them in otherwise. So like if you R, there's a lockout period. You have to R again to pull them back in to break out of stealth. And that gives your opponents time to like flash away or move around or whatever. But if you reactivate like a Tiamat, it'll break stealth right away, pull the blades back in right away. You get a much shorter window on the burst, less time to ulti, less time to barrier, less time to react to his damage.
So it's kind of similar to Renekton having a Tiamat or Hydra and interrupting the animation of your Ruthless Predator.
Exactly. And again, remember his Cutthroat is a flat 1 second silence. So getting all your damage down into the 1 second period means that you can prevent Zonias. You can't prevent barrier. Barrier will work regardless. But you could, if you're like going for a guy with a stun or for a guy with a shield, he can't cast that, of course. Yeah. It's like Gragas couldn't ult you away because he'd be silenced in the meantime. So there's one big thing to think about is you can kind of lower your window down. So I think Tiamat is an item to look for that reason. The other big one is the fact that he has a physical damage top laner, physical damage AD carry, meaning that Black Cleaver is not only easy to apply stacks for, and did you know his Q bleed, the Q, right? You hit him and they bleed. Each of those ticks will apply a stack of Black Cleaver, meaning he can easily shred the armor of someone and set his team up for success. So those are the two big items to watch for in this champion in terms of, do you want to one-shot someone yourself, or are you going to be able to easily set up your team on high-priority targets?
I like that. The Noxian Diplomacy does that.
Yep.
And also gives you vision so people can't run away as easily.
You leave a little blood trail so you track him down.
I like that champion. I really like that champion.
It's cool.
I think he should be played in the jungle. That's my thing.
Jungle Talon is your thing?
Jungle Talon.
I think less likely than Jungle Fiora. Although I'd like to see them duel.
I don't know. I've seen Jungle Talons wreck games.
Really?
Yeah.
Not
my own because I haven't actually played it. But
no,
I'm a fan of it.
That's just silly. Why would you play it if you wanted to? That's not how we work here in casting. No. I feel like Fiora at least has like attack speed steroids and stuff and would have like a reasonable clear speed. I realize there's more AoE on Talon, but
yeah,
it's
pretty
like
scary though. You see a Talon run out of the bush, and then boom, he's instantly behind you. You're silenced. You can't do anything about it.
It's true.
And he throws out the rake, which has some directional problems. You have to get very familiar with Talon when you want to use Cutthroat Rake immediately, because you have to adjust your cursor to where you end up.
I think they got changed in 4.4 finally. I believe it was 4.4 or 4.3 that actually made his Cutthroat move far enough that Rake is easier to land.
So did it get buffed very recently?
I guess
Flash changed.
Yeah, it got changed to the point where it's a little bit easier to rake people, and the fact that people move anyway, so you have this like layering of things going on in the first place. Other random mechanical things. Theoretically superior if you rake before using your Q, because if your opponents are slowed or impaired movement in some way, your basic attacks deal more damage, which will apply to things like your Q, or if you had like a Trinity Force or whatnot, anything that comes off your basic attack. So very small optimization there, which is funny because it actually... Funny mechanical thing. I'm going to go off on this because why not? We have a couple more minutes still to kill. So when you cutthroat someone, if it's a champion, the game will tell your champion right away to attack it. So you'll have a basically zero downtime auto attack coming in after cutthroat. Now, when that happens, the ideal thing to do, in most cases, would be to immediately hit Q for the attack reset and hit him again. So you basically silence, hit, like really, really fast. But you can optimize the total damage by silencing basic attack rake and then getting like an attack and a Q in, because then they'll be during the slow that happens. You have like these weird, like, you have kind of two different things at odds with each other, where it's like, do you have more time to deal damage? So you can maximize it by raking first, or you just need the damage right now before they flash away. And it's something to kind of watch for. It's kind of like with Wukong, when you dash in, like you'd want a crushing blow first before you ulti, but if you do that, they'll probably get away from it. They'll like body slam or cask you or flash or something. Random things to think about when playing the game.
No, it's just very tiny mechanical things that actually add up to a large amount of damage.
Yeah.
When you add it together. Somebody gets away with 10 HP and you're like, I should have done it this way.
Exactly. Sometimes it matters. For example, if you ignite early on in the fight, ignite is not affected by like % bonus damage to low health targets. But if you ignite them so they're down below half, your auto attacks will do more damage, and then maybe that was enough to get you a kill. There's all sorts of like little random things that could add up. You never know. So of course, Crystalline did see NGU invading. NGU knows that they were spotted.
Of course, Masterwork on the thresh.
Ooh, Lasagna. He can't check the brush. Masterwork didn't get seen.
Oh.
Crystalline trying to run away. Can he get the hook? Flash Q. Dodge. Nice, Crystalline.
Not even a flash from Crystalline.
Man, ice in his veins.
Whew. Just watch that hook go by him like, I don't even care. It's not going to hit.
That was impressive. He played the odds. Most people would have dodged down. He said, I'll bet you're hooking that way. And he guessed it. Well played.
So now there's no flash in the bottom lane there for Masterwork. Might trigger Trashy to come down there very early. It's not opposed to what he's used to, but at the same time, Morsu is somebody he's had in his sights a lot. But last game, 2v1, doesn't look like it's going to happen this game. They're okay with these matchups. And they don't have a Kha'Zix to shut down. It is okay to shut down somebody like a Ryze. But at the same time, actually... Oh. So they're pulling the Fnatic here. They're pulling the Fnatic here. They don't want the Talon to get 2v1'd. They're going to swap him down to the bottom lane, go back to 2v2, and have that 1v1 down bottom.
It's a wise choice. But now Talon in a long lane is much, much easier to gank. He has no innate escape tools, and so if Lasagna can make his way down there, Senkux will be in a bad spot. NGU, they're going to keep swapping, looking for the 2v2 as much as possible. And when a game happens like this, the winner is who has better wave clear. Because you can get rid of minions before you rotate and not miss XP and gold.
That's true. And now Lasagna's actually safe doing this red at the same time. Trashy's going to have to go over to his blue. They just swapped red buffs. Everything is all good. But like you said, the wave clear really matters. But now, when you factor in that it's mid laner and all of these bottom lanes, they're supposed to be bottom lane champions. The wave clear really adds up, and Lasagna, that ward doesn't matter. He could actually come behind them.
I don't know if they can dive this early, though. Gragas is fairly safe, and level 2.
Okay. But at the same time, Trashy is going to make a visit top.
So Lasagna's going to do a standard wave clearing right now. Nothing too special in this one. Trashy looking up to the top lane, killing away some of the double golems. I don't believe they can necessarily dive Morsu this early on. But maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe they try for it.
It'd be super risky, and he's actually extending now.
The wave's going to keep pushing out away from NGU's turret. B2 goes in for the fight, lands the stun. Good damage early on. Ignite down as well. Rune Prison's going to end right now. Morsu has nowhere to go. Repel comes in. Easy kill picked up. Very well done by Trashy and Beansu.
It's an extremely aggressive playstyle of Morsu. And now we have Lasagna coming into the back. He has to make a play here. Marty has to stun up.
Going to land a bit of the damage there, but the Ignite's not going to do enough. The flash in for Lasagna really wants his kill onto Crystalline. Barrier's still there, chasing it down. Not quite going to get the kill. Lasagna, not a good spot. Kill over. Goes to Crystalline. Too aggressive by Lasagna. Now stun on a BB. Crystalline can't find any more chase. 2-0 Reason Gaming.
Crystalline once again, nerves of steel. He didn't use his flash until way later. And now Senkux. They actually no Flay follow-up just yet from Masterwork.
He's going to be all right here, but a lot of damage comes through in this turret.
And now at the same time, the double buffs are now on Crystalline. Trashy has made his way all the way across the map. He's coming down to the bottom. There's no wards there just yet. He gets in a bush before Masterwork sees him.
Cocoon's going to land. No flash on the Thresh. He will be going down. Trashy finds another.
Trashy's looking for Lucian there. Lasagna. Can he stop the back here at the doubles? He sees them.
Some good damage. Ooh. The stun comes out. Lasagna not in the best spot. 300 health. No Q. It's on cooldown.
That just ruins your jungle route, too. You basically...
Yeah. He just backed. He has sight still. Oh, he died.
Well, at the same time, you're like, I can't gank again for a while.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get my HP up. I'm going to have to blow some potions. And then where do I go? I'm gonna have to clear out some more camps. I'm not in the shape to help my teammates out without putting myself at risk.
Yeah.
Because he's very easy to pick up now. And the double buff still on Chrisland. Now they're going to put it back to the 2v2, and Senkux with that assist. 3 blades.
3 blades. I mean, he's got to make up for how many are on his cloak. He's got room for tons of them.
Oh, yeah.
More blades. He's going to be all right.
Fill his whole inventory and still wouldn't be enough.
Exactly.
Just barely.
Just barely. Do you know in the lore, Talon, all those blades are just from, like, fallen enemies? He just has, like, all, like random dude bros, like, dead dudes, like, crappy daggers aren't as good as his. Those are the ones that he throws out randomly.
Does he waste them every time he uses them? They're just gone. Then he has enough. He's killed enough people.
Probably.
Every time he throws them out.
Isn't that awesome?
Just a different set.
Wouldn't that be cool?
I guess they come back to him and then he's like, oh, they're all rusted and covered in blood, and just throw them away. They're useless.
Maybe he cleans them.
Or he likes giving people tetanus.
Yes. That's what the bleed actually is.
Get a shot, you guys.
Thankfully, Clayton's on the team to give them a shot afterwards. There you go.
Nice.
Taken care of.
And Gragas is on the other side. He probably gives out shots too.
Yes. Well played, sir. Here we go. Level 5 versus level 6. BB with a level lead. I gotta say, as we talk about opening items, though, Trashy also cashed in for early Sork shoes. So more gank pressure going to be available by the Elise. 2-0 Trashy. See what he looks for next. Right now, just going for the standard clears, making sure he's in a happy place with his jungle. We'll see when the next fight comes in.
Lasagna's looking for something. You can see him just going around, trying to abuse the power of Elise and the fact that he's cloaked. He's down in levels and experience. Trashy's almost 6. Lasagna almost on the horizon of 5.
Ooh, Sun's not going to land. Jumped away by BB. Yeah, they're almost at the cusp right there. No gank does come through here for Lasagna. He could have gotten him behind. They wouldn't have seen him, but they said, you know what, we don't have the damage for it.
He's actually not even close to 5. He's about a fourth of the way in terms of experience.
Super rough start. And Trashy about to hit level 6, stealing away the red buff again. Had the timer on it, but it's on top of a ward.
Here comes BB, though. Trying to make his way up, but then realized if we get into this fight, it's not going to go well for us, considering that Beansu just...
Yeah. Beansu rotated in early. I mean, he's been pushing the whole time.
I also like that he went for the Negatron Cloak first.
Oh, yeah.
Against the Rise, and the fact that most of the damage from the gank will be a little bit of magic early on from Evelyn. She'll build some AD later. Oh, first 2 items. Chrisland gets hit by that one.
Look on to Chrisland. There's the Flay as well. No junglers around, but they might just have the base damage to go for it. Still damage coming through. Barrier popped early on. Riddix trying to make it happen. W comes out. Ignite there as well. Damage comes through and makes it happen. Riddix now with Barrier going to be stunned up. Barney D gonna take him out, but it's a kill for the AD carry. A little bit better for NGU. Morsu stunned up into Cocoon, not good. All the burst damage coming out. Man,
he was looking for it. He's looking for it. At the same time, though, BB is now behind Senkux. Senkux,
the outplay, the cask back into the lines. There's the ignite. BBC's up. Lasagna will make this one happen. Senkux gonna flash to the side.
What is happening?
Dead. He's trying to get out. He's going up. He does have the inside track with teammates.
The barrel
I think he could get away from it if he walks. No.
Oh,
jumps, and it doesn't deal damage, so it doesn't pull aggro.
Senkux! What?
Well played by Senkux. Gets the great escape. Yeah, he's gone.
Hashtag Talon mechanics.
There you go.
Through and through that entire fight. What was that? And they're going after Morsu again.
They nearly killed him. They're going to just dive the turret anyway. Turret has like no health.
Ooh. Got his flash.
They're not going to backdoor it.
Missed the Cocoon. They aren't going to backdoor it. It's smart because they would take a lot of damage anyway. And Morsu does have a little bit of an advantage with his new monobar.
And I don't believe they know... I think they actually did know Elise was down by the Wraith camp. I think the ward just timed out. I'm uncertain, actually. I believe actually they didn't see Evelyn. Sorry, I might have misspoke.
They see this, though.
They see this. The flash melee range Cocoon. Morsu not in a good spot. There's a jump into the air, but I don't know if they have the damage. Beansu's going to try. 300 health, flashing away. Yet a little bit more than they could bite off right there. Morsu with enough mana to deal the damage.
That was just a flash point-blank Cocoon into Morsu's face.
Yep.
Like cobwebs, here they are in your mouth. Whoa, just ridiculous.
Trashy loves flash Cocoons. He's done so many this series. I've never seen more flash Cocoons in like a day of LCS than in a single game for reason.
And they're pretty dang accurate, too.
I mean, yeah, you're in melee range at that point. It'd be hard to miss.
It'd be a little ridiculous if he did. Man, Senkux's talent, there's a reason it gets banned against him. He's a lot of people don't play against a Talon. A lot of people don't know what he does. Also, at the same time, it's hard to predict how long his stealth is off his ultimate and what his route is going to be. We saw Lasagna back then tried to predict it, but then it was such a great rake flash over the wall, the right direction.
Yes. But it does leave more options on the map, though, as Elise, trashy for Reason, is taking his own blue buff. Never Give Up is trying for a quick dragon attempt there. Q's not going to come out in time. Not the damage you needed there, Chrisland. Smited away, Lasagna getting that. Ridix, though, he's going to be jumped on. The stun's going to land from Barney D. Do they have the damage? The jump backwards. The Tiber's coming down as well. But the Lantern's going to keep him just barely safe. Ulti, blocked by Masterwork. He's going to be safe.
And now they get an opportunity to clear the wave, but at the same time, BB's rotated down. Chrisland is ruthless with his Caitlyn play. But it's 4-on-2.
They're going to try. Lasagna goes in with the slow. Hook's not going to land. Good dodge by Barney D. The re-engage, and Lasagna goes down. Barney D will trade his life for it, I'm guessing, and gives the kill to Masterwork by hitting the box wall. Smart choice there. 1-for-1 either way. Look at this, the rotate top lane by Sencook says, 2-2 top turret, that's going to be ours.
And now this is a 3-on-1 in the top lane. Good trade there for Reason Gaming in the overall. Now they are off to a great lead. 4K up over their opponents. Across the map, like Sencook's, his impact hasn't been as high as previously, but he's going to get there very shortly. I want to see how this Talon pans out. At the same time, it's really been Chrisland because there's been a lot of focus on him, and he's just been countering the aggression that NGU has brought to the table. BB just wants to have a good time.
Of course he does. It's always going to have a good time. Oktoberfest is coming up in, 6 months-ish. Did you know Oktoberfest is not always in October?
I think I did know that.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'd been told that once, and I was like, okay, I'll go look it up.
Yep.
And yep. Sure enough.
It's okay. Go. Ward game's still going on. Did you also know? Hold on, as long as we're safe with the wards. Hold on. Masterwork. Masterwork, gotta be careful. Barney's gonna stun you. Trash, he wants to show up as well.
If he gets
Here comes
the
Sencook.
stun, Sencook's is going to be
He'll
there.
get the stun. Just doesn't have the backup for it. So, he scared him for a while. That's good.
There's your Tiamat.
Yep. It's good damage output.
It also allows him to clear the waves without having to use any mana.
He still will, probably.
Talon is one of those mid-lane assassins that still uses mana. People were like, oh, Riven's really good, Zed's really good, because they don't use a resource.
Well, the AP
Yasuo.
assassins have... Yeah, that's fair. Most of the AD assassins don't. A lot of the... Kha'Zix is still sometimes played, does use mana. I feel like most of the mage assassins are mana-based. The magic damage ones. But yeah, you're right. There's kind of a mix. He's one of the mana-based ones, and I don't believe he's been given a lot of blue buffs. I think Trash has been taking a fair number of
He has one.
He has one?
Or he did. He had one.
Okay, then I'm just wrong. Also, early boots of mobility. Sencook's.
Yep.
There's not really an offensive boot item for an AD caster. Not directly. So he's like, all right, boots of mobility gonna make plays, which I think is also the right choice for any assassin mid laner. Your goal is not to kill the opponent, the guy you're facing in lane. Wow, because that's gonna happen. BB says you didn't go very far.
Wow.
Barrels on the ground while stealth lands the damage. Yep. Very well played. Morellonomicon rush.
Damn.
Double Doran's Ring, Morellonomicon. BB again. Same build, actually. Exact same build.
Yeah, no Seeker's Arm Guard. Doesn't have anything that'll reduce the damage coming out there. Wouldn't be surprised if Sencook's actually retcons the Brutalizer and changes one of those into a Hex Drinker.
Yeah, I would not be surprised either. There's 3 big magic damage dealers on NGU.
Actually, just goes for the Brutalizer, wants to do damage.
It's a risk.
Yeah.
It'll
help him out, though.
Lasagna versus Trashy. You can see the Trashy having a pretty good time. This one's going to land the stun, but the turn around by the ulti from Lasagna, is it going to be enough?
Jungler fight!
Likely not. There's the repel, and down he goes. Masterwork also going to hook the grass. Why the heck not?
He gave up his vision. Oh, Cocoon is ready. Oh, here comes the size Morsu. He's caught.
Will they have much? Chrisland trying to get away. The Rune Prison not going to land onto much. Beansu picking up the kill, helped by Sencook's. 9-3 now in kills. Great start for Reason Gaming.
And the rotations have been on point. Basically, they transitioned the late game that they were having from game 1 into the early game of game 2. Basically, just got themselves into the group. BB almost got there.
Dashes the wall. He's going to be safe. Made sure he didn't land on the Renekton. That would have gotten him to force flash. Which he didn't want. Beansu Trashy. I'm going to look around for this mid lane here. See where they can go with this one. Lasagna waiting around on the wings. He's going to be near to the side. Puts a ward down. They know he's there because they would have seen him put the ward down. So they're going to maybe zone him out properly.
Wards just come from the sky, man.
Not going to happen. Trashy does pick that one up without even smiting. Didn't even have to smite to get it, actually. Just the list. I think it was like red buff damage or a Spitling or something, but Lasagna and BB couldn't quite burst it out properly.
Yeah, Lasagna actually smited it, and then Trashy picked it up with
exactly
just autos.
Yeah.
Or Qs.
Yeah.
A little mistimed there.
Yeah. Honestly, of course he didn't know smite was down for Trashy, but it was smite versus no smite and he missed it, which is just very unfortunate for Lasagna.
Yeah, you can almost never know that unless you see them do it, and then it's got
Sure.
a 40-second cooldown on it. And oh, Morsu, he wants Crystalline here. He has movement speed from his
There's
ulti.
the Rune Prison. QE goes in and does not keep chasing. Knows that there's a lot of life still available. Still goes in again, lands the Q. Masterwork off to the side. Barney D is around though.
Ooh.
Gonna fall onto a cupcake there. Modified to work on the Shadow Isles Wardens, not just Yordles. Morsu, another Q comes out, still taking a whole bunch of pain. Not a good spot for Morsu. Bit off more than he could chew. Off he goes. Lasagna waiting in the wings, but no dive.
Meanwhile, up top, Beansu's going to continue to push Senkux. He is now in a position. Wants it down bottom.
There we go. The ulti comes in from Lasagna. Going to look for the damage. Crystalline turns it back around. Looks for the damage there. Finds one. He's going to fall back down. And now it's Barney D. What can he get? Can he find Masterwork? Hook's not going to land. Damage comes through. Is not using Tibbers to deal damage. Finally pulls it into the fight.
She's on the side
Barney
here.
D not in the best spot. He's trying to get the Tibbers damage still down. 100 health left. Trying to burn down. He's not going to quite find it. Kill picked up there onto Annie. Now BB versus Trashy. What can BB do? Does not have much to do. Gonna get picked up there in the top lane though. Beansu and Senkux pick up the kill onto poor Ritix, and Morsu shows up to defend. We'll push them back.
He just got completely burst out there. The ulti from Senkux was spent. No ignite even from both of those two. And we're pushing. And in the bottom lane, that was able to happen because they saw that Recent Gaming didn't have Beansu, didn't have Senkux there. Trashy was way behind, and then they go ahead and use the numbers advantage onto Crystalline and Barney D, picking both of them up. And NGU, it looked like a good play, but they overstayed their welcome, and Trashy's able to reinforce.
It's the unfortunate thing. You're down in kills, and so they just have more items and levels than you. But at the same time, you have to try to make plays to get back into the game. So NGU, unfortunately, did not quite make that one work. BB is having a better game for what it's worth, 3-1-1. But global objectives keep going over to Reason. They just got a dragon. You can see that even on the winning team, BB is out-golding his lane opponent there, Senkux. But every other lane is a different story there. Reason winning 4 of the 5 rolls.
And it's all spread out across. It's not like somebody has 100% kill participation or even close to something like 80%.
Yeah.
It's really split, like 50-50 between all lanes at this point.
A little bit, yeah, like slightly bottom lane focused, but yeah, everyone is finding a little piece of the pie right here. Everybody's winning their own lane. CS lead down, not actually down the line. Actually, CS lead really only there for top lane and jungle.
Ooh, they're sitting on top of a ward here. They see this coming.
Will they find the damage? Hook onto Trashy. The re-engage of Senkux finds one heck of a lot of burst damage comes through. Will they find much more? NGU on the run. Kill onto Elise. Lasagna's going to go down. Senkux trying to stay alive. Will not. The Q coming out from Ritix, so finding some decent damage. BB will fall. The AD carry. There comes the culling. Finds a little bit there. Chasing Crystalline as well. The Q comes out. Another kill picked up. Ritix coming up huge right there.
There's a 4 for 3 on the overall. And Morsu didn't even get a piece of that pie.
Nope.
0-4-0. He just got his Rod of Ages completed. He's been charging up his tier. And that is what NGU needed to stay in this game. Otherwise, they're just going to be a huge snowball for Reason Gaming, and they stop it halfway down the hill, and now they put a little damper on it. Now, at the same time, Morsu, he's got to get involved in these fights. He's looking for that Glacial Shroud to go ahead and try and negate some of the physical damage you were talking about, where there's no magic damage dealer here for Reason Gaming, aside from Trashy with his penetration and a little bit of the ante.
Yeah.
These are just people aren't going to be building copious amounts of AP. So, Senkux, he already has the Last Whisper. He's ready for this to come. Looks like he'll go for the Black Cleaver eventually because he has the fertilizer. But I don't know where that is in his build path just yet.
So start selfish.
Morsu needs to get involved. He needs to get up there.
I mean, he's stuck on his own.
And he's doing it right now. There's a 3-on-2 in the top lane with Beansu Senkux.
Yeah, the problem is, like, Morsu doesn't have any way to push against a Renekton, especially a tanky Renekton who won't take much damage. So it's all about his team to look for ganks on the other side. Lasagna, gets spotted. Senkux gonna find some damage. The slow comes out. Ulti pop. Masterwork shows up as well. Will they find the damage? Hook not gonna land right there. Lasagna, nothing else to chase. It's gonna be the disengage there. Ult for ult.
It's actually a fairly low cooldown on both of those.
Yeah.
They'll be up around the same time, but meanwhile down bottom that gives enough map awareness of where NGU is. That Reason Gaming can go ahead and start pushing this turret and applying damage, and Trashy's off on the left side of them to go ahead and create picks if somebody walks up from the wrong angle.
It's going to be a turret picked up there. Oh, yep, it does go down. The explosive cask doesn't quite save that away. It's going to be another turret going now. 5-2 Dragon, well controlled also by Reason Gaming. They're going to sit on a nice 6,500 gold lead at just 20 minutes in right here. What are they going to look for next? Looking for the way around the side. Backing up out of the jungle. Trash. He's trying to steal away the Wraith. He's going to get it, but the engage comes in from Lasagna. And Morsu, can they find it? BB has no ulti here, remember. Did not find the engage.
At the same time, they didn't want to overextend because Beansu was wrapping around them in the back. And Riddix is going to take an ace.
Oh! BB does not quite get there in time for that one, or maybe slightly overshot it. Morsu not in a good spot, taking a bunch of damage, and that is on Beansu. Picks up the kill with a flash. Q comes in towards Lasagna. Tibbers in the front line. Or is it Annie? It's in reverse, I can't quite tell. It's going to survive either way. Lasagna taking so much pain. Down he goes. Double kill for Beansu. Man, Reason just beating him with their gold.
Oh, so they killed Annie, but it was really actually Tibbers. Faked him out there for a second. And that ace in the hole looked like it went through BB's legs. And now they're cooking on Trashy. Gonna go ahead and get this for themselves 2-for-0. So now they have the map pressure, they have the map presence. They can go ahead and strip the jungle of all the goods. Looks like there's gonna be a red buff that's already been stolen away. Not even cleared out. Actually, they're gonna go top. Gonna go get the blue buff for Senkux because Talon is actually very blue buff dependent. And he doesn't build a lot of cooldown reduction. So, and like you said, the mobility boots. If there's any other boot you would get on him, it would be Lucidity.
Yeah.
He needs this, and there's no reason for him not to have it.
So a nice selfish build looking to make plays 1, 2, and 6. It's been part of 7 of 18 kills. Pretty respectable score. Didn't have the best time in lane, actually, as it turns out, but try to make up for it now. Void Staff, early completion here for BB. So a build I don't think I've ever seen this order of build here for Gragas, but Morellonomicon Void Staff into what might be Zhonya's off of that next amplifying tome here.
I wouldn't be surprised. The Seeker's Arm Guard would be extremely cost-effective considering the team that Reason Gaming has.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm actually surprised I haven't seen it sooner, but the fact that Beansu has already purchased magic resist for himself, means that the last was okay. Riddix, oh boy.
Bolt comes through, good flash by Riddix and the culling. Ooh, Senkux first one away, does dodge the rest of it. Almost lands the rake. Senkux.
He's got mobility. This pursuit is not up for 8. He's not going to chase that trash. He's off on the side.
Nah, he's going to go the rest of the way out. Riddix is going to be safe.
He backs in that bush.
Oh, Trashy looks. Rise forced away in the top lane. Looks like we are safe. Riddix does get away. Now BB versus Krislin. Misses the E, misses the Q. A little bit of a slow. Oh, dodges the ulti. Not good for BB. Tibbers comes down, and down he goes. Barney D trying to get himself away from this one. It's the 2-on-2, but Krislin is ahead right here. Box walls come down. Some good damage early on. Barney D puts the stun back out of Masswork. The E forward. Krislin finds the damage. Double kill now. Now on for Lasagna. A little bit more attacks down. Does have the ulti. Trashy shows the side. Finds the cocoon. The damage comes through. Trashy 5-1 and 5. Big game. Beansu shows up mid as well.
Wow. So the relevance here of Beansu versus Morsu is just a huge, different balance scale here. And now in the mid lane, Krislin, he's been being big all game. Those early double buffs really helped him out in lane, and now he's transitioned all of that into great play and great play making. And Barney D coming up big with the Tibbers.
Yeah, and they're going to find the mid inhibitor down as well. Lasagna up in 6 seconds. The playmaking going to look for the option there. BB still only 3/4 of the way on his cooldown for the ultimate. Riddix stunned up. Beansu looks for it. He's going to find Morsu a bit here, but maybe overextends. Lantern comes down. Stun onto Morsu. Still the battle waiting in the steps here with the base. It's going to be the disengage here for Reason.
Senkux is off on the side. They throw down a ward to go ahead and see him. And now Reason Gaming are in a great position. That inhibitor, completely naked, nothing defending it. All they have to do is back up, then get a pick with the help of Senkux and also Barney D having a stun up. Tibbers is now available. They'll back off, take the dragon, and possibly get them in a choke point.
Let's see what we can find with this one.
Let's go in NGU's favor too, considering all the AoE damage that they have with Gragas. We're going to have to see.
Well, here we go. The hook in on the Beansu in the front lines. Barney D knocked around heavily by the explosive cast, but BB is going to be going down. Going to be 2 kills to 1 picked up so far in the back lines. Talon finds a second. Sencook's doing well in this fight. Riddick's on the run away as well. Trashy picks up a kill on the back lines. Only Riddick's now
stun.
alive. He's trying to find his way out. The jump in, and Talon picks up 3 for the ace. 26-10. Reason come up huge.
That cutthroat range is a little longer than you think it would be. The engagement potential and the chase potential of it is huge. And now they're going to go ahead and get this inhibitor. They got the dragon for themselves. Lockout time is for about 5 more seconds, so they won't be able to do too much more. They can probably back out, grab some camps if they want, and possibly set up for Baron. That would be the ideal situation here, is shove out the waves a tiny bit. You have super minions coming down the middle. Go ahead, set up for Baron. Clear out that pink board if they know it's there.
Yeah.
They don't, but set themselves up. And Sencook's actually, he's having none of that. He's sitting in a bush waiting for somebody to walk by to just full combo them.
This is a bit risky there. He has no idea what could be in store.
He's going to get a bite, though.
He'll see Lasagna. Flashes in W. The damage comes out pretty decently, but it's not enough to kill him off. And now he's been spotted. Masterwork looks for the hook. Good dodge by Sencooks. He will not go for the play. Will not pull the team back in. They don't know if there's other people coming around. Ward gets swept out there by Reason. They own a little bit of this map control now. So they're taking their time.
His burst isn't enough to take out a 0-8-7 Evelynn that has Randuin's Omen.
Yeah.
The armor's going to help him out, the HP as well. If it had been something like a Lucian,
that guy was going to be dead.
Yeah, he was going to be dead.
Okay.
Barrier, so maybe.
Yep. I think it's a great choice by Lasagna, though, to rush the Randuins, though. I think he needed it. You saw that right there. There's a lot of physical burst coming out. He did survive that here.
So instead of going for the Black Cleaver, he goes for the Yuuma's Ghostblade.
Okay, very selfish build. Yeah, so that's interesting. I've not seen that much, but it will allow him to chase his targets down extremely well. And have, just really good persistent damage in the fight now. Reason getting the flank onto BB, the jump on in. Can they find much? Sencooks getting knocked back, but Trashy shows up. Point blank Cocoon. And that's going to be a kill by with auto attacks. Just dancing around, turning into a corner.
Oh, he doesn't let the ace the whole hit.
Doesn't matter. Screw the team. You got kills. It's what matters. Their Lasagna in the back lines now taking a bit of damage. The jump in from Sencooks, finding 2 more kills with the ultimate. Told you, AoE Assassin. Another push in towards the Nexus could be the game. 27.5 minutes in. 29-10 in kills. Looks like the surrender has come through. Riddick has left the game. Going to be Reason Gaming taking the 2-0 in the third place match. They will end the Challenger Series in the 4th seed. They will await the tiebreaker between Never Give Up and Meet Your Makers for the 5th place match to see who they will play in the playoffs here, the Challenger postseason.
Like we said, you don't want to end up being 5th or 6th place in that, because you'll either be up against Cloud9 Eclipse or Departed.
Yeah.
Which, very, very strong teams. And now that means that the 4th seed is actually going to go over to Reason Gaming.
Yes.
Which means that they play whoever wins that tiebreaker match.
Yeah.
And if it's Meet Your Makers, they've already 2-0'd them.
And if it's Never Give Up,
they've already 2-0'd them.
There you go. Looks like a pretty bright future here for Reason Gaming. So let's talk about the game, though. So we know their playoff future. They're a likely hopeful for the semifinals for the top 4 in the postseason. Of course, we'll get to that when it comes to it later on in about a week or so. Let's talk about this game, though. So we got excited over Talon. He was not the big playmaker early on. He did catch up. Landing was not start.
So,
Sorry?
It was fun to look at, though.
Oh, yeah.
I would have to say it was Trashy and Chrislin coming up big for their team. Beansu, he didn't give up kills, which is great. Top laner, that's exactly what you want to do. Like, the less kills you give up, doesn't matter how many kills you get or how many assists you get, just don't give up kills.
Yeah.
But Trashy, walking all around the map, just setting up his team for success and being a facilitator.
Yeah.
So, Chrislin, on the other hand, there was so much just focused on him, and he was able to take the pressure and not let it affect him.
Yeah.
Basically, I'm going to kill Evelynn, I'm going to get double buffs, then Gragas is here, okay, I'll turn that around. The box comes down like right on top of him, and he doesn't panic. He's like, I'll hit one wall, I'm not going to walk anywhere else, I'll stand right here, that's fine. Just sit down, turret up. It was great play by Chrisland all around, and Trashy in the back.
Absolutely, those guys put up great performances. So guys, with a 3rd place match now, just a memory, let's check out the updated bracket.
Reason Gaming finishes today in 3rd after forcing Never Give Up to give in. So now, Never Give Up will face Meet Your Makers in a tiebreaker for 5th and 6th place.
And tomorrow we're going to lock in the brackets for this Challenger Series after our battle for the 1st place between Ninjas in Pajamas and Departed. And of course, tomorrow the European LCS continues its coverage of Week 10. Kicking off the day's events is Candy Panda and SK Gaming taking on double MVP Froggen and Alliance.
Then, after the pros have blasted the last Nexus, we head to the finals to crown the winner of Europe's 2nd Spring Challenger Series live from the LCS stage. It will be a best of 3 with Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Departed. And remember, all that league action begins at 7 p.m. Central European Time, 11 a.m. Pacific.
And now with that, our time together has come to a close. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG.
Raise your what?
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, right, I look good, right, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, right, I look good, right. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls saying, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look